it's on the Maria report feed. Here we go. I'm going to find him because I've said I don't know his name and I need to find it. Here we go. Firefighter UA. So that's his Twitter handle. And if you go and look at what he said today about speaking to Cal Parker, it seems like he had a very positive outcome from that. And it's given him a boost to carry on doing everything that he's doing. Not that he wouldn't anyway. Bernardo, are you back with me yet, my love?
Yeah, I'm just back with you. Just had a call. Thank you.
That's no problem. I need a drink, that's all. So you go ahead, my friend.
All right, I just connected my headset. Marcus, did you say something to me in the last 4 seconds?
Only that I needed a drink, but I've had one now.
Yeah,
I was just
public.
Just talking about Cal Parker last night, and that was absolutely fascinating listening to him. I'm sure you heard him. I just incredibly interested in the work that he's doing.
I started to listen to the interview, but it was such a crazy night yesterday, and then I had a really long day because I was co-hosting with Ben, with Domin, and I usually don't have too much to do if Domin is hosting and I'm just co-hosting, but yeah, like all the other volunteers here, I have a day job, which I need to attend once in a while and make a couple of phone calls and help some users with their IT problems and something like this. So yeah, but it's great. I have such I can take my time and work when I like, and it's really good, and I'm happy about it, and happy I can help you. Just 2 public service announcements. Once, like Marcus just said, it's important to drink. So if you haven't drink enough today, just take your glass of water and stay healthy. We all need you. Also, if you would be so kind to retweet the space, and yeah, we will bring some new users up, I think. Just give me a moment.
See, that's my issue. I can't see speaker requests, and I end up just talking your ears off because I can't see them.
Don't worry, Marcus. That's why we are a team.
I need a friend up here, I'm afraid.
Scribe, welcome.
Morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone in the panel today. I just thought of something while you guys were talking earlier about Russia, and it kind of popped up into my head really fast. So, even the smallest things can be deadly to the largest of animals. Think about that. Ukraine is small compared to Russia, yet it has enough potency to destroy all the Russian military in a matter of months. It's kind of like a cup of tea full of poison.
It's kind of like the mosquitoes, you know, those biolog mosquitoes that we're building somewhere.
Enough mosquitoes can take down a man if you give them enough time.
Yeah.
Well, only bites him with enough poison, you know, deadly disease or something.
I had malaria and the West Nile virus and something like this. So not too great. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if it was a West Nile virus, but I remember my brother catched in the Philippines some kind of tropical disease, and yeah, it's not so great if you had it the first time and it wasn't great. If you get it the second time, it's get worse, and yeah, it's yeah. but maybe there were some nice mosquitoes on Bali, all around Lavrov.
Also, can I follow up with a question real fast for the panel?
Yeah, please.
So I noticed that there's a lack of information coming out of NATO right now with what very little they said. I'm kind of a little bit concerned about that because not all the time do you have to be so apparent with your statements to make someone scared. Am I right?
I'm not sure to which statements you are referring.
Like how Jen Stoltenberg kind of like said that the missiles weren't Russian, and what he said earlier today. To me it sounded like we know, but we're not going to say what we want to do. So it makes Russia more scared of what we could do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was thinking the same when it was yeah, 24 hours before, and story came out, and everyone was like, oh, we know, but we will not talk about it. Let's wait out. And this sounded all for me like, we will not tell you what will happen. And yeah, but this could be. I mean, I don't expect some kind of military strike or something like this. But in the case this would some incident would happen and this would trigger something like this, there I can't imagine someone would go public and say, "All right, we're gonna bump this, and this." No, yeah, it's kind of the psychological game, what you play, that you don't show your hands to your enemy. Or if you, I mean, sure, there are situations where you just say, look what I got here. But it's not on this kind of conflict where we say, oh, look what we got here. I mean, on one side, absolutely, we're showing the Russians they don't try to fuck with NATO, because yeah, the Ukrainians already destroy you with our gear, and they've trained on this gear, not for months or years like us, but for weeks, and they already literally destroy you. Yeah. All right. I hope.
One more thing before I go, just real quick. Even though we've been having all these rocket attacks, there was one rocket launch that was really good for the rest of the world, and that happened earlier this morning with NASA launching the SLS for the first time. So I want to leave that as a good note for everyone else.
Yeah, they can. There are rockets that can be put to a good use. I think this was also kind of a lecture we learned out of the Second World War, and the time after, when some engineers helped to develop new techniques for the space race, after the technology was sadly used by the Nazis, for really bad terror bombings in London, and different things with the V1 and V2 rockets. All right, let's go to Edward.
Thank you, Bernardo. You may have discussed this very thorough under the day here, but I kind of, in Swedish media, when I read short notices, I get the have I gotten this wrong? But is it like common knowledge now that it's was a Ukraine air defense missiles, or how has the discussion in this forum went by with that?
As far as we know, what's in the media, it was most likely S-300 rocket, which was produced in Russia. But yeah, it's suspected it was a Ukrainian rocket which tried to shoot down a Russian cruise missile or something similar. It's not 100% confirmed, because still investigations ongoing and everything. The Ukrainians say they wanted to hand over some data and be part of the investigation. Turkey, I think, asked for kind of an investigation, but all heads of the big Western governments came out with one statement, and the perpetrator and the reason why this happened is not Ukraine. The reason is Russia. Russia started a war. Russia started a missile barrage. Russia started terror bombing, and Ukraine just tried to defend them, and most likely tried also to defend Polish airspace because this rocket wasn't there without any reason. There was happening something, and I think we will find out in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, Bernardo, because that's my thought anyway. I mean, shit happens, so to speak, and it's all is on Russia. All blames is on Russia every day. So I don't see this as a, I mean, all my condolences to Poland and stuff. But I mean, it's not Ukraine who launches cruise missiles into Ukraine, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we saw it. We saw it, and it's the 10th of March in Croatia, when in the capital they landed a drone and exploded, made a big crater. I think it was near a playground or in a park or something like this. Then we had it in Moldova, where the cruise missile actually flew through Moldovan territory and was landing there because the missile was shot down by the Ukrainian air defense. And we know Russia loves to try to provoke us, try to come in our airspace, try to make their sorties and everything, and it's not the first provocation in this kind of matter. So yeah, it's clearly where the fault is, and it's Russia who perpetrated all this. Knut, please.
Can you hear me? I just lost my audio.
Yeah.
I just lost my audio. Okay. I just got many messages about this election thing again, and what the court today ruled is only applying for Berlin, but the federal election for those districts is under ruling from the federal court. So there will be a second. Of course, the Berlin court can't decide for a federal election, but there's the same. So for those districts, the federal election is under audit right now as well, and they will find a ruling very soon as well. And I do believe if this applies for local elections, the same thing will apply for the federal election. That's just my takeaway from the current legal situation there.
All right, thank you for clarifying this, Knut, because my inbox literally exploded.
Yeah,
with fellow Germans telling me no and yes and no.
Yeah, I even met people from Bremen. So thanks to Freebird and all the others, and now we have it all clarified.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
And even my member of parliament answered within 10 minutes. So even he helped to clarify.
It's great, Knut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Never expected German politics would be such a in time response topic. So great. All right, Wendy, welcome up. Wendy.
Leonardo, Marcus, hey everybody. Mic check.
Yeah,
Great.
Mike is not here.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed him. I was just wondering. First of all, it's wonderful to see you and everyone else here. Something has caught my attention as I got back from work, and I just thought I should bring it to you guys on the space. And that is that the country currently known as the Russian Federation has released their own figures again, saying that the number of people that they have abducted into their country the number of Ukrainians they've abducted into their country totals 4.6 million people, of which 704,000 of these are children. And these are figures which are from the enemy side. So we can read into this one of three ways. One, that they're telling the truth. Two, that they are inflating these figures deliberately. Or three, that they are underrepresenting them. And there is, I would say, there has been some consensus over the last few months to consider the numbers that they state to be around about accurate, given the people who were previously within the occupied territories of Ukraine, and the fact that these territories are occupied, and Ukrainians who are currently missing. Now, I'm very, very happy to debate, this particular point with anybody who would like to come up to speak, whether they think these figures are A, accurate, B, underrepresented, or C, inflated. But I think it's of note that Moscow is saying, is releasing this new number, and is in their own words, condemning themselves to be in breach of the 1951 Genocide Convention, which, of course, in Article 2 forbids the forced deportation and into captivity of a group of people against their will into another country. This also covers other parts of Article 2 of the 1951 Genocide Convention, namely things like preventing reproduction within that group, which, as we've heard over the last few months, is also present within the behavior of these Russian criminals. So it's obviously news of interest to all of us supporting the Ukrainian cause, and all of us who want to see justice done. And of course, it's something which we need to see resolved as a condition of Ukrainian victory. So I just thought I'd bring it to you, and yeah, it's obviously of interest. Slava Ukraini.
Herojem Slava. All right, yeah. That's when you what did you say? How high was the number?
4.6 million people, according to state news agency in the country currently known as Russia, and that number includes 704,000 children. These children have been used in propaganda videos, and they've been ferried around Moscow, using Tupolev aircraft and filmed on board for propaganda channels like RT. And they've often been filmed with a smiling woman who documents how Moscow has purportedly saved these children from the war, which of course we know is not true. And yeah, the children have been used extensively in propaganda for this during this crime. And we also know that they've been forcibly adopted, some of these children, into families across the country currently known as Russia. And this is of course all crime. These are all crimes under international law. So yeah, these deported Ukrainians, they certainly deserve to have their stories in the national and international discourse and political discourse, of course, when it comes to discussing what constitutes Ukrainian victory. Ukrainians, of course, will be the people who tell us this, but I'm absolutely certain that one of their conditions of victory is along with telling their allies when they are safe. For example, when people in Sumy and Kharkiv feel safe from indiscriminate bombardment, I'm quite certain another of these conditions of Ukrainian victory will be the return of the currently 4.6 million people and 704,000 children deported by the invading Muscovites.
The number, which is really hard. I mean, this number is really hard to comprehend at all. 4.6 million, 700 plus thousand children. That is, I don't know. And just check out in what kind of city you live and how many people are living there, or what kind of community live. I live in a city with around 230,000 people, and yeah, 4 times, yeah, more, yeah, almost 4 times this number of people living here of all ages, just in children, which were basically kidnapped and deported to Russia. It's really hard to comprehend, and yeah. Finance, very welcome.
Thank you. I weirdly at this point want to offer a slight tone of caution only on the number of Ukrainian children kidnapped. For sure, there have been. I 100% believe the number is over 1,000. It's probably well into the 5 digits. But we start talking about numbers like 700,000. Those numbers are coming from Russian state media sources, which, to put it politely, are not well to be trusted and are prone to, shall we say, exaggeration. And 700,000 is like, for a country of 44 million, would be like a significant percentage of all of the children in Ukraine. And Russia didn't capture like more than 20% of the population of Ukraine. So it is, at this point, unlikely that they probably got to quite that high a number. That doesn't make it any less monstrous. I think any sort of peace discussions or agreement should 100% include return of every last Ukrainian, or at least every last Ukrainian who wants to return to Ukraine. Yes, there were some, especially much older people who liked the Soviet era Russia, ethnics who liked Russia. I don't know what to say about them, but if they want to live in Russia in a post-war environment, that's on them. But clearly, all the children need to be returned. But that 700,000 number is starting to, I think, strain credibility. With that, hello everyone. Good afternoon to our European friends. I'll be with us just hanging out for a couple hours until my next meeting.
Thank you, Finance. Thank you for the input. Yeah, yeah. When you brought up this topic to discuss a number, and absolutely could be lower, 700,000. Yeah, but the point is Russia themselves saying, "Oh, we have did so much." It's obviously they don't respect any kind of law, any kind of convention about genocide, and they look like they are proud of it. I'm pretty sure they try to look like they're proud of it. Wendy, please.
Thanks, Bernard. Yeah, and thanks, Finance. I'm really pleased Finance answered the call for debate over this, because this debate has been around since these crimes became evident in early March. And, you know, we are, of course, left with 3 choices. 1, are these figures accurate? 2, are these figures inflated? And if so, for what reason? And 3, are these figures underrepresented? And for what reason? So that's just the answer the answer I wanted to hear. There's definitely a case, I would agree with Finance, for the country currently known as the Russian Federation for inflating figures for reasons of trying to show in its own propaganda to its own domestic audience that, you know, look how many Ukrainians we have, quote, rescued, unquote. during the course of this war. This is of course being used during their propaganda. We've seen videos of children on aeroplanes, supposedly, in supposedly being saved from the war, which we all know is absolutely not true. We know that these children have gone on, in some cases, to be adopted within the Russian Federation. We know the woman who is in charge, who is the public face, is very important to have, and I'm really pleased, because, as I said when I came up to speak, these figures are from Russian state media. So we are left with those three choices, and those three choices, that they're very, very important to debate. Is there a reason, for example, that Moscow would underrepresent the numbers? Is there evidence to show that these numbers are correct upon the outset of the war? So there are lots. It's a very good debate. So I just wanted to thank Finance for coming up and speaking on it.
I would say there are reasons they might, but the number is so big compared to the population, it strains credibility at its outset. And they haven't captured, like, they didn't capture Kyiv, they didn't capture Kharkiv, like, they didn't capture many of the major cities. Kherson is, I believe, the biggest city they have captured since the start of the increased operations in 2022. So, as I said, it already strains credibility. So I mean, it's possible that it's understated, but I almost don't see how. As I said, either way, it's monstrous. Please don't see this as me, reducing the level of problem. We're still pissed off. We, being Jews, are still pissed off about the 800 kids the Catholic Church didn't give back to the community after World War II. So, don't get me wrong here, right? Like, 10 kids is too many. 1 kid is too many. And we're talking about a number that assuredly exceeds thousand, if not tens of thousands. So it's just 700,000 is so insanely high. It starts to strain credibility.
All right. Wendy, you want to answer to this?
Oh, that's very kind, Bernardo, but I'm happy. Feisty's had his or her hand up a while, so.
All right, Feisty, please. Feisty, aka Oliver 1999.
Hello. Sorry about that. I was dual tasking. So I saw some posts yesterday evening, U.S. time, about a glow over Tokmak, north of Melitopol, and I was wondering if you had any news. What was glowing in Tokmak?
That's a good question. I don't have heard anything about it. Most likely because my timeline was covered in last day with some different topics. But it's an interesting question. I remember this space lasers. Do we have any information? Looks like not. Maybe Wendy.
I'm afraid I have no information on space lasers, Bernardo.
Okay. So
Just had a quick look, and indeed it was loud in Tokmak. It just says that a warehouse was burned down in Tokmak. So it doesn't say what the warehouse contained, but it's a suggestion that it was a collection of ammo.
Sweet. Thank you.
No props. While I'm here, I'm just going to mention that if you remember, the chappie in the wheelchair who was hello, who's clicking? Oh, feisty babe, I'm just going to mute your mic. Yeah, the chappie in the wheelchair who was driving around Kherson playing patriotic songs when it was occupied, he's been pictured in Kherson celebrating. So there he is, following a fearless guy, and there he is back in Kherson. I believe it sounds as though he was evacuated at some point, but he's back home and he's celebrating. So I like that. Go ahead, Wendy.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this, I know, on the space before, but you know, identifying victims post-war, it takes a long time, and it involves looking at pre-war population census records, looking at graves, sending in forensic teams into graves, which, you know, will no doubt happen one day with MriyaReport. This is all going to be extremely important, and it's also important why we need to continually ask our elected representatives why, you know, what they are doing about this particular issue, because you know, anything that can be got off the defeated Muscovite side at the end of this war in terms of records, you know, this is going to be extremely important, because, like Finance said, one person is too much, too many, two people are too many, 10, 100 are too many. So this 4.6 million people, you know, we can simply take this, as I said like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, we can take it one of three ways: underrepresented, overrepresented, or accurate, and we've got to consider why in each case. But yeah, it's this 4.6 million people. Let's just shave 3 million off that, and you know, this is a crime of a scale which, of course, we haven't seen in a very long time, and it's something which our elected representatives need to be pushing for action for, because justice for these people is something we all want to see. Thanks.
Absolutely, Wendy. Absolutely, and I mean, I really don't know how many people died in Mariupol. We don't know this, and I've seen today a picture of the theater in Mariupol. There were some kind of words built around it. So I also, if I remember correctly, there were concrete poured in all over the theater and the ground, and most likely they are dead people. They just put in the concrete, and yeah, it's really gruesome what Russia does there, and we still don't know how many people and how many children were really in this theater when it was bombed. And yeah, if you remember, there were four big Cyrillic letters right in front of the theater. Deity. It's Russian. It means children. And yeah, it's they bombed it purposely. Finance, please.
Yeah, no, I wanted to slightly shift back to the earlier, happier part of the conversation. So it sounds like there was some old-fashioned smoking at the ammo dump, if I heard that correctly. Little smoking glow, nice big old cigarette. Did I catch that correctly, Markers?
Yes, you did.
So what do we have any beautiful pictures that you can post up or tweet out, or I don't know what we're allowed to do anymore with Elon Musk's Twitter, or if anyone works here anymore. but we can appreciate such a beautiful glow.
You mean
I'd like to see something. Yeah.
You mean for the Etacam's brand secret ad campaign?
Yeah, no, we always just love seeing product placement. And by product placement here, we like to remind everybody that smoking kills, and we like seeing our products placed all over Russian-occupied territory until Russia does what it should do, which is go home to Russia, where they can be basket cases on their own without trying to commit genocide on other people.
That's a great idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, yeah. Some kind of a guerrilla marketing would be also a nice idea. Maybe we can maybe have a talk with the nice people from the US, and maybe they will maybe sponsor some extended range trimlers for our friends, and that they can bring some more Etacams directly behind the front lines.
I have just retweeted Misfit's picture of that particular boom. It does make a very nice glow on the horizon.
This sounds great. This sounds great. Welcome, Colby. How are you doing?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Sounds good. All right, Joanna, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Bernard. It was about the point made by Wendy about the children that were deported. According to President Zelensky, more than 11,000 children were deported to Russia, and that's why it is important not only that Russia loses this war, but also to have a regime change in Russia, because only by this means international organizations could have access to documents and trace every deported person or children. And for older children, it will maybe be more easy, but for very young children, it will be very difficult to assess which children were adopted. And I've also have seen a tweet about the very, very deplorable conditions in which Ukrainian children are kept in a orphanage in Voronezh region in Russia. I don't want to describe it. I guess everybody could find it. And also, we kind of lost trust and confidence and hope in some humanitarian organizations like Amnesty or Red Cross. But UN has the Save the Children organization, which may be involved more in this. And I guess a very important campaign could be done even in Russia to ask for volunteers, so for information. But again, as long as this regime stands, it will be very, very difficult to trace all these children. And also, last note, some very modern technologies can be used, like face recognition or AI, to find the children that were deported. So that's why we have to somebody has to keep track to all the children that are missing, their photographs, their data, and try to find them all. I don't know if such an effort was began. Maybe it was. Maybe we can help with that. So that was my point.
Wendy, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Ivana. Yeah, and Ivana, the positive, perhaps take we can glean from this is that we do live in the information age, and that such things as facial recognition via photography, this is going to be possible for some people post-war, and you're absolutely right. We should, we need to keep this topic in the public discourse. And I know it can be quite difficult if you're working in an office, and it's very difficult to reach out to people on the floor below or the floor above about deported Ukrainians day in, day out. But it in the public discourse, it must remain in some form, and it must remain within the political discourse, because there have been war crimes committed across Ukraine, and we know that it's very likely that in 50 years' time, there's going to be places in this vast country which what happens and to whom, this needs to be remembered. By then, we hope that justice will have been done. But there are going to be places where massacres occurred, just like near Izium, and these places are going to be, when people of the future visit there, they're going to probably be greeted by the whistling of the wind in the trees, just like when one visits places like Crematoria 5 in Birkenau, and without knowing what happened at these specific locations, this information runs the risk of being lost. So, that aside, we do live in the information age. There is more record keeping than there was in the past. More photography exists than the past. There's got to be an international consistency here, with keeping this particular crime as in the public consciousness, and in terms of Ukraine's allies doing everything we can as soon as places are liberated to move in forensic teams and to put people into those places where we can start that road to justice. This is a crime, of course, of great magnitude. We need to analyze it with a sobriety and calmness which we can best muster. But it does need to see justice done.
I absolutely agree. These what they don't seem to realise, I think, is that they can be seen doing these things. That satellite imagery and tracing and things like that are much better these days. And it's possible that they've kept records that we can use. So I have hope that a lot of these people may be tracked down. I like to be hopeful about that. Ivana, go ahead.
Well, at the beginning of the war, some companies that were producing games in Romania had an idea. I don't know where it is because it was back in March or April, to insert, instead of commercials in the games we play on telephones, to insert information about the war, especially in the games that were downloaded in Russia. So I wonder if there can not be something like this, to insert a commercial in Russian, I don't know, in the space where Russians are using internet or YouTube or maybe games, and just to put, for example, a phone number where people can call or something like this. I think we need to be creative about this. I'll try to get in touch with one of the gaming companies and see where they are, if they were allowed to use it or not.
That sounds like a fantastic idea, actually. You see, that's what it's all about, getting creative, and bringing people together to get these projects off the ground. That sounds absolutely awesome. I noticed you ducked out on me there, Bernardo. You better now.
Oh yeah. I'm much better now. I just received a call and yeah, it completely crashed my app. But yeah, all right. I have a different topic. A little announcement from Germany. Looks like yeah, the citizens of Germany broke a record. A record for the biggest private yeah, charitable donation to a specific cause in the country's history just was breached. Over 862 million euro or US dollars, because the cause is at the moment, I think, around 1 to 1, were donated by private persons. This is the biggest charitable donation from private people for a specific cause in the country's history, and yeah, it's amazing. We just had a really big catastrophe. I think 1 year ago, a big flooding, and the people were donating and helping because the government, yeah, made a really bad job and handled it all really bad. And yeah, I'm happy to see this was yeah, this record was broken for another cause, which is also very, very, very important. And this is for the people in Ukraine. And here we go. Charles is up to the panel. Charles, you heard the good news.
I just heard a bit of it. Can you tell me again? So in Germany, it's the largest charitable donation?
Yeah, it's the largest charitable donation to a cause from private households. So in the German history for a specific cause. The specific cause is Help for Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, and yeah, in the last months until October, I think, mid of October, they did the counting, and it were yeah, 862 million. I hope yeah, it's end of the year. People need to get out some kind of donations. I know many people I know which are older, and for example, like me, get Christmas presents still from their relatives. Usually cash. Will donate some of it because it's also good for the tax and something like this. So I hope we will crack the billion before end of the year, but we will see. Charles.
Yeah, good. Hopefully you did your taxes by the end of the month, and so now you can get your new Spenderquittung for the next year. But I've got a moral question for you and for maybe the panel. So I got onto a website from I believe it's the Yale Business School that tracks companies and whether they've pulled out of Russia, whether they're waiting, or whether they have gone all in, right? I don't know. Have you seen a list like this, Marcus Bionata Finance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, as you know, I live and work in Germany, and I work in the healthcare industry, and there's a lot of healthcare medical device manufacturers around Europe and also in the United States. And I was going through that list, and what was interesting is that none of the medical device manufacturers, in fact, very few of the healthcare industry sector has pulled out of Russia. In other areas, it's been better. In other industries, it's been better. But the moral question that I have is not only one, should these companies pull out? They generally tend to have what they claim to be a higher purpose of solving health problems and extending lives and all this kind of thing. But on the other hand, I looked at one of the companies I work with, and they have, this is where it comes to the charitable donations, they have a doubling scheme for donations through their company supported charity. And the company's donated 760,000 euros for Ukraine. So I was sitting there and I'm thinking, okay, 760,000 euros, that's a lot of money. That's good from, not a huge employee base. But on the other hand, the company continues to sell and do business in Russia. Finance has got his hand up, but what do you guys think about that?
Yeah. So to get some about ethic questions, there are some questions we could and should consider. But I think everyone can or should have his own opinion about this. But I'm really keen to hear finance opinions about this.
Yeah, there are still non-Russian companies selling and doing business in Russia. And for all of those companies that are headquartered in states that are not themselves authoritarian disaster zones, North Korea, China, etc., I say get fragged. There we go, fragged. I can say that. I'm trying to keep this a G-rated show for that beautiful Spotify G rating we have. They can get fragged, preferably by their own soldiers. Lots of grenades. I have no humor or think this is acceptable behavior. I think we should publicize those numbers. I would also like to point out that a listener has asked me on the back end a question around what can be done around the fact that Russia has taken all of these children, however many there are. And yes, I agree, it is a despairing topic. It is one of many horrific Russian atrocities. There's two things we can do here in the West for those of us who are not combatants in Ukraine. Obviously, there are many people fighting in Ukraine on the front lines. We can give them all of our support. The best way to do that would be to, one, we can donate our hard-earned cash and treasure to, charities that support Ukraine. MriyaAid is an excellent one that we support here on the space. You can also donate directly to the armed forces of Ukraine. They actually have a link online. You can just go donate straight there. MriyaAid, there's no overhead. There's no one taking administrative fees like my most hated Red Cross that also supports Russia. No, Maria, great choice. Pleasure. That helps. And of course, we need to call our congressmen, members of parliament, members of the Knesset if you're Israeli, and say, look, render all of the military aid and logistical aid and assistance you can to Ukrainian armed forces. Give them ATACMs, give them Leopards. The sooner military equipment to send Russia back to Russia, the sooner that Russia can no longer commit atrocities on the Ukrainian civilians. They can't commit the atrocities if they're not in Ukraine, and they can't fire at Ukraine. So the sooner they have the weapons to win, the sooner Russia stops committing atrocities, and that is something we can do. Look, for the first time in my life, I called my congressman's office. Do I think it made a huge difference? No, but I think it made a tiny difference. And I think that having a lot of people call the congressman's office, even if we're only speaking to the intern or the junior person on the phone, means that they bring up in the meetings, hey, we're still getting calls about Ukraine. Hey, we're still getting emails about supporting Ukraine. And that matters. So these are things we can do tangibly. That's why we're seeing, thankfully, these record donations to Ukraine, something we can do. And we can support their armed forces and logistics. Earlier on, I still see him. Ryan is listening. He actually took a huge leap and is currently supporting himself by volunteering in Ukraine with the charity that's actually been on the space before. And he's actually in Ukraine helping on the ground now. So thanks to him and all the other people in Ukraine, and all the people who are supporting Ukraine, though not.
Excuse me, finance. Sorry, I just muted all my fat fingers.
Did you lose me?
Nice. Sorry, I muted you all.
Oh, I was just saying thanks to all the people who are doing it. And for those of us who can't make it there, which is almost all of us, call your members of parliament, call your members of the Congress, call your senator, call your members of Knesset, right? And ask them to please keep supporting Ukraine. And if you have a few extra ducats, skip that coffee, skip that drink, please donate to a charity of your choice. We support MriyaAid here. There's other great ones. Please don't make it the Red Cross. If you're wondering why I hate the Red Cross, I'm absolutely happy to be PM'd about that. So please support your charity of your choice. Again, we like MriyaAid here and support Ukraine. And that is what we can do. It's tangible. It's on the ground. the sooner Ukraine wins, the sooner the atrocities stop.
Thank you very much, Finance. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's get back to Short's question. Any opinions on this? How is it with medical companies maybe delivering things like insulin or other machinery, which is important for civilians to stay alive, but can also be used to keep soldiers alive, which just perpetrated war crimes in Ukraine. So this is a really interesting question, and I'm keen to hear some comments about it.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just to what Finance said, I mean, first of all, I totally agree with him with the Red Cross. I've been convinced by this space. We've talked about it before, and I've really, that's one of the reasons why I like this space, is to get this kind of information. I actually kind of fear that a lot of those donations in Germany went to Caritas, went to Red Cross. I mean, I would like it much better if they went to very specific, very efficient, very focused organizations that don't have the political nonsense that we've discussed on the space, like MriyaAid. Also, I mean, I used to work in Washington, D.C. As far as I remember, every staffer has to log every letter and every call that they get. So I think even though you may not have felt that your call wasn't worth it, at least it used to be, every single call had to be logged from a constituent. And they did that religiously. And back to the point on the healthcare industry pulling out of Russia, I tend to agree with Finance, because what I see companies doing that are still operating in Europe, and is if they have some kind of donation scheme like the one that I saw, what all they're really doing is just adding that to the cost of profits. Or they're just adding that into the cost of doing business in Russia, meaning, okay, we hold our nose and we donate, and we basically mark that as a cost, and then of course they get a tax write-off for it, so it's not even going to be a cost. So for me, it's just this classic corporate social responsibility kind of whitewashing when they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. But I mean, I think that's the other point of the ethical question, which is, a lot of the things that are delivered, such as medications or personal or medical devices, are life-saving things. So is it ethical to pull them out? I don't know, because we know Russia can't make this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is really an interesting question, and I think Finance has a comment to this.
If Russia can't make this stuff and they want to save the lives of their hundreds of thousands of injured soldiers, they should stop being in a friggin' war. More than happy to unembargo this if they just shut the war down. They could just retreat, and that should be a simple embargo on literally everything. And yes, unlike other people, I do include medical products. I am aware they are not currently embargoed or sanctioned. I actually believe at this point it's a mistake. I'm sorry, Bucha, Erpin, Mariupol, what we're seeing out of Kherson. I don't even remember the city that Zelensky visited when it was Izium. When Zelensky, it was reported, visited the torture chamber that was unearthed. He vomited afterwards. And, that's, it was terrible. Like the horrors are there, right? This is World War II level Nazi, and quite frankly, World War II level Soviet era human violations. Like if they, that's what Russia's doing to people, and absolutely everything that can be done to pressure the Russian Empire to stop it should be done. If you want to say that I'm extremist or a maximalist on it, sure, I am, but I took never again seriously. Never again is never again. right? Russia is committing genocide right now, today, while we're talking. They're trying to, right? The only thing that's stopping them is the UAF, provided with a ton of weapons that have been provided to them, and they should be provided 2 tons more. But yeah, I am in favor of embargoing the medical equipment. I'm in favor of embargoing any sort of intermarried foodstuffs. Russia produces plenty of food. They can figure out how to feed their own people. If they've got to go back to the 1800 style technology, well, that's their problem. Again, happy to say that this embargo ends as soon as they walk back to Russia and stop firing on Ukraine. I don't think that's a high bar, but right now what we're doing is sending them medical devices and equipment that they're using to spare that 2 or 3 to 1 casualty ratio that is coming out of their mobilization that they're sending to Ukraine. And quite frankly, I don't care about making Russia's life easier for their soldiers that they're using to commit atrocities.
All right, I totally get your point. But you just made me thinking which kind of medical products are for example not used by the yeah like poor population or something like this, and I was wondering what's about Botox, what's about all the things you need for these yeah shiny new breast implantates, or what's the second wife of a Russian oligarch, or the third wife, or whoever needs. I mean, this is where it hurts the people. They don't care for their own people. We know that, and I would really be interested how it is with this kind of medical products, which are not really necessary medical products, more like yeah, additional beauty. I don't know how you call it. I'm not into this, but yeah, that would be really interesting for me to know. All right, we have 2 hands up. I would like to go to Dan, and after Dan we go to Charles.
I'm in sort of violent agreement with finance here. Russia will stay in Ukraine until it hurts too bad. It really is that simple. They aren't giving up because they have an attack on morality. They aren't giving up because of whatever else. They will stay until it hurts too much. I think they should feel as much pain as possible, as quickly as possible, and we should wrap this party up. Everyone who's arguing for less.
Mike check.
Yep.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through. Maybe not to finance, but to us, you're coming through.
Everyone who's arguing for less, everyone who's arguing for a more gradualist approach, everyone who's arguing for negotiating about this and that is arguing for this war to take longer. And every day it lasts, hundreds of people die. Every day it lasts, it gets colder and darker in Ukraine. We need to end this. What we really need to do is have NATO start firing cruise missiles like it means it till there's not a Russian command post left in Ukraine. But if we won't do that, we need to send them everything. Russia does not have a second army sitting around. Every single 155 tube in Europe ought to be on a train. Every single piece of ammo for those 155 tubes ought to be on a train. Every IFV ought to be on a train. We need to stop bleeping around and make it clear to the Russians that they have no chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, absolutely. I'm absolutely for the military approach, that we really destroy basically all soldiers in Ukraine, and yeah, also like for example, I mean, there are little targets in Belgorod region and something like this, where you have military bases which supply and yeah, train soldiers which go to Ukraine, and absolutely we should hit all of this. All right, Charles, you're next.
I mean, that's exactly why I brought this brought this question into the space, because I wanted to kind of get the various opinions, and I certainly agree with what has helped me here is listening to Dan and to finance. You know, Dan, you very quickly equated enhanced military support with the question of enhanced sanctions, um, which sort of linked it in my mind of, you know, if I were advocating for free the leopards, then I should also advocate for the economic equivalent of that, which would be to further sanction things, because it's very clear that public pressure on companies to leave on their own, that wave has already crested. Um, and so therefore the only way now would be further governmental international intervention. I like that. I don't know personally where I draw the line yet. Just like I don't know personally where I draw the line on military things, but more I certainly agree with.
Thank you, Short. Yeah, yeah, it's hard where to draw the line. I mean, yeah, if you have children, if you're a person who has children and your child has a serious illness, or maybe not so serious, maybe let's say he can really live good with it, like for example with diabetes. Yeah, you only need insulin, but yeah, somehow you can't get any insulin. It's really a bad thing. It's this yeah kind of thing. So you have to see what can we do, what can we not do, and the question what is in my mind is sure we can if the question is what I've discussed before was someone was mentioning, oh, Belarus should start now a big rebellion and so on and so forth, because Russia is not so strong now and they can't support Belarus this way very good. And yeah, but Russian soldiers are in Belarus, and I was thinking, is it a solution to kill yeah to not to kill but to let other civilians be killed to save another civilian's life? I mean that's basically the good old yeah train with a junction paradoxon, yeah, where you have to decide one kid or yeah you save one child or you save four pensioners, and it's a dilemma, and really questionable how we can resolve it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to say, oh, we take away every medical products um, out of Russia. We don't support anything, or we don't deliver anything anymore, and there are then civilians dying in Russia, which may be against the government, maybe not against the government. We discussed it. I mean, lengthily how it is in Russia, and what kind of what kind of surroundings they're living in, and what kind of cultures is, and yeah, it's always a question, who we want to be. Do we want to be like Russians? Do we want to be better? Do we want to have the really high moral standards, which nobody can reach ever? Yeah, this is a question everybody has to ask himself, and yeah, I will not tell anyone, you have to think like this or you have to think like that. This is a question everyone has to come to their own terms with. Wendy, please.
Thanks, Bernard. Just yeah, just to follow up on Dan's point. I mean, the person in the Kremlin who started this war in between Botox treatments, but seriously, who started this war and whose country is losing the war it started. This person is currently desperately trying to distract his domestic audience from the very fact that he and his country is losing this war. So I'm sure many people share the sentiments of various kind of NATO involvement or something, but of course that is exactly what the Kremlin has wanted, and I'm sure Dan would agree that Ukraine has played is not appropriate. Ukraine has acted with the utmost diligence and in accordance with the laws of armed conflict and with the humanity and everything we would expect from a civilized nation in the 22nd century, whilst it defends its country from this genocidal invasion. So right now there is it's obviously quite clear to a vast number of people, both in Moscow and in the territories outside it currently governs, that they are losing this war they've started. There's going to be visual evidence for this everywhere. There's going to be wounded soldiers in the streets and in their supermarkets. So we have to maintain this pressure in its current form, because it is working, and it's very sad to see the cost of Ukrainian lives that's been happening since the beginning of this war and since 2014. But of course, we're here to save more Ukrainian lives, as many Ukrainian lives as possible, as opposed to seeing a genocide take place. So I guess one thing I try to focus on, and maybe we all do, is to ask ourselves, what can I do today to help save Ukrainian lives? And the answer from the finance, I think, or Charles said about how calls are always logged in the US. I looked that up, and it's true for my country of the UK, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be quite consistent across European democracies as well. Phone calls are logged. So phoning your elected representative and phoning them in a polite and civil way, and putting across the importance of the Ukraine war, the issue of deported people, the issue of the war crimes which are being committed, and how this is the number one issue to you and your life, and ending this war as quickly as possible through giving Ukraine every single weapon system it requires to end this war. This really does matter, and it really does help. These calls are recorded, and being specific to your elected representative, it is also crucial here, because we've looked in the last week through the singular lens of our phone screens of this righteous cause of Ukrainian warriors liberating Kherson. It's absolutely inspirational. So being specific to our elected representatives, telling them NASAMS for Ukraine. We saw yesterday 100% success rate that the NASAMS had. These save the lives of school children across that country. They help to close the sky, as millions of Europeans have heard from Ukrainians in mass protests across European capitals since the 24th of February. ATACMS for Ukraine, to save Ukrainian lives by preventing the war machine of the country attacking Ukraine from mustering its invading forces and their equipment. All of these things are absolutely specific in terms of ensuring that Ukrainian victory happens as soon as possible. And that is that wonderful ideal that we all strive and work towards on a daily basis. And Ukraine, of course, does that and bleeds for that every day. So I would encourage everybody to pursue that route that Charles mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, this has been very inspiring for me to listen to both you, Bionata, and then to you, Wendy. Inspiring as always. Sort of what's going through my head at the moment is we've had several emotional evening Europe time over the last couple of days on this space, hearing voices, and certainly one of those is who we've heard a lot of recently, which is great, is Ryan. And I asked Ryan the question, how do you handle, or how do Ukrainians handle rage and revenge without letting it consume them? And that was basically my question, which Bionata mentioned. How do you deal with these emotions without becoming one of them? How do you act for victory without becoming one of them? And you've just basically echoed, and Wendy, what Ryan said. And Ryan said, you just do it every day. You just get up and you do. And that's what we've heard from Verlaine. That's what we've heard from Roman. That's what we've heard from others. And how do you overcome these dehumanizing emotions that rise up in such atrocities? And you're right. So we can't load goods. We can't deliver things to the troops. We can donate. We can call elected officials. We can talk to our own companies and put pressure on them internally if we're employees. And I guess that's just what we'll have to live with for now. But thank you for that. It's very inspiring.
Thank you, Charles. Vishnikovsky.
Oh, I wanted to ask, after yesterday's missile attack, and today's quite mute or weak NATO response, which just means more of the same. Where do we think it is going for Ukraine if those missile attacks, those saturation attacks on energy grids stay inconsequential? Because I do fear that until Christmas, the energy grid can be damaged to such an extent that it doesn't matter if we hurry to get transformers to Ukraine, then the impact on the infrastructure will be simply too high, and it comes at a high cost to us. If we have to deal with refugee streams, it comes at a high cost to Ukraine because it takes simply longer, like months, if not years, to repair the whole infrastructure. My big question is, why does the West not stop Russia in its tracks of destroying the infrastructure? I think adding two more NASAMS system here or there won't do the trick, and it's just frustrating to see NATO again and again trying to respond with the same weak response, in my opinion, to increased escalation by Russia.
Yeah, I understand exactly how you feel, to be honest. Frustrated. Yeah, we all get a bit frustrated, but I'm sure there are very good reasons behind some of the decisions that they make, even if we don't understand them. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up comment too on the moral discussion that Charles was speaking to. I've struggled with the same thing myself, and my resolve has gotten harder as time has continued with this war. Initially, I thought that the level of sanctions was reasonable, but I also agree that it should be stronger and firmer. I still draw the line at critical medical aid still being appropriate to not sanction, but we should be hammering everything that is other than that. And we should be providing much more military aid, because that's cut and dried. That is Ukraine's choice to use in their country against Russian soldiers. So that one's simple. But when it comes to the economic sanctions, I agree that we should be expanding the secondary sanctions that Peter's talked about, and really looking at what are critical versus non-critical, medical related products or other items. if the Russians can't buy, you know, Procter and Gamble Head and Shoulders shampoo, I don't give a crap. Honestly, I'd be just as happy if feminine protection items were on the sanctions list, because I'd like to see a lot more really pissed off Russian soldiers' moms taking to the streets, you know. So those are things that seemed reasonable back in February and March that I think we do need to push harder and look at more. I don't want to see infant formula not available, but there are a lot of products from a lot of these companies that we should just shut the door on supplies to Russia for. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your input. Wendy, please.
Thanks, Bernard. Thanks, Nancy. I mean, I think what the way you expressed that was really useful for people to hear, because these crimes have been happening, and we have witnessed a lot of evidence to demonstrate that they're happening. That it's undeniable what has been happening in Ukraine in 2022 and since 2014. And you know, what can we do about it, and what should we be feeling? Where should our resolve be directed towards? You know, what solutions? And I think the ones that you identified were absolutely spot on. The secondary sanctions, absolutely spot on. I think also we need to preempt as best we can any potential future issues that Ukrainians are going to be experiencing in the near future. And of course, one of those, you know, if not one of the biggest issues, is going to be the issue of getting transformers into Ukraine and getting the electricity grid there up and you know, working as to its best possible capacity. You know, in the run up to Christmas, because this is something which, just like when we phone our elected representatives and ask for specific things, such as NASAMS for Ukraine, this is also something else we can ask for and should be lobbying for. So I'd just like to thank you for your answer. Thanks.
Yeah, just wanted to add something to Nancy's input. Yeah, Nancy, you're right. There are some things which are considered medical products where you would say this is not a medical product. This is a not even a healthcare product. It's more like a product you need. Yeah, you can use a bar of soap. Yeah, and that's the question. Yeah, do they need Botox? Do they need breast implants? Do they need such things? I don't think so. And yeah, absolutely. If it comes to things like glasses, do they need card-sized glasses? I don't think so. And Card Size is one of the companies which is still operating in Russia to a certain extent. I mean, as far as I know, they scaled back their operations, but yeah, we all know what else Card Size is famous for. They make really good optics for tanks, for example. And yeah, that's the question. How we sanction these kind of companies. Welcome, Colonel Spencer.
Hello. I just came up real quick. Found it really the conversation fascinating for the last little while, and you know, wanted to get a little geeky on you on what we're really talking about is just war theory. So there's this theory that academics talk about, has a little bit of philosophy in it, but the two big issues are what they say just ad bellum, is that there's a just cause for the war, like the reasons that both sides are in the war. And then there's just in bellum, which is even if we wouldn't agree on, you know, the reasons both sides are fighting. In Ukraine, it's, well, even if we didn't agree on the reasons, like why the war is happening, why one side is fighting or not, then there's just in bellum is how the war is actually conducted, you know, in accordance with human rights in accordance with the international human rights law, with the law of war. That's why I think in this war, there's many angles, and that's why the space is so great. But it really, for me, if I ever question, I just go back to that really superior question of the reasons that both sides are fighting for, and then how the militaries in the war are executing the war, and that really all needs to be said on why the world is supporting one side and should be condemning, sanctioning the other in every possible way that is available in every individual political system and government, because there are differences.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer, and it's wonderful to see you here. Decoding. Had your hand up a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah, riffing off what Colonel Spencer says. I'm 100% with finance. My default position is, pull up the drawbridge. Nothing should be getting into Muscovy, and that is on sanctions for the crime of aggression and for conducting a genocide. It's not about sanctions for the way they are conducting the war, but the way they are conducting the war is totally, as most of us who are tuned into this know, they're totally off-piste in terms of civilian infrastructure, not destruction across Ukraine. But then any of us who are reading daily about what's going on in occupied territories in terms of provisions of medicines to people in, say, Melitopol, one driver was bringing in most of the stuff, and he got killed by the Russians, and he was doing it for free. So you have all of that stuff, and that, while you can't use that as a legal reason to prevent normal civilians in Muscovy from gaining access to normal drugs and life-saving stuff, just purely from a legal point of view, because they are not at war, and that's not fair. But under the sanctioning for the overall invading Ukraine and prevention of genocide, whether it's in the convention or breaches of international customary law, then everything is on the table, from, as we've seen, the cancellation of SWIFT to oil, all of that kind of stuff. And there's no reason why because we know that Muscovy isn't even trying to protect civilians in Ukraine. We know it's not even trying to adhere to the laws of war. In fact, it's making a virtue of not adhering to the laws of war, and it's uses hostages in Ukraine and in its own country, because basically what it's saying is, oh, you can't sanction buttocks or food or toilet paper or whatever against us. Although I think they make their own toilet paper, don't they? Because that's one of the few things they can boast about. That their actual strategy is to hold us hostage. It really annoys me when I see like these companies operating in Muscovy. I mean, I know they are getting their comeuppance, as we'd say in English, now, because they can't get any money out of Muscovy. The ruble is, last I looked in June, or according to the Yale report, the ruble, so they had made 83% more rubles were in circulation than were in circulation on the 24th of February. And so the actual inflation rate up till June, I think, was 20% or something, and then for actually imported items, the inflation rate was much higher. It was like 40%, something from the Yale report, and I can only imagine that's gotten worse. And so if you're operating a business in there, you can't get money out, you can't convert rubles into normal money anyway. They're kind of trapped in there, So I'm quite happy that these Western companies are getting punished for their sticking in there. But it really does rankle that they're staying in there to because they're betting on the future in Muscovy, and because they're falling for the troll, they're falling for this manipulation. And it equally annoys me if our governments do the same thing, where it's devaluing the Ukrainian civilians by saying, oh, the Muscovites need, they need their whatever, their drugs and stuff like that. But Muscovy is actually, it's not even trying to give in occupied territories where it has a legal obligation to provide essential services and drugs. They just haven't been doing it. And then it's preventing in the rest of Ukraine access to essential services and infrastructure and stuff like that. So, I mean, we have this concept in law, or in equity, which is a type of law, which is she who comes to equity must come with clean hands. So you can't go to court in you can in law, but not in equity, which is a form of law like trusts and things like that. That if you say, oh, so I gave X this money on trust, that they would spend all the money on poor people, and they actually spent it all on fancy cars, but I had stolen the money in the first place, then the court will just say, well, you stole the money, you didn't, you need clean hands. And so Muscovy is coming as special pleading about the drugs and, all of this red lines and escalation when it hasn't got clean hands. So in terms of hybrid warfare, we should be pushing on this it's another category, the sanctions. It's nothing to do really legally with how they are prosecuting the war. But if they were prosecuting the war better, then we wouldn't be so keen to really pull up the drawbridge and not allow anything in. But I'm like finance. I have no time for special pleadings from Muscovy's population. They should. It's the way they're doing the war. The other thing which is really annoying me today is this escalation rhetoric, this escalation discourse, where they're talking about how somehow if these missiles in Poland, the conflict would escalate. And again, the Ukrainian in me is really offended that this is from people who don't seem to have computed that MriyaReport was just eliminated as a city in the course of 6 weeks. I mean, there's no escalation. There's nothing more to escalate from. And whenever I hear these people talking about, we can't escalate any further and risk of escalation, it just really annoys me. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Decoding. I think when I think it was the Yale School of Management released those figures regarding companies currently still trading with Muscovy. I mean, China is one of those still remaining, which is the biggest trading partner. What can you see in terms of solutions for dealing with this going forward, or is there just is this very, very restricted in options?
I think with China, I mean, I'm quite happy with China's what I've seen in the performance. The Union Pay isn't working, so they can't use Union Pay. Kamaz trucks, they're not providing the engines to them, and I presume there's lots of other things which so China seems to have been quite scared of the secondary sanctions. I did briefly look at they keep a running total because I looked it up the other day for Infosys, which is owned or semi-owned by the family of the British Prime Minister, the new English Prime Minister. So I just looked at Infosys and I saw they had committed to leaving Muscovy, according to this Yale the website list. But then it turns out, according to English tabloids, they haven't left. So there's a whole category of people in that list. Yeah, I'm not so worried about China. I was very happy about the Kamaz trucks thing and the Union Pay. I'm very easy to troll, clearly, but mainly because Muscovy had boasted in early March and said, "Oh, we're going to be, we don't care about your credit cards. We're going to care, we're going to do about the credit card, or we're going to get Union Pay, and then it turns out they can't, and Turkey the same. And that actually, that's my other point, which is if your state is engaging in anti-Western genocidal rhetoric, because I do see the same softening up process, othering, turning into objects process, which I witnessed in Eastern Ukraine, was done to Ukrainians in occupied Eastern Ukrainians to turn them against other Ukrainians. This dehumanization process, I see that is the dehumanization process I see being done against the West, against NATO, against EU, against you, against me as Westerners in Muscovy. And if your state is going to engage in that, and yet you're so reliant on us, we need to, this has been going on since the Second World War, where they wouldn't have won the Second World War without whatever 110 billion lend-lease in today's money, which was given by the US, which they stiffed us on. They never even paid. They were only asked to pay, I think it was 10% of it, and they didn't even pay that back. And so, again, if you're now, China, to be fair, does engage in this genocidal anti-Western rhetoric as well, but they're not invading Ukraine. So I'm giving them a bit of a pass on this. But if you're going to do this, then you're not going to get your insulin, because you've got to make your own insulin, like Crimea River, or get out of Crimea, and then you can get your insulin, and we can talk about everything else.
Decoding.
Yeah.
You said you're easy to troll, but I have no doubt you have a technical solution when this happens.
Well, I like whenever I'm trolled, yeah, it's wonderful, because yeah, when I'm aware of it, the technical solution is accepting it and going, I was trolled. Happens to me all the time. Like it's very easy, especially when you want something to be. It's really easy to get trolled. Like I realized Visegrad, that thing which many of us probably have on our Twitter. I had to block them because they were trolling me the whole time, and it turned out not to be true, because it was like they had my psychological profile of, Germany hasn't delivered this, X hasn't delivered that. So the technical solution is just to be hyper aware of it, and then joyful when you realize it's happened, because rather than wishing it hadn't or pushing back against it. That's what I try to do.
All right, Wendy, can I just quick add one point? Decoding, I'm totally with you in all what you have said, but one point I beg to differ. You said, the society and Russia is not really against this war, and the society in Russia and the Muscovites and so on. The only children, the only people which are not deciding are really small children. So this is a point where I would draw a line. And for example, I mean, insulin for a 6-year-old is not supporting in any kind the war maybe in Ukraine. I would say, in my opinion, this is a point where I would differ. But on the other side, absolutely, Russia has to care for its own citizen if they decide. But it's the way we implement this. This is a question.
No, fair enough. I mean, I'm not a monster. All I'll say is just my default position is nothing gets across, and then let's talk about exceptions. And
all right,
yeah,
we understand each other. Yeah, there's always a fine line where we need to consider things. But I'm absolutely with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Decoding. Gunny, good to see you up here. How are you doing? Our resident whiskey expert. Only joking. Our resident Black Sea expert. Gunny, can you hear us? Mic check.
Gunny, can you hear me at least? No. I think Gunny is not so lucky at this moment. All right. Then I would say let's go to Carlos.
Hello, everybody, and good morning from West Coast USA. I just wanted to kind of tie in a couple other things. Sorry, I haven't been able to listen this morning, so if I'm double tapping, apologies. I'll make it as succinct as possible. We keep talking about the systems for air defense, and even with the amazing interview yesterday from Sergey. He brought up in the end, you know, he didn't want anything for himself or his immediate friends. He specifically brought up air defense. And I know we talk about it a lot here as well. So there was a new article that came out by some of my colleagues at War on the Rocks, and they worked with Rusi to kind of get some, they went to Ukraine, talked to a lot of the Air Force commanders there, and got some new data just as to how effective the air defenses have been so far and where they are now. And the reason that we have to talk about it twofold. One was the systems that they had in place did absolutely amazing job. Their S-300s in particular, they were able to hold or at least deny air denial, basically, of Russian forces for quite a while. And as they forced them to drive their aircraft down low, you saw that the tactical surface-to-air fires were taking them down. So again, really at this point, it's been about air denial. But as the forward line of troops moves closer to the original borders, we're going to see that Russian air forces are going to have more of an impact on those lines. So again, this is a plug for not only just the newer systems, reinforcing the current air defense systems, but also the munitions. And I foot stomped the munitions piece because there is legislation going through the United States. These packages are talking about different types of aid, but they really have to spell out the things that are needed by individual items. And one of them is the critical munitions fund. You've heard me talk about it before. We've all been on a posture of basically munition minimalism. Russia did the same thing. They were trying to get a decisive victory by massing fires, and now they're doing it with these cheaper drones. So the munitions piece has to be talked about because that is what's going to sustain the air defense to be able to protect the forward line of troops as it continues to move further to the east.
All right. Thank you for this. Wendy.
Thanks, Carlos. No, that's a. I really enjoyed your calm and sober analysis of that there, which is it was something I was going to ask Colonel Spencer about just before he dropped. How would you judge the NATO reaction to the last 24 hours?
I mean, it was very. They did a great job in terms of controlling, not being overreactive, right? I think the messaging was good. I think I heard it said here earlier, but ultimately what the message is that this was, the causation of this was ultimately Russian aggression, and not just Russian aggression, but the way that they're using these masked drones to be able to try to take out critical infrastructure. So the second piece of that is, you know, Ukraine is still using a lot of their older air defense systems. And although they were able to kind of, like I said before, hold back the air defense, they need to be newer systems. You have less things that can go wrong, and with their integration with you know, their neighbors, specifically being Poland, the potential for this type of thing would go down. And it is unfortunate, but I think the broader message is that this would have never happened had this punishment campaign that Russia has now started not continued. But their reaction, I think it is. I think it's a sobering kind of reality that we are in this, and that our air defense doesn't end at our borders, the same way that our community doesn't end at our borders, as demonstrated here on the report.
I'm sure we can all, most of us here can all get behind that, Carlos. It's it certainly was proved yesterday that the tragic loss of these two Polish citizens as a result of Muscovy deliberately trying to attack civilian infrastructure within Ukraine. This is a sign of the way that that the Kremlin sees that this war that it has started and is losing. This is all it's got. This is what it resorts to. It cannot win on the battlefield. It is forced to rout. It is routed from Kherson, and like you say, as a response, all it has as a response is to strike civilian infrastructure in places like Lviv or Kiev, or wherever it can. So I've noticed we've got thank you for your answer. I've noticed we've got Gunny back up, our resident whiskey expert. Gunny, good to see you.
I think whiskey experts are pushing it a bit. I drink it. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. Yeah, just a couple of things. So, NATO's response was pretty measured. I'm perfectly happy with it. The Twitterati 24 hours ago were convinced that Russia had attacked Poland and were demanding everything up to and including the destruction of Moscow. Now facts are starting to come out. We're starting to see a lot more. There's still a bit of discussion about what's going on. Probably there's discrepancies between what NATO saw on their comprehensive air picture and what probably the Ukrainian battery commander says happened. That'll be sorted out. I'm happy with that. I just want to disagree with Decoding about the escalation thing and how much it annoys them. There's a reason that many people, and especially people in uniform, counsel caution about. That's because, one, their careers have invariably seen operations where our elected representatives have failed catastrophically in the world of diplomacy, which has necessitated us going out and getting shot at and losing friends. And secondly, whilst everyone may well be and is outraged about what happened and continues to be outraged at what is happening in Ukraine every single day, it remains a Russian-Ukrainian war. NATO are not a combatant. And if you think that we are wary of escalations, there's a very good reason, because escalation may result in NATO becoming a combatant. And if NATO becomes a combatant, there are very few people on the space who will be in the cockpit of the fast jet, on the ground with a mechanized brigade, or at sea trading shots. So no one, certainly in my military and the American military and the Canadian military, etc., is adverse to a fight. All that they ask is, one, it's a necessity, not a desire, a trigger reaction, and two, that they get the kit that they need to do the mission properly. So wariness about escalation, especially from people in uniform, is not something to be dismissed. It's the people who know the job who will counsel our elected representatives and go, whoa, all right, you're pissed about this, and you've every right to be, but you knee-jerk react, and what is currently a localized conflict in Europe can grow arms and legs very quickly. And you will start seeing shots traded on a much wider factor. Now, there's a time and a place for the gloves to come off. I said this morning, I didn't believe that this was the time and the place. I maintain that. And whilst the Twitterati will rightfully be disgusted at this, every time something like this happens, and it will happen again, you'll need to take a deep breath, pause 5 marching paces, wait for the facts to come in, wait for us to establish what happened, and then a considered, measured response that is proportionate to what those bastards are doing. That's going to be the way ahead. So, just everyone, I would just say, I said this morning and I said yesterday, everyone calm down. You want something doing about it. Something probably will be done, wheels within wheels, especially on the diplomacy front. But if you want our respective militaries to go around and start malleting the Russians, let's just wait until it's a necessity. And then when it is a necessity, hopefully it won't be, we'll do it properly. You know, just as I say, everyone calm down a little bit.
100%, Gunny. I think we all hear you there. It's that's very well said. I mean, it's the response we saw yesterday was, of course, absolute outrage by Polish government officials at the tragic loss of their country citizens, and a calm, measured response by NATO, which is consistent with how NATO has reacted to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine's many allies and friends around the world have given support in various ways, and we very much respect your views here, Gunny, on this. Thank you. All right, so we've got Troy. I think you were next up, and then Latin. Troy, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm very glad to follow Gunny because I kind of feel similar to how he does. We got all, including myself, especially myself, all riled up, rightfully so, yesterday when two, Polish citizens were killed. But now that we know what happened, what we're looking at essentially is a Russian propaganda victory. And that's really the only kind of victory they get these days. And I'm not saying we gave it to them, we didn't. But that's what we're feeling right now because, if it was a piece of Ukrainian air defense, no one's Poland's not upset with Ukraine. Everyone understands the root cause of 90 missiles being sent into Ukraine targeting civilian infrastructure yesterday. Nobody's faulting Ukraine for defending their airspace. But what we should focus on, like Gunny was saying, is being the ones, it's hard to say, NATO and the U.S. having an outsized role in this war between Russia and Ukraine, this war, Russia against Ukraine, has to be always above reproach, and that means no knee-jerk reactions, and you're not always going to get what we want. It's always a good idea to hold something back. Once you take it away, you can't take it away again, and we saw that with the kind of implemented phasic sanctions. And there's still more to come, and there still probably will be recourse for this incident because it was, as emphasized by President Biden yesterday, it was an attack that was waged, essentially Russia escalating the conflict in the middle of the G20 summit where the world leaders all come together to solve conflicts. They're escalating it again. They are the aggressor. They are at fault always, and we're gonna keep the messaging that way. What I liked earlier in this conversation, especially maybe starting about an hour ago, is talking about the information side of this war. It's something we can all do to keep this in the public space. If anybody hasn't noticed, the richest man in the world bought this platform, and people are emboldened. Trolls of all kind pushing their stuff that they felt kind of either not able to do, or they were censored, or they were cowed somehow. They're no longer, and they're out in force talking about Ukrainian terrorists again and money laundering and all this nonsense. And it's up to us to push back against that in the real world and on this space. It matters, and they're filling the void on purpose to try and give Russia some kind of leverage. And that leverage isn't kinetic; it's psychological. They want to temper. They want to lower the amount of cohesion in the West and support. And the best way to fight that is being, like I said, the reasonable, cautious people playing the right moves. And when the time comes, we have to keep that coalition, because I agree when it said, we shouldn't hold back on sanctions or actions against Russia because we're scared of what they might do. But, just the United States, for example, is a country of 300 million. And I am prepared for the nonlinear consequences of increased weapons transfers and increased action in Ukraine, but not necessarily everybody is, with the state of our economy and the state of our politics. So it's better to keep the coalition and strike when it's absolutely advantageous for us, and that might not be right now.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. I mean, the response from NATO with regards to the Russian invasion of Ukraine 2022 has been to condemn this invasion and to not put its servicemen and women, like Gunny said, in harm's way and in direct confrontation with the Muscovite forces invading Ukraine and committing genocide there. And yeah, Ukraine has many allies and friends around the world. You know, and more than it appears sometimes on Twitter. I mean, you know, I'm sure, like you know, I've had an incredible amount of additional messages asking me to earn something like $200 a day from Amazon whilst working from home, which is clearly clearly not quite accurate. From angry gnomes claiming that there's a castle somewhere where there wasn't a castle. It's very easy for these trivial disinformation operations to exist, but when it comes down to person-to-person conversations in the real world, conversations with our elected representatives, that's really what matters here. That's really what has an impact on stopping, you know, ensuring that this war is brought to the swiftest possible conclusion through Ukrainian victory. So a bit of levity aside, I agree with most of what a lot of what you said there, Troy. It makes a lot of sense, and I'd like to welcome up Latin. Please go ahead.
Hey, Wendy, thanks. Just wanted to mention about the NATO response that you were asking about, some thoughts on that. I, like everybody else, yesterday was crazy day. The latter part of the day was pretty crazy as I was trying to digest what was going on, and I got a text from my sister as World War III about to start. And then it was the next few hours watching it de-escalate very quickly, realizing, okay, this is going to be something else. But the important thing to remember is, I think right now where I'm at, is that it's still very early. So as far as any NATO reaction, and I don't mean an offensive reaction against Russia, I don't see that right now. I would see more of a strengthening of defenses on air defenses on NATO's eastern flank. That is something that we could see happening in the next few days. But at the same time, I would warn anybody from, and maybe this has already been said, but there is no, it's important to keep it clear that there is no secret weapon that NATO can deploy that's going to completely prevent something like this from happening. There's a lot of systems that can be put in place. If a Russian fixed-wing aircraft had been involved in this in some way, then I think that today NATO would be looking at something like a no-fly zone in Western Ukraine. But that didn't happen. The circumstances, what did happen, there's not much technically that you can prevent, that you can put in place to make sure that doesn't happen. So, you know, part of the problem is that NATO has spent the better part of the last 20 years not preparing for a conventional war again. They've been, especially since their experience in Afghanistan, they've been really gearing towards asymmetric warfare and counterinsurgency. So the truth is, there's not as much resources have been put into developing air defenses, surface-to-air missile systems, as maybe now we're starting to see should have been. Hindsight is 2020, but that's where we're at. Overall, I think NATO's eastern flank is secure for the moment, and it's an ongoing, very much a developing situation, almost day to day, hour to hour. That's pretty much it for now.
Thanks, Latin. I mean, we heard yesterday on the space a debate about whether this this grey zone of 5 kilometers either side of the border could be narrowed to ensure that you know, incoming missiles from the Russian Federation can't be, you know, just fly off course like this, or whatever's happened, and end up in Poland. So yeah, it's certainly a great topic for debate. It's certainly, we've heard, you know, on this space that NATO's actions have been absolutely consistent. And I can see Gunny's just got his hand up there, so please go ahead, Gunny, join in.
Yeah, I mean, I was really pushing the idea of an air defence zone expansion this morning. But as I said, you're talking 50 kilometres minimum, ideally 100 kilometres, because you know, whilst air defence does seem quite simple, it's actually a very complex evolution. And things move quite fast, and you want to be able to do multiple engagements because you might not hit what you're aiming at the first time round. So you might want to do salvo firings and have like an intermediate zone and then a close-in zone. So what the problem was, what eventually happens there is you become a combatant. Because if we've got a 100-kilometre buffer zone and we start engaging Russian missiles and UAVs, we are a combatant. We can say, whoa, hold on a minute, right? This is a humanitarian mission. But the Russians can turn around and say, no, you're shooting down our stuff. And who are you to say that we weren't going after legitimate military targets? So, you know, it's quite difficult. I personally think it should be an option. But the flip side of it is I do see some real diplomatic problems with that. Now, the other thing is with the air defence situation that we had yesterday, because it's so complicated, none of us know what happened. So I've seen, well, NATO didn't shoot it down, so that's a worry. Well, were you in the command centre when all of this started unfolding? Did NATO see it and couldn't engage it because the Ukrainians were engaging it because there's a degree of cooperation? Because what you don't want is two systems going after one track and potentially interfering with each other, especially in the search, acquisition and track. Maybe the Ukrainians had a fast jet chasing it, and then you've got a fighter engagement zone, you've got a missile engagement zone, and you've got a handover zone. Maybe the Ukrainian fast jet, if there was one, couldn't get out in time to allow a missile engagement. Maybe this Russian missile wasn't actually flying towards Poland. It was engaged, and during that engagement, something happened that caused a Russian missile to go off course, a proximity detonation that threw 2 or 3 big bits off course and in a ballistic trajectory. Maybe the Ukrainian S-300 hit it, and then the other one that they fired, because they did a salvo shoot, more than one missile, maybe they lost command of that, and there was a technical malfunction. It didn't command detonate, and it went off on a ballistic track, and then it fell on Poland. You see, there's so many different things that could have happened to this. It's really difficult to explain unless you've been part of the process from initial detection, acquisition, established track, begin your engagement process, and then carry out that engagement, and with potentially fast air as well. We're not really in a position to say what went right, what went wrong, who was in the right, who was in the wrong, and was this indeed a deliberate act? Did the Russians fire it? It was on a set trajectory. They'll know that. They'll have the recording of it, and it was always destined to hit that farm. Or was this just bad luck, unlucky maintenance, a missile that went rogue? And it happens. If you think NATO missiles don't go off track and do funny things, I've got a surprise for you. They do. So again, you've just got to walk back Jack Stay a little bit, wait and see. NATO have been very measured. They've said, well, we're doing an investigation. The Ukrainians seem to be pushing back now and saying, whoa, who says this was ours? We need to be in on the investigation. Fine. Yeah, that's happy days. What you'll have is the Ukrainian missile battery commander. He'll have had a different radar picture. And on his radar picture, it might say, well, we killed it there. So I don't know what landed in Poland, but it certainly wasn't ours. And then NATO have got the radar recording saying, well, yeah, you did kill it, and this happened. Or you lost track of a missile here, and it went ballistic, and then it landed here. So, again, a good measured response by NATO. People screaming and shouting. Then more facts started coming out. Then a lot of tweets were deleted. And then we will see. If nothing else, personally, I think this makes a case for an accelerated delivery of air defense assets, because prevention is better than cure. And if we give the Ukrainians the means to put up a not waterproof, but near as damn it air defense network, the chances of this happening will be less and less and less. But, you know, 2 deaths is a tragedy, but is it worth going to war over? No. Is it a good reason to start chucking even more kit at them so the Ukrainians can implement a more comprehensive air defense network? Yeah, absolutely. And diplomatically, should the Russians be served notice, you do this again, the reaction may well be more adverse. Yeah. Unless we've got categorical 100% watertight evidence that this was an intentional strike across the border. In which case, time to sit down, have a look at it, and maybe think about pushing back at them. But in what formal state, I don't know. But probably not 10 multiple independent re-entry vehicles over Moscow. Might be a little bit of an overreaction at this stage.
Thanks, Gunny. Latin. Go for a follow-up.
Oh, great, thanks. Yeah, I absolutely agree with Gunny, and would just add that, you know, everybody needs to also keep in mind that no matter what air defense system you put in place, you are sending a missile to hit another missile, and at some point something's going to come out of the sky, and that may include a live warhead. So again, it's kind of like with the idea that there's no secret system out there that will take care of this. There's always going to be a risk if you're trying to take down an aircraft or a missile. It's eventually going to come down, whether even if it's just wreckage, with the potential to kill and destroy property. So that's what happens in a shooting war. And for the moment where we are right now today, that's not about to end. So yes, this could happen again.
Thanks, Latin. So would it be fair to say that there is a distinction here that was perhaps not present at the beginning of this war, where engaging pilots, Russian pilots midair is clearly different to engaging incoming cruise missiles? Would this be something which you would see as a distinction, which would be a wise distinction to make? And I'd like to hear Gunny's views on this too. But Latin, what do you reckon?
Well, I'll make it very fast and I see Carlos has his hand up as well. But I'm not 100% sure about your question. Sorry, Wendy, but I mean you were mentioning fixed wing and cruise missiles. Both are similar in that they can be flying at about the same speed. Something like an S-300, which is what it looks like is what came down in Poland, is much faster. It's a much faster target to try and bring down. So not all aerial targets are going to be are the same. I'll leave it at that and hand it over to Carlos. He probably has something to say about it.
Thanks, Latin. Yeah, I mean the distinction at the beginning of this war was that the request to close the skies, the Ukrainians, of course, were understandably making due to the indiscriminate bombing of Ukraine. The response from NATO then was that it is impossible to avoid an escalation, and thus there won't
you know
be.
what, Wendy, I will only say that was at a very early stage of the conflict, and the nature of the air war wasn't fully developed yet. One of the things that has not happened is that fixed wing Russian aircraft have not really gone very deep into Ukraine. So that would limit the effectiveness of a no-fly zone. I still think it's an option, something that should be considered. But really, at this point, what they're doing is lobbing missiles, drones, cruise missiles at Ukraine, and that is harder to take on than fixed wing.
I agree completely, and thank you, Carlos. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to dovetail on what was said. We can get into the very specifics. I think Gunny's spot on in terms of there's just so much that we would never be read into for this particular specific incident. You're always going to have friendly fire incidents. You're always going to have things that go wrong with systems. I think to the broader point that I was trying to talk about, and which Latin was kind of alluding to, the beginning part of the war, there was, again, they were trying to mass fires and make a decisive win with supposed combined arms, even though they don't do it well. The thing, air denial, is what we're really trying to talk about. Latin was talking about how they can, a no-fly zone. Basically, what he said is it would be a good gesture, but really wouldn't provide much right now, because as the forward line of troops again moves closer to the east, those air assets are going to come into play. So broadly speaking, the S-300s, they need munitions to keep coming in for this sustained war. They need replacement parts, and obviously those are hard to come by with more antiquated systems. Then they need to be augmented by the Western systems, and commercial technology would be able to integrate them. And I keep foot stomping the air denial. We want to keep the fixed wing out of this fight. We're doing well on the ground, and we want to keep this as much of a ground war as possible when it comes to, that's why artillery is doing well, because you bring air assets in, now you're going to start to be able to suppress or destroy the artillery assets that we're bringing in. So again, just to that broader context, we want to, as this fight moves east to the original borders, we want to keep air denial. And we can go back and forth on the specifics of, telemetry data and how missiles shoot missiles or aircraft shoot missiles. But the biggest point is, I think this kind of strengthened the resolve. Borders are not fluid, but our community goes beyond that. And so, besides NATO being an alliance, I mean, we're basically able to see that the fight is in Ukraine. We need to give them what they need. That means third-party transfers. That means commercial stuff brought on board, and that means full integration of their existing systems and sustained munitions. Foot stomp again.
Thank you, Carlos. Your expertise and Latins and Gunnies is much valued, and consistency is, absolutely, certainly important, and has been, of course, as we all know, maintained by NATO with regards to this war. I'm going to go to Christian because he's had his hand up for a while. Christian, welcome.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm just, can you hear me, first of all?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I'm just gonna try and paint a picture here with what we know, at least from my perspective, from a political and a communication perspective. So yesterday at 3:40, if I remember correctly, the rocket landed in Poland. The news came out much later, 3-4 hours, if I remember correctly as well, maybe 3 hours, something like that. Yeah. And I think that it was just because the media caught up to it really quick that this information came out, in my opinion. And you can't tell me that Poland didn't know a rocket landed in Poland. You can't tell me that 3 hours later they figured out, oh yeah, we had a rocket drop on our territory. Not with those radars, not with all of the surveillance systems and early warning systems and all. So okay, we have this incident. Everybody caught up to it. Was a big news. The hype was going through the roof. So the Polish first said that it was Russian. They released a communique with such a conclusion that the Russian of Russian origin, landed on its territory. they contacted the Russian ambassador in Poland and called him for explanations. This is all official. Now, last night everybody was at G20, and the first person to come with the possibility that the rocket might have been Ukrainian was, if I remember again correctly, the president of the United States, Joe Biden. Yeah. Since then, whatever actions Poland has taken have been canceled. Right? The Article 4 meeting, Security Council, whatever. Not all of it. I'm sure it still took place, at least not publicly.
I think, Christian, if I could just pause you there, just to put a pin in that. The details of this are still they're developing. It's a developing story. I mean, what we do know is that there have been press releases from a couple of significant countries involved in this, which point towards not a direct attack on Poland. So there's been a lot of hysteria over the last on the internet over the last.
I know, Andy, but let me just finish, and then you'll think just a pitch. I'm just asking myself questions because this just sounds wrong to me a bit. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I've never been that. But let's look at what they're communicating. So, okay, to resume. The thing is, let's just jump straight to the facts. We don't know where it came from. We don't know what kind of rocket it is. We know they're investigating. We know that everybody came out after a day to say that only after Mr. Biden said it might be Ukrainian. While just a couple of, minutes, tens of minutes ago, Zelensky said he's really sure it isn't. And he's asking for Ukraine to participate in the investigation, which Mr. Duda said that this ongoing investigation can only be joined only after the US and Poland agree on it. Will Ukraine be able to participate in the investigation? We'll see. Another thing that came out is that what Zelensky said actually is that some information came to him that President Putin wants to have private negotiations, which of course he responded that he wanted them public because this is a public war. We also know that the head of the CIA was in Turkey to speak with the head of the SVR. Then yesterday he was in Kiev. I don't know. You guys tell me. That's what I wanted just to paint the picture. Tell me if something doesn't feel like wrong in this whole thing with the information we do have, of course.
Thanks, Christian. I think a cold, sober analysis is what's happening at present, and I certainly echo your sentiments because people looking from afar, myself included, want to know the answers, and I'm sure we'll see those answers come a little bit clearer in the coming 48 hours. Charles, you've got your hand up. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, Christian. Actually, I'm in Bucharest at the moment. If you'd like to join me, it'd be great. But I agree with everything you said. I think we spoke this morning, European time. We were looking at all of the different calls that happened over the evening. Personally, I don't put too. I see it on Twitter. I don't put too much stock into the timing of whether this was delayed or not. You know, how long did it take for information to flow? I think you know as well as I how many levels this has to go through, how it has to be vetted, how it has to be compiled, how people have to be woken up or pulled out of meetings or so on. And we saw the number of calls last night that were happening between the various foreign ministries, between the heads of state and heads of government on the European side and also on the US side. So I don't put too much stock in the delay of it. There was a recent press release by the National Security Council saying that they have full faith in the Polish investigation, that they do believe it is a unfortunate Ukrainian missile that has struck on Polish territory, but they are engaged with the Ukrainians. I'm aware of the Zelensky statement. That makes sense, but in that press release, they also said that they are working with the Ukrainian authorities to provide them a full picture. So I agree with your assessment, but I wouldn't read too much into it. I don't think you do, but I think a lot of people on the internet are at the moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. You know, I've tried to be patient, but sometimes sometimes instinct comes into it, and unfortunately, since I'm Romanian, we tend to be a little bit suspicious to whatever officials tell us. So, and since working in in the government and so on, yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm still suspicious. I'm sorry.
No worries. I think, and this is not specific to your question, but when I see a lot of the comments on Twitter, a lot of the things that are even in news media, I think they sort of expect that like Duda was sitting at the radar screen in Poland at the time and knew exactly what was happening, like within 5 minutes of it happening, and it simply doesn't work that way. I mean, this happened in a I'm going to say a remote area of Poland. It hit a tractor in the middle of nowhere. Um, there's all kinds of just think of the chain of events that had to go into trying to do a battle damage assessment, trying to do an information upload, all of that stuff. I don't read too much into the delays.
All right, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Christian. Decoding, welcome back up.
Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you. Good to be back. Yeah, I take Gunny's point. So if the scenario is either this was a Russian missile or it was a Russian missile deliberately targeted to provoke a Ukrainian air defense to act in this way, then what we've seen and what Christians described, the questions people might have, they're completely valid. But I also take Gunny's point that there's ways and means to respond to provocations using the Russian word for this. What they're trying to do is escalate and trying to get Article 5, which then splits the peace, it causes a whole foray. And so if what we're seeing is an American-led kind of party line denying what really happened in order to suck the energy out of Muscovy's attempt to escalate in order to divide the West, then I don't need to know the truth about any of it. I'm quite happy, and I'm confident. I'm as confident as Gunny is that there's ways and means of responding to this, which we won't ever know, and they'll come up with different justifications, or there'll be an increase in arms or stuff. So I don't feel like Ukraine is being betrayed if how I've just painted that scenario is taking place, and what President Zelensky, clearly knowing all of this, is doing now, if this possible scenario is correct, i.e. that it was either a direct Russian missile or a Russian missile to provoke a foreseeable Ukrainian response. What President Zelensky is now doing in public is he is negotiating for a much stronger response from, say, America and different countries. So, because I think we can take it as a given, Ukraine and Poland and Zelensky and President Duda are themselves very personally, they have a really good personal rapport. And so I don't imagine anything would disrupt that. And so what we might be seeing is President Zelensky, by raising these questions, he's looking for, and he is a very good negotiator, as we've seen, he's looking for a harsher response, ATACMS or Leopards, which won't ever be related to this incident, but which will, and it's great that all the G7 were there in Bali to meet personally to discuss this. And so it is interesting. I mean, Christian, I take your point about that. We all have a lot of questions about it, and there's ways and means of responding. So I agree with both you and Gunny on this, actually, on reflection. So I'm less annoyed by this escalation rhetoric that was annoying me before. So thank you, MriyaReport, for assuaging my fears.
Thank you, Dick Hogan. I guess that there's two ways we can, two things we can consider right now. One, that the Kremlin is desperately trying to find something else to distract its domestic audience from the fact that it has started a genocide war in Ukraine, and it is losing that war quite evidently to all of Muscovy. So it needs something to get out of the headlock that it has currently put itself in. So it would therefore be a consistent form of action from Ukraine's allies to maintain this headlock and to not give it any kind of fuel to claim that something else is happening elsewhere in the world. But at the same time, this, it could be argued that, like you said, this may be whatever transpires over the next 48 hours, we may be confronted with a situation where we think, well, this is actually an opportune moment to publicly announce an increase in military aid, which of course needs to happen anyway, an increase in certain weapon systems, conventional weapon systems, which have been needed since the 24th of February this year to protect Ukrainians from invasion. So I was just wondering what your take on that would be.
Yeah, I'm totally for that. Yeah, we do have an expectation that our side doesn't lie and doesn't double deal and doesn't play trickery. But any of us who've seen Father Ted here will understand what a mental reservation involves in the Catholic faith as portrayed in Father Ted, where you basically just put your fingers together and then you can say whatever you want to say. And so if the Russians use their lack of truth or their truthiness as a weapon, then maybe we can as well, and we don't need to know the truth. But it will be interesting to see if there's anything announced soon. And I do have faith that we'll do right by Ukraine, and that Ukraine will, very cleverly as it's done so far, make lemonade out of watermelons. And you give it any particular situation and they'll maximize it, from, you know, being over the moon with javelins in February to now, you know, having a credible chance of getting leopards or atacams or whatever. That any particular situation they've been put in, they've managed to do very well out of it, strategically. So a combination of those both factors. So whereas probably in February and March, I would have assumed Macron and Scholz were double dealing, as they had been doing for the past 8 years. Even Scholz's statement makes me suspicious, because, you know, he was so clear today that this is the Russian Federation's fault. And, you know, that was quite welcome and assuaged my concern that they were double dealing. And I suspect they'd want to solve this outside of NATO anyway, because it would always be France, Britain, America and Poland who would be muscularly intervening, and they'll keep NATO out of it because of problems with Turkey and Hungary, I suspect, anyway. So that, again, that was interesting to see the G7 today or yesterday in Bali meeting. Yeah.
Decoding, I feel like I could speak to you about this topic for many an hour, but I'm just going to welcome up Bernardo, because he's back up here with us. It's great to see you, Bernardo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really an interesting conversation we had in the last 1.5 hours. I mean, what kind of different topics, and it's great to have a panel like this. And yeah, everybody, if you want to come up, if you want to be part of this discussion, please, in the left corner, down on the bottom, see microphone symbol. Just click that, and if you're up, there's a heart symbol on the right side of your button of the bottom of your screen. Push that, and on the right side you will see a hand symbol. Push that, and you will raise your hand, and we will cue you. All right, Wendy.
All right. I guess I should ask Decoding about the muscular aspect that he noted. That this comes from a certain number of countries at the moment. Would this not quite be the case, though, given that the recent successes seen in the Black Sea with the grain convoys? I mean, you know, just to give the bigger picture here, you know, before these grain convoys happened in the Black Sea, there was talk of which navies would be able to do this, and the risk this entailed. And what we saw was an incredibly brave fleet of sailors get onto ships into an area of sea which they knew would be quite possibly mined, or potentially fired upon by the aggressor nation here. And this happened without those specific muscular nations you noted, Decoding. So is this cause for optimism in terms of wider international action when it comes to alleviating Ukraine's plight?
Well, good question. I mean, it is in one way, but it isn't in the other way, because we go back to MriyaReport, which would still be a city today had we intervened muscularly at a much lower level than we muscularly now. So, for instance, had proper financial sanctions been imposed last November, when President Biden first started his policy of strategic disclosures, and everyone else was going, "Oh no, you're over egging the pudding," as they say. But so part of me is very annoyed at that aspect, that we could have saved all this suffering. And I suppose that's what I was getting at with the escalation, is that what has happened so far, there's nothing worse that has ever happened in the world. There's, you know, I mean, for those of us here who understand what's been going on day to day, you know, ISIS was no worse. In fact, it was probably better. and I'm now beginning to suspect the Russians trained ISIS. So you know, and I do, you know, I know that that could have been prevented, and it breaks my heart. And we're really lucky that we got away with only Mariupol like that, and Severo, and a few other cities. And that's, but then on the other side of it, yes, I mean, we're being very clever, and I take Gunny's point that I want to avoid an Iraq and an Afghanistan situation, and also to fall into the trap. And so, thankfully, smart leadership, probably basically President Biden, very smart leadership, is able to corral everyone in to solve, and also for the grain convoy with the Turkish guy, Erdogan. So they're finding a different way to achieve the same objective. And so I do have hope in that, even though it is a bit annoying, because at each point we could be doing more to prevent what's going on. And I'm sure Ukrainians will always be annoyed about this, and many of us will, you know, to the end of our days, be regretful that so much that has happened could have been prevented in a material way, but also if countries had pulled together, if Scholz and Macron hadn't been so enamored or hypnotized by Putin and by Muscovy. But if we accept we are where we are, then the way they handle the grain convoy, good. I mean, but you know, we should have seen. I mean, I think there was a couple of British MPs who were talking about how, you know, this is what we do. You know, we should be protecting international shipping. This is our thing, and Muscovy is kind of tricking us into not fulfilling what we've done for hundreds of years. But again, going back to Gunny's point, if we can avoid falling into the Muscovy's trap and playing the game according to their rules, then I recognize, however annoying that is, and even though we've lost Mariupol, we still have Dnipro and other cities. So somehow we're quite lucky how we've done it. So yeah, overall, I am quite optimistic that we're and maybe that's what was going on last night with Biden and in that meeting with all of the G7 and stuff, that they're just finding clever ways. They're playing hybrid warfare back, and hopefully I'm not imagining all of this, weaving this little story, because I suppose it was luck at the beginning with Scholz and Macron. I mean, they really, and it wasn't luck, not for the people of Bucha or Kherson, who lost everything because of it. But it could be a lot worse. Like, you know, Ukraine could have lost the whole of left bank or the whole country. Yeah.
I've got a couple of other questions for you, Decoding. Thanks. I'm just going to bring in Gunny, who's come back up. Good to see you, Gunny.
Yeah, hi, mate. Yeah, I mean, Decoding's absolutely right there. The thing is, again, that the problem is there's a misconception with a theoretical exercise and the actual forces needed to do it. So when this thing about escorting the grain convoys came up, first of all, the major problem was the Bosphorus. And if the Turks had let NATO warships in, even on a humanitarian mission, that means that the Russian Mediterranean Surface Action Group would probably have had to have been let in, which means that the Moskva would have been replaced, and they'd have got some quite useful to them other holes for offensive operations against Ukraine, including cruise missile strikes against civilian infrastructure. And then politicians are guilty of this as well. You know, why isn't the Royal Navy there? Why isn't the American Navy there protecting grain convoys? Well, it's not just a case of there are mines, therefore we need a couple of minesweepers. You know, it sounds nice and simple, but it's not that simple. You need an MCMV force, so a mine countermeasures force of probably at least 4 vessels. The reason you need 4 vessels is because you've got 2 corridors. You got the Odessa to Constanta and the Constanta to Odessa. So really you want room to be able to run joint convoys, one going down south, one moving up north. Once it's swept, you've got to keep sweeping it. It's a continuous operation. One, because there may be drifting mines, and one ship hits a mine, that's it, everything shuts down. and two, because you don't know what the Russians are doing. MCMVs are very good at detecting mines, but they're not really very good at detecting submarines. And the only thing that can detect submarines really is dipping helicopters with a dipping sonar, sonar buoys, and anti-submarine frigates. So if you want to stop the Russians from mining your mine-free corridors, now you're talking frigates. So you want at least 2, probably 4 frigates. And because we're always in the military, we do force protection, because no matter what the mission is, so if there is a danger, and there would be, of hostile action, you've got to cater for all eventualities. So you've got your frigates for hunting kilos, in case they're laying mines, and you need some kind of air defense. So not only the fixed wing coming from Romania, but you want air defense warships. So now we're talking 4 frigates, let's say 2 Arleigh Burkes, and a Type 45 destroyer. Now, all of that needs ashore support, which the Romanians can do, but you probably want some kind of a float support. So you might want a tanker. You'll certainly want a dry store ship. So you see, what began with 2 sweepers has grown arms and legs into probably a dozen warships. And that's before we even get into the ROE, the rules of engagement. What do we do if there's a grain convoy and HMS Lancaster detects a Kilo-class Russian submarine 2 miles ahead laying mines? What do? Do you kill it? You kill it, we're in a shooting war. Do you warn it off? You blast it with active sonar, but she just keeps poodling along, dropping mines in the path of the convoy, which then has to stop and mark time. And as soon as you sweep those mines, she might be 10 miles down the road. So she shut that corridor straight away. What are your options? You're going to kill it. Not really an option, is it? It's not something that we want. What do we do with a 6-ship Russian fixed-wing package launching from north of Sevastopol at 80 miles? So we give it a warnings. Russian aircraft 27030 Sevastopol. You're approaching UN humanitarian convoy carrying humanitarian aim. Request you state your intentions. Over. No answer. They drop down 50 miles. They drop down to 50 feet. Reissue the warning. 40 miles, 2 of them flip their search radar on. It goes from search acquisition into track and launch. Do you kill them? 30 miles. Now you've got to kill them because the range is counting down rapidly. And at 20 miles, they drop them. You are really pushing it to do a successful engagement of any anti-ship missiles. So you kill them. Or do you leave them and then they buzz the convoy at 50 feet, do no damage, and then fly back thwarted because they really wanted to tempt us into a shooting match? So you see, it's all phenomenally complicated, these kind of things. And unfortunately, living in democracies, politicians come out with these wondrous plans. I mean, Tom Tugendhat is one of them. He's like some kind of god of war over here sometimes. He says, get the Royal Navy in there. This is what we do. We've done this for 100 years. And he doesn't really understand that it's got to be a joint mission because the Royal Navy can't do it by ourselves. We'd need the Americans in, preferably other nations in as well. And the rules of engagement would have to be so robust, you just increase the danger of friction of us becoming a combatant simply through trying to protect the mission, where actually the Russians weren't doing anything. You know, you could sink the Kilo submarine. Was she laying mines? Prove it. You know, do you sink her on the suspicion she's laying mines? So it's phenomenally difficult, these kind of things. And I think decoding is right. We went down the right track. We didn't play the game. We didn't give them reason to do something completely stupid, to which we would have reacted forcefully and escalated this into something bigger. It's not an ideal solution. It will never be an ideal solution because we're dealing with completely unreasonable psychopathic idiots. But you know, as I said before, you tread carefully. You don't react to them. You let them know that there is a line. And if, as and when the time comes, then you whack them around the back of the head with a stick. But until that time comes, we've just got to bite our tongues, let them have their odd, what they perceive to be a victory, and innocent people will die. And there's going to be a lot more of this coming, unfortunately. That's just the way this game works, I'm afraid.
All right, thank you, Gunny. and thanks for coming up, mate. Always great to hear from you. Could you, in your own, I mean, I know we're all looking at this from afar, but as we saw those sailors, as we saw those ships depart from Odessa, everyone was looking, everyone was watching. Would you say that this was a change of strategy from the Muscovites in this war? Would you have expected them to hit one of those ships back in February, you know, back at the end of February, for example? Do you see that this is a different character from the enemy that we're seeing now? One that is more afraid because it is losing, one that is giving concessions because it's losing?
I was expecting them to shut it down. My first expectation was a mine strike or mines found, and all you have to do is find one mine and then the whole operation closes down completely. Yeah, and then I'll hold my hands up. I was expecting them to do that, or even use a kilo and put a torpedo into one of the ships and then claim it was a mine strike, something like that. Because unless there's a warship there, until you do the forensic investigation, that is very, you don't know if it was a mine or a torpedo. They didn't do it, which means that mine swept corridor is Bakshi. It's cleared, which means they and the Ukrainians have cooperated with a third party. Mine charts have been handed over, and against all my expectations, the corridor remains in operation, which is a win. I'm uncomfortable because I don't know the details of what kind of deal was struck. Ivan doesn't do anything unless he gets something out of it. I suspect probably there was a dirty deal. Certainly the faces on some Ukrainian up higher up the food chain at the time didn't look overly impressed. I kind of felt they might have been shanghaied into this, but at the end of the day, the stuff is moving. It's not moving as fast as it needs to, but it is moving, and therefore I think we and the Ukrainians probably just have to take that as a win. How long that goodwill lasts, how badly is it going to go for Russia? At what stage? They kind of suggested that they were going to close it down, and then they rode back again on it. So clearly something happened behind the scenes. Will they shut it down? They've got the means. They've got the capability of doing it. Anyone who tells you otherwise, anyone who tells you that the Russians can't put a kilo into that corridor and start dropping mines is just naive. It is doable. All things are doable. They've mined it before. They'll mine it again if they feel the urge. Whether they do, I've no idea, mate. I really don't. The main thing is at the moment the stuff's moving. Was it 20,000 tons today donated to Ethiopia, I think, by Ukraine? Brilliant PR. That's great optics. And yeah, like everything else, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
Thanks, Gunny. I probably should explain for people listening that Shanghaiing, correct me if I'm wrong, is where an aggressor navy stops and kidnaps the sailors of another navy. Is that a fair explanation?
No, that's me walking into the recruitment office hungover and never looking back since, to be honest.
Cheers, Gunny. Thank you. We've got a couple of hands up here, so we're going to go Ivana Florian. Ivana, welcome.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to bring some precisions to this grain deal, not necessarily from a military perspective, but economical perspective. So until now, the deal was signed in July. So this transport began in July and it's due to end on this Saturday. So in fact, there are hopes that the deal will be renewed as soon as possible, and I'll come back to this. Until now, 11 million tons were exported due to this deal, and until the July, no ship left Odessa because the presence of Russian Navy was very visible on the shore of Odessa, and the other ports, as you know, Mariupol and Berdyansk were occupied by the Russians. So no ship left between February and July. Then about the mines. Of course, I'm not a military expert, but I followed what they were talking about at Romanian television because we were concerned. Some mines arrived on the shore of Romania, not many, but there were some. Some others were spotted on the sea. And as the military experts explained, the mines are not laid very far from the shore. They are laid quite close to the shore because they have to be anchored to stay in place. Some mines can drift away either by sabotage or by, well, technical, I don't know, from other reasons. And the country that puts the mines has a map and knows exactly where the mines are. And the ships that go to the port are piloted by pilots who knows this map, who know these maps. And as you can see now, if you follow the ships, there is a gathering point of ships near Odessa, and then one by one the ships are going into the port to be loaded or unloaded, and then go back to the gathering point. So as they were saying, it's most probably that Ukraine mined the waters near Odessa in order to prevent the Russian ships to go into Odessa. And the mine were not really a problem at that moment because the Ukrainians could pilot the ships. They were only afraid of the Russian Navy, which was present at that moment near Odessa. Once the deal was signed, the Russian ships went far off from the shores, and the convoys could operate normally. So that's the explanations that were told for us, because as I said, some mines arrived even in the port of Constanța or on our shores, and our mine sweepers ships were patrolling the port. There was even an incident with a mine that exploded. Was hit by a ship or something, not very serious, but was hit. So back to the grain deal. Erdogan is actively involved in this grain.
Could I just pause? Just
Yes.
pause you there. Just pause you there because you brought up a good point. And I wanted to ask Gunny just while he's up about these floating mines. And Gunny, if you could, just explain to us, given the danger of these floating mines in the Black Sea, what kind of condition would the crew have been in terms of readiness? You know, I mean, they're going along in an area where it's possible their ship is going to run into a mine. What is their daily routine? If you could explain that, just for the layman here.
Yeah, so I don't know the routine on board civilian ships. So what we did in 1991 is you have a mine lookout in the bow with a set of binoculars and a walkie-talkie. And he lies on a ballistic mat and he's got a helmet on, and then he's just looking for floating mines. We had obviously they won't have it, but we had our sonar on, which was an anti-submarine sonar, but you set it to shallow depth. Maybe the lead ship has been quietly retrofitted with a thermal camera. That's quite useful because floating mines heat up during the day and they keep some of that residual warmth, certainly through the early parts of the night, which gives you a bit of an evens chance of maybe spotting them. Then you probably have mine lookouts in the bridge wings, port and starboard. Now, merchant ships are very easy because the accommodation is above the waterline, so it's normally in the superstructure. They'll probably keep all the watertight hatches closed. It's different in a warship because a lot of the accommodation is below or on or below the waterline. So we cleared out all the forward mess decks. Everyone had to hot bunk, sleep down aft. So you got out the pit, someone else got into the pit. Didn't really matter. It sounds gross, but everyone was in action working dress overalls, t-shirts, and no one got undressed for a few weeks. So no showering, as you can imagine. That was quite delicious. So there's fairly basic precautions that they can do. Nothing near what a warship would do. Ideally, what you want is a sweeper in line ahead. I noticed on Ship Tracker they did tend to try and follow each other. It wasn't fantastic station keeping. Obviously, what you want, it's like going through a minefield on land. Some poor bugger's got to go out in front, and then what you do is you all follow them behind. Sometimes their station keeping was a little bit iffy, but that might just be because maybe they've been told not to, not to worry about it. The thing is with mines, there's a lot of different types. You got floating mines, the old things with the horns on them. Yeah, they'll damage a ship. They will cause shock through whipping of the hull. Princeton and USS Princeton and Tripoli hit mines. To give you an indication of what a dodgy process it is, we went through the minefield that Princeton hit a mine. And that was a swept clear channel cleared by American minesweepers. We sailed through it, fat, dumb, and happy. And then Princeton, following astern of us, triggered 2 Italian Mantra acoustic mines and pretty much broke her back and put her out of action. And I think Tripoli hit a floating mine. I think, I'm not sure about that. So it's never 100% evolution. Merchant vessels tend to be quite big. Floating mines, not a massive charge normally. They'll put a hole in the side, but civilian ships aren't compartmented like warships are. So you might find excessive flooding, that kind of thing. The biggest danger is you run onto a mine that closes a channel, and then someone's got to clear the channel, which is why I said I'm quite surprised. The fact that nobody's run onto a mine and the convoys have been running quite happily, it could mean one of two things. It means either the Ukrainians and the Russians kept really good mine charts. Everyone knows where they drop the mines. Maybe there were already sort of clear channels and the route takes advantage of those. Or the mine threat was greatly over-exaggerated by one side or the other. Maybe it's just the Ukrainians laid defensive minefields. And the Russians kind of said, yeah, we're laying mines, and didn't do much of it for some kind of long-term plan. So it's a very slow process. It took a good couple of weeks to work our way at the Persian Gulf in '91. Ships still ran onto mines. We were still finding mines floating around. There were an awful lot laid. But as I say, if the Russians do want to close it, they don't even have to lay a comprehensive minefield. You just make sure a merchant ship sees 1 or 2 mines, and for a start, the crews won't do it until they get some kind of guarantees, and the insurers certainly won't do it. I think the insurance probably has some bearing on this as well. I suspect the insurers received some kind of cast iron guarantee at government level that this was not as big a risk as we all kind of assumed. But that's just my feelings on it. And in terms of mine warfare, things have probably changed a little bit since we did it. But I would just caution, if as and when Ivan's ready to shut that down, he does have the capability to shut it down without a doubt. Whether he chooses to or not, that as with all things, that's the big question.
A comprehensive answer as always, Gunny. Florian, welcome.
Hello. I'm not sure if my point makes sense. I wanted to react on what Decoding said maybe 20 minutes ago before the mine discussion, which was very interesting, started. I don't know if I should make the point. I wanted to comment on why nobody believed it's going to happen in whatever November, December, and January last year, this year, from my perspective, because I happen to talk to people who are the chairmen of the largest Swiss companies. I know how the Swiss elite, the economic elite, not at the state level, thinks, and why nobody believes it's going to happen. But I'm not sure it's so far out of the discussion, and you want to continue on your marine mine grain deal discussion.
Florian, I have to say I missed the latter half of your question. Could you just concisely compress it a little bit.
Decoding was saying why nobody acted before the war started. Why, for example, nobody put on serious financial sanctions in November 2021. And I can tell you, at least from my knowledge, talking to people at the highest level of finance in Switzerland, why nobody believed that something like this is coming. And that's why I know there was no pressure on the governments, there was no pressure anywhere else. Nobody believed, and I believe that it's coming. That's why I talk to people, but maybe that's of interest, maybe it's not of interest.
I'm endlessly interested in this. It'd be great to hear Biona finish her point. I'm endlessly interested in this because nobody in my organization saw this coming. And my organization, which is the OSCE, was given the job by the international community of providing early warning. And in fact, it was my father who really, who just reads normal newspapers, who really tuned me into what Biden was saying in late November. And I was ready to leave at 10 minutes notice from New Year's Eve. And again, it was my totally civilian father who was like, I think the Russians will invade on Christmas when everyone else is doing everything else. No one in my organization, from the top to the bottom, was expecting this. And I left. I made the decision to leave in mid-January, and I had to go on leave without pay. I mean, my bosses were very, they were very cooperative, but basically they looked at me like I was like a mad person. The idea that the Russians would invade. And I emphasize again, these are the people who are given the job to early warn. And then even after the conflict, even after February 24th, people in my organization, I was long gone by then, were all, it'll only be a limited invasion. And so I'm always endlessly happy to talk about this whole period, because it just, I just wag my head at it. So I forgive normal civilians and people in in London, New York, and Washington about not expecting to happen, but it's hard for me to. Well, it's not about forgiveness. It's about certain people are scanning for early warning indicators, and they're looking at data, and they're trying to upgrade their mental models the whole time, and then some people aren't, and most people aren't. But we had no hope when people, even in the OSCE, couldn't see it happening at the time. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic. But I mean, I think I blame, yeah. But we are where we are. But Biona was going to go on to another point, I think, about the mines and stuff, which would be great to hear.
That's absolutely correct, Decoding. Thank you, Ivana. Sorry to keep you waiting there. Please do continue your point.
No problem. No, I wanted to go back to the grain deal. In fact, so the grain deal was menaced when Russia said it will stop the grain deal right after the Kerch Bridge was hit. But as we all know, the grain deal went on, and then Russia came back in the deal. In fact, Russia expressed its desire to adjust the grain deal to their favor because they are unhappy with their exports. And there are three things. One, they say that there are problems with their export of grain, which, by the way, is not under sanctions, so they can export grain. But I'll come back to that. The second is the fertilizers. They want to export fertilizers, and they are not allowed to do this. And the third is the financial sections that are affecting the banks and the insurance. And that's what has an impact also on the grain, a second type of impact, because they cannot make the deals on the grain because of the problems they have with the banks. And apparently there are talks between Erdogan, United Nations, and Russia in order to ensure the export of ammonia, which is produced by Uralchem. This is the factory of fertilizer in Russia. And they want to do this by a very complicated scheme, They want to bring them. These exports should pass through Ukraine. This is very interesting. They want to bring the ammonia to the border of Ukraine and then put it in a pipeline. And the pipeline goes to Odessa, and from Odessa can be exported. So how will this be done? In fact, the ammonia will be purchased by the trader Tramo, which is a United States company, before being put into the pipeline, and thus no Russian goods will pass through Ukraine. But nevertheless, the ammonia will go to Odessa, and from there will be exported. By the way, Uralchem is owned by a Russian oligarch, Mazepin, who is subject of sanctions. But well, they will try to go around this. So this is what Russia wants from these deals. We have to note that the purchasers of the fertilizers are Morocco, 800,000 tons in 2021, and on the second place is Turkey. What can we see here? Second place is Turkey, and then India and Tunisia and some other countries. Okay, so also Moscow asked for some sanctions to be lifted on Russian banks, especially on the SWIFT transactions, because, well, as I said, this puts in danger their deals. And for example, Ukraine is not very happy with the deal because Russia kind of delays the passage through the Bosphorus because of the controls they claim to make on the ship. And also Ukraine feels that this is not a very good deal for Ukraine. And as a side note, just in the last 2 weeks, 2 ships with grain left the port of Berdyansk in Ukraine, loaded with Ukrainian grain, and passed through the Bosphorus to Syria. This is according to observers of Bosphorus passage. So Turkey closes the eyes on stolen grain from Ukraine that goes to Syria, in a way. Well, I hope I'm right. I'm seeing this on multiple sources in Turkey. Again, this is maybe not confirmed, but it doesn't surprise me at all. So Russia is directly concerned by this deal and is very interested to keep this deal going because, as we know, Russia is still working, Turkey is still working with Russia. So I'm very interested in what you can comment about this very split position of Turkey in all of this.
Thanks, Ivana. I mean, thank you for all of this information. Like you said, what Moscow wants from this is significant. And I'm sure we can agree that what it wants is decreasing in potential the more Ukrainian warriors liberate their country. There's definitely inference that a deal which did not entirely benefit Ukraine happened. That will become clearer, I'm sure, in the weeks and months coming. But yeah, we can definitely say that the more Ukrainian territory is liberated by its armed forces, and the swifter that this happens, the diminishment of the Kremlin is apparent, both on the international stage and within its own country. So with that, I'm going to welcome up Lewis. It's great to see you here, Lewis. How are you doing?
Hey, good evening, my friends. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, I'm in the car, so I hope the connection is good. Nice to hear you, my friend. Hello to all other friends on the space. Or good morning, good day to everyone else listening. I just wanted to come up to say something regarding the website. We are still working on it, of course, because we have many ideas that we want to put online. something we checked the last couple of days is that we have received a lot of messages from listeners all around the world applying to volunteer and to help us out. We didn't respond till now, but we will respond to every single message. Joseph is the one in charge of scheduling co-hosts and stuff like that. I think he will come back to you if you wrote a message. Just to let you know that we haven't forgotten you. We didn't receive proper email regarding all the forms that were sent by the website, but we have checked that issue, that problem, corrected it, and now we are working everything that has accumulated since we put the website online. There are plenty of messages also regarding other stuff, but we will try to in the next couple of days to answer them all, so that you know that you will get an answer. And I, if you allow, Wendy, can you hear me?
Please, yes.
Okay, if you allow, I would like to share a little story with you. Because it was a situation that where I could felt at least a little bit, a small, tiny bit of what Ukrainians are feeling every single hour, every single minute in Ukraine. 2 days ago, or not 2 days ago, yesterday in the evening, the night, we had a shooting right beside our house. So we were, some drunken guy got a pistol and started shooting in the air and in the ground. And we were, my kids, my wife, and myself were at home and had to get away from the windows. And you don't imagine how after all that, the police came, special operations from the police, full armed, everything, helicopter. You don't know, you cannot imagine how I was feeling about Ukraine afterwards. I felt the fear of those shots that we could listen, because it was directly below the window of my son. And it was, if we think about the millions of children, even younger than my son is 16. And if we think about those children being exposed to such a terror since 9 months, and I'm a grown man, right? So I was really in fear for me and for my family, and that's why I decided on the weekend I will.
Lewis, you're breaking up a fair bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Lewis, you're breaking up a fair bit. I'm extremely pleased to hear you and your family are safe following that event, Lewis. Your sound's just cutting in and out there.
Can you hear me now better?
Lewis, I think I'm going to drop you down and just cycle you back up, because your connection's a little bit dodgy. If that's all right. But we heard what happened to you and your family. We're really pleased to hear that you and them are safe. So thank you so much for coming up and speaking. And
can you hear me now better?
Yeah, try now. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. I just wanted to let you know it was an extreme situation where we were in fear. I don't know if you heard what I said regarding the millions of children in Ukraine experiencing that kind of feeling that we had for a couple of hours. They are experiencing it for almost 9 months now, and it's I mean, it's beyond words. Do what we can to stop it. We will donate at the weekend more to Maria Aid to do whatever we can, and it's I can tell you as a grown man, I was absolutely in fear, and I can imagine a little bit, a tiny bit, what they are going through in Ukraine. Yeah, so please donate to Maria Aid. They are doing an amazing work in Ukraine. They are delivering what non-lethal aid to Ukraine, so we can end this war as soon as possible. Thank you very much, and sorry for if I took too many time. But, thank you.
Not at all, Lewis. Great point. It's really difficult for those of us who haven't served, but who live in peacetime. Peacetime won through the actions of our forefathers and mothers, to imagine what Ukrainians are experiencing and have been experiencing this year. I'm really pleased to hear you and your family are safe. Thank you. So if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please do request the mic. And Edvard, welcome up.
Thank you, Wendy. Mic check.
Loud and clear, sir.
Perfect. I've been seeing some tweets lately in the feed that Zelensky goes out and says, no, it was absolutely not a Ukrainian missile, and really makes a statement, so to say. And I was wondering, is that a good or bad thing? It feels not a good thing to do, from my perspective. And doesn't anyone speak to him, so to speak? That's my question.
Yeah, I think people speak. Of course, people speak to Edvard, and it's a good question given the nature of the 24/7 news cycle that we all experience. And yeah, I mean, I think what is quite evident to everybody here is that Muscovy is indiscriminately attacking Ukraine with missiles and loitering munitions. Is doing this because it's losing. It's losing the war it started. What happened yesterday with the tragic loss of these two Polish farm workers? This will become more evident, and as time goes on. But one thing we know for absolute certainty is this would not have happened if a guy in the Kremlin had not decided, back at the end of 2021, as we think, but which he definitely decided to do on the 24th of February this year, was invade Ukraine in an attempt to genocide its entire population and take over the entire country. So these missiles and the results that we saw yesterday, the consequences of these missiles that we saw yesterday are entirely on the Kremlin.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wendy, absolutely. But the thing I'm looking for is the public relation stuff. Wouldn't it be better for Zelensky to say, well, we will cooperate in the investigation and blah blah blah, and to address it that way instead? That's my thought. Am I is that a strange question?
No, sure. Yeah, it's a comment based on on news, and yeah, it's a free speech space here, Edvard, and you put your comment with great civility, and I thank you for that. Right, sound, go ahead, sir or madam. Sound mind enlightenment. You've asked to come up and speak. Do you have a comment or question on the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Sound mind enlightenment.
Yeah, how are you all? Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I am speaking from Nigeria. I just want to wish people in Ukraine well. I pray that the war will end as soon as possible so that people will have freedom. Thank you.
So, that's great. So for this war to end as swiftly as possible, Moscow has to withdraw all its forces from Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I love Ukraine so much. So I want the war to end. And I appreciate the president for all he's doing to make sure that he fights back against the Russian troops and the Vladimir Putin.
It's absolutely inspiring, isn't it, sir, to see a country threatened with genocide fight back the way that Ukraine has. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Thank you. I will listen to you.
Thank you for your expressing your support in a civil way. I appreciate it, Sound. Decoding. Welcome back.
Yeah, I imagine President Zelensky, he knows what he's doing, and he's creating leverage for himself to be paid off to shut up, and hopefully the price of shutting up about this is leopards or atacams or something like that. And so yeah, I have 100% faith that he knows what he's doing in publicly quibbling over this, and it's part of Ukraine being not being the submissive agent that perhaps, you know, say France and Germany and Muscovy expected it to be in the past. So he's speaking up. That's again me projecting into it, because I'm assuming, because I understand the feeling that you think, oh, why doesn't he just shut up if this is the case? He's, you know, he's contradicting Biden, and he's raising issues about stuff. And I would assume he's in the right. I don't know of any time when he's lied, that I've or even told tactical truths. So I put a lot of weight in what he says, and it's actually in the fact that he's speaking up that I understand the scenario, that maybe it is a bit more complicated than it is, but he certainly wants to get something from the pie if this is a conspiracy of silence to try and stop Muscovy setting the agenda by provoking Article 5 type situation. I think, yeah, with Gunny's, when he used the term Shanghai, I interpreted that as meaning, and it was great to get that explanation of the grain deal, as meaning that, because I've been offended about the grain deal from the very beginning on behalf of Ukraine, but I've kept quiet, not that anyone cares, because I mean the whole thing is just ridiculous. It's a complete charade. You wouldn't need it if Muscovy hadn't invaded and wasn't running running the, you know, threatening to sink ships and all of that, and the lack of dignity which Ukraine has been expected to swallow by even signing up to this charade and the charade and indulging Muscovy's thing must have taken a great amount of strength. It's like a whole Minsk process again, because this is their grain, this is their stuff, this is their right. But again, they've strategically they've managed to get they haven't risen to the emotion, and what Muscovy always hoped was that the West would run out of patience But of course, Muscovy has limited time as well, and with grain deal, by now, it's lost the Moskva, so its power to affect shipping is much greater. Those two boats, I think they had to leave. They've gone back up to the Baltic or something the other day because they just weren't getting through the Bosphorus. So time works against Muscovy as well. So Ukraine, I guess their calculation, and clearly they had clever people there who weren't acting on emotion in Kiev and said, this is really annoying. This is an affront to our sovereign, our dignity, but we've got so many other things to do. Let's just do the deal with Erdogan, and at least we're not signing a deal with Muscovy, and we'll play their game. So yeah, I do imagine all that, and it was really interesting to hear about the mechanics of the deal with over the fertilizer. And I spent a lot of time in Berdyansk, especially around April 2018, April to September 2018, and I actually set up the monitoring model, which is a complete for after some people here might remember Muscovy forcibly disappeared several Ukrainian fishers and held their boats, and then Ukraine fought back, and then Muscovy kind of a mini version of what was going on in the Bosphorus. The FSB was inspecting all the boats going through to Berdyansk and to Mariupol, and it was a disaster for the local economy. And so yeah, it's really the chutzpah of it, of them stealing grain from Ukraine and slipping it through. But this is, yeah, that's it's good to hear all those explanations.
I completely agree with you, Decoding. I mean, it's correct for Zelensky to take umbrage with the position which one or two leaders of the leaders of Ukraine's allies have taken up over the last 8 years. Saying you're okay with soldiers from the Donbass Defense Forces having to live in trenches during the winter of 2015. You're okay with that? Well, okay, but you draw the line at full-scale genocide in 2022. There is a paradox here. You're not content with seeing genocide in 2022, but you are content with seeing Ukrainian soldiers being left without necessary protection in the form of armored fighting vehicles and Leopard 2s to protect them from fragmentation and to ensure the swiftest liberation of their country and bring this war to the swiftest end possible. This is absolutely something which Zelensky has every right to be saying. Yeah, it's I'd have to agree with you. He's got the right to disagree. Absolutely, he's got it. But he's also got a wave of international solidarity on his side, and he does, as you say, have a little bit of leverage over those one or two reluctant, passive voices in the West who draw the line at genocide, but aren't so keen on saving Ukrainian soldiers' lives from fragmentation. We're now at the time, aren't we, where the sight of Leopard 2s in Ukraine should be expected by every civilized person around the world. Yeah, the sight of IFVs which have been sitting in warehouses in certain areas of Europe for years, gathering dust. The sight of those in Ukraine in 2022. This should just be expected. This should not be controversial, and it is not controversial to anyone outside the very small, slightly bizarre circle that leaders like Schultz currently exist in. So yeah, I'd completely agree with you there. Decoding. And just while I bring a couple of people up, Edvard, you had your hand up there, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank you, Wendy, and Decoding for that answer. Sometimes it's sometimes it's hard to think the big picture. You get stuck in the small details when it is the big picture stuff you got to focus on, right? And Even I make that mistake. So thank you for your answers, sir.
Thank you, Edvard. It's very kind of you to say. Charles.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. Decoding, you are definitely by far one of my favorite speakers on this panel. I love listening to you because of your experience and the way that you see things. I have a question for you and Wendy, which is kind of about semantics, so terminology. I noticed that you always say Muscovy, and Wendy, you earlier said the country formerly called Russia, or previously called Russia. And I'm just kind of curious, like, what are you using with those terms? What do you mean by them?
Charles, just before I'm decoding answers, your latter question, could I just say that I refer to it as the country currently known as the Russian Federation?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the mistake. Yeah,
that's quite all right, my friend. But yeah, I do use that terminology because, yeah, there's a few reasons, but there's a legitimate reason to use that, I believe, currently. So, but decoding why he says Muscovy, he's well versed in this far more than I am, and decoding, speak us through the use of the Muscovy Empire and why we should all be saying it.
Well, it's my little rebellion, such as this. So, if you've ever heard Putin make a speech and he uses this word Russia, Russia, and you can almost feel yourself, rising up, and feeling this pride. And of course, Ukrainians have in this term Russist or Russist in English, but Rashista. What they are doing there is, and as far as I understand, this arose organically after 24th of February. Presumably, it existed in a small part of the world of Ukrainian society, but it mainstreamed really quickly after the 24th of February. And when they say Rashist, and you can hear President Zelensky uses it as well. I've heard him use it a few times, and I marked it in tweets. He uses Rashist, and what he's playing off there, and there's Ukrainians here, I'm sure you can explain this better than I can, is that Muscovy and the whole Putin ideology, which is relatively recent, of imperial dignity and pride, which has led us to this. This is the genocide in Ukraine is the ultimate, is the logical conclusion of it. Is they're not just saying Russia as a country, as a state, the way we might say Ireland or America. They're using it in what boffins would call a hyper-normalized way, in that it signifies so many different things, but basically it's about national pride and all of the stuff which led Muscovy to invade Ukraine, or at least to describe it. And so when Ukrainians used Rashist, they're taking the piss, if you'll excuse my French, out of this delusions of grandeur, Russists who think, oh, Russia is somehow, the Third Rome and all of this magical rubbish. And of course, the big irony is Muscovy became Russia in 1721. It was an idea which was invented in the Kiev Mohyla Academy in the 1690s, which was this ideology of Russianness, this ideology of empire. And like buying it from an eBay or an IKEA, Muscovy, which at that time was, a relatively new village type, or, that's again me trying to deflate their delusions of grandeur. And of course, I wouldn't do this if they weren't genociding, because it's quite rude, and if you don't want to be subjected to my if you don't want to be called Muscovy or the equivalent, then just don't genocide Ukrainians. So, it's not very nice to deflate people's delusions of grandeur, because we all operate according to delusions of grandeur ourselves, but we don't all go and invade other countries. So my way of calling Muscovy is to remind it that Muscovy self-declared as an empire, and Russia in 1721, when basically the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth, well, I'm going to say Muscovy tricked them. I don't think that's quite right, but I'd like to believe that's right. And I'm not in the business of defending Muscovy. So basically, the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth, basically Muscovy had a deal with the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth, and it kind of breached the deal. And the deal was that Muscovy would get left bank Ukraine, and Kyiv would belong to Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth, and Muscovy basically took over Kyiv and then took over right bank Ukraine, all the way up to around Lviv, around there, and this so-called place Halichna, which became Galicia, in not in Spain but in Austrian Empire, and in Lithuanian Empire. But basically, it was the taking of the right bank of Ukraine which made Muscovy an empire and made Muscovy Russia. It's HIMARS ironic that the idea of Russia literally comes from Kyiv, from the Kyiv Mohyla Academy. And here they are preaching their ideology of Russianness to the Ukrainians, and the chutzpah, the delusions of grandeur. I mean, this cannot go unanswered, and I say that in the voice of the guy, the dude from that film in America, whatever it's called. This cannot stand, basically. And so my little rebellion against this is the only way to avoid becoming part of their myth, the myth of Russia, is just to deny them that title, which anyway doesn't belong to them and is completely fake. Like all of our countries are fake. All of our states are fake. If you want to talk about fake states, they're all mythologies, and they have a distinct history. The terms began to be used at a certain date, and they became hypernormalized, associated with political ideologies and particular traits and what have you. And that was the whole nationalist movements of the 19th century and the 20th century. But focusing on Muscovy, it's my little way of just reminding them that basically you're a village, and Kyiv is the ancient city, as people who study Russian stuff or Russist stuff know. Whereas Muscovy is just the kind of the village, it's the town. So that's basically what I say with Muscovy the whole time. It's very hard in normal society to use the word Muscovy, but I'm more used to it now, and I appreciate the affirmation here that using it, because I do want to spread it everywhere, so that we just don't get involved with Putin's Russia, because there's no way you can say that without getting involved in that whole imperial history and taking on board. And that's what happened to Schultz and to Macron. While they listened to these hours-long diatribes about Russian history and all that, they were sitting there thinking, "Oh, this guy's bullshitting." But they were getting an ideological education, and they came out of that thinking, "Oh, this is real. This stuff is real." So that's the long answer to why I use Muscovy.
Thank you so much.
Charles, one thing I would thank you for your question, Charles. And one thing I would say is this country that we're talking about, this country has a metropole, a core nation, and peripheral territories, and an expansionist pattern of behavior, which consequently class it as an empire. So alongside the points that Decoding put very well, I refuse to call it by its name. I refuse to call it by the name which Muscovy currently claims it is. It isn't a federation. It is an empire, and a genocidal one, which depends on its peripheral territories to feed the core nation and to feed its war machine in order to meet the power structure of the ruling class. It is an empire, and it will end. And it is being brought to an end as we speak on this space. And that's really my answer. So that being said, welcome up, Colby. Great to see you up here.
Thank you. I saw we had a Swede on the panel, and I actually wanted to ask if Swedish media is reporting any details about Sweden's military aid package that was announced today.
Good question, Colby. Edvard, can you hear us? Can you give us a quick mic check?
Loud and clear, I guess.
The new aid package with from Sweden, Edvard, could you give us any information regarding what you know?
Sorry, I missed the question. Can you come again there?
I'm wondering if Swedish media is reporting any details about the military aid package that was announced today.
Yes. In short, you can say the package was presented in a three-way package, right? It was one humanitarian aid, I think 700 million kronor, which is about 70 million euros, and there was some political package as well. And the third thing was a military winter package, which included air defense systems, unspecified. And it also included some, I think some, all-terrain vehicles, tents, clothes, stuff like that. But I don't think I've seen any more specifications, but I knew it would be like this because they're very cautious, the government, and they simply won't specify anything really, not even the air defense system. But they said one thing, and it was that there was an air defense system going to be delivered, and ammunition to that air defense system, and ammunition to another air defense system. So that's all we know right now, so to speak.
Okay, thanks. Obviously, the air defense is what we're all probably interested in the most. So I'm just curious if there's even any speculation or commentary from people that are, not in the government or the military currently, but who might have any insights into what Sweden might provide, because there's a number of different things that Sweden has that could potentially be sent. They operate Iris-T themselves, so they could provide missiles for that, or they also have Hawk systems that are being phased out that could obviously be provided, and some other short-range things. So just curious if there's any commentary on that. But thank you for that. Appreciate it.
No problems. My opinion is, I'm gonna be short here, but my opinion is there are a lot of things Sweden has that we could send to Ukraine, and I'm sorry, guys, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, thank you for that, Edvard. I mean, this has probably been said on the space today, but there's you know, over the last 8 months, we've seen an overwhelming wave of international solidarity for Ukraine at this time of existential need. And you know, there's lots of support has been given. I mean, you know, there's a lot of countries that over the last 8 months have had to consider: do we really need X, Y, or Z here? Do we really need an M270 system here? Are we actually fearing amphibious invasion here? Of course, the answer to a lot of these questions, which are, you know, situationally distinct, of course, but the answer to a lot of these questions is no. And one of the most crucial things that Ukraine needs right now to protect its infrastructure and as well as its civilians is air defense, as Colby said. So one thing that is, you know, absolutely apparent to just the casual observer is that Ukrainian civilians need to be defended from these indiscriminate loitering munition strikes and missile strikes. You know, we know they're costing the Kremlin up to $700 million per strike. It doesn't care. It has no value. It places no value on human life. It sees humanity as a weakness. Its values, it has none. But whatever values it claims to have are markedly distinct to those of us in the free world. So yes, anything in terms of air defense, which free nations such as my nation or Sweden's or any others can give to Ukraine right now, it would be in the cause of saving Ukrainian lives. And there are, of course, other things that we can give. Over the last 8 months, we've seen Ukraine consistently liberate its own territory from the invading Muscovite army. But the more it does this, the good news is the more it does this, the more concessions it gets from Moscow. So we've seen this evidence in things like the grain deal. We've seen this evidence in things like an increased number of POW exchanges. But what its warriors also need is protection from fragmentation, and it can have more of this in the form of the IFVs, in particular the Leopard 2s, which are currently gathering dust in warehouses across Europe. So one thing which, you know, particularly European nations, because of their geographic location to Ukraine, can give Ukraine right now to save the lives of its warriors and ensure the swiftest end to this war, which is what we all want, is to see Leopard 2s given to Ukraine, because the sight of those in Ukraine, it shouldn't be something which anybody considers anything other than just a life-saving aspect that we should just be familiar with. Unfortunately, there are, you know, there's Olaf Scholz doesn't currently agree with this position for reasons known only to himself. But yeah, there's a great deal of other things which Ukrainians need right now, and as Colby correctly said, air defense is evidently one of them. So whilst I'll be gabbing on here, I'm going to bring in Bernardo. How are you doing, Bernardo?
I'm doing all right. Just planning a couple of things for tomorrow.
Right, your sound doesn't sound all right, if I may say so.
Oh, it's better now?
It's better now.
It's a headset. I mean, I was already asked here on the stream what kind of headset I use, because the sound quality is apparently not so bad. But yeah, sometimes some kinds of problems appear. But thank you for your notice.
That's all right, Bernardo. Would you like to give us a little hint about what you're preparing for?
Oh yeah. I think tomorrow there will be a small interview with Diana Kulik, who is a Ukrainian, young Ukrainian woman who lives at the moment in Spain, and she is collecting donations and helping the guys on the front, and mainly she's collecting for cars and these kind of equipment.
Okay, so she's delivering cars into Ukraine, which, as we all know, because we've seen the wonderful Ryan here and Tim Sennett and the Renegade Relief Runners and a whole assortment of other people doing. These are really needed right now. Could you tell us a little bit about where these cars are going, what needs they're fulfilling?
Oh yeah, they go directly to I think one or two special groups she is supporting, who are volunteering and working in the Ukraine armed forces in some kind of form. I think she will tell us more about it tomorrow.
All right. Okay. Good luck with your preparations there, Bernardo. You sound like a busy man.
So, all right. Thanks to you, I sorted it all out in the last hour because, you're a great co-host and you really had it running. It's amazing. Oh, and I see we have a request from Ola. Ola, I will just bring you up. Welcome, Ola. Yeah, it will be conducted tomorrow at 7 to 9 p.m. Kiev time. But as far as I understood, there's a speaker card in preparation, and yeah, we will see more later. I will I will keep you informed. All right. Wendy, do we have any topics, or do we want to ask Ola what he has to tell us? Mic check.
Right, apologies there, Bernardo and everyone. Just a bit of a childcare issue.
All right.
Multitasking. It's not something I'm very good at, but it's got to be attempted.
All right, I take it from here, and I will go to Ola. Wendy, take care. See you in a few minutes. Ola, please.
Yes, thank you, Bionade. Good day, guys. I hope all is well. I am seeing something regarding Ukraine donating some grain, and you look at all that Ukraine is doing. I mean, it's crazy. And what do they get in return from these nations? At least just the votes at the United Nations, and they never do. The Ukrainians are showing us the people they are, even as they are going through hard times, they are able to take time and care for countries like Ethiopia themselves, that some part of Ethiopia is at the risk of food crisis, the Tigrayan crisis. You know that food is being used as a weapon amongst these warlords, and Ukraine has taken the initiative to donate this much grain that is going to bring a lot of relief to these people. And this is a country that there's been an external aggression against them, but they take their time and they care about other people. And it's unfortunate that it happens to be an African country that you look at the track record and the United Nations votes, and they sometimes stay they abstain from votes, or sometimes they just don't vote. And it's, I don't know, it's heartbreaking, you know. At least the least they could do is that's the same thing that happened with Somalia earlier on. Ukraine donated a lot of grain to Somalia, and what do they get in return? They don't. But the Ukrainians are showing us they are showing us what they are made of, and yes, it's good news again. It's good news. Russia, who claim, quote unquote, they are the liberators of Africa from the West. How many grain have they really donated? And Ukraine is showing us right here. Yeah.
Yeah, Ola, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, yeah, maybe you saw it. I already put it a few hours ago in the nest. It's yeah, Ukraine shows that as this. They don't care for the governments what they decide. They care for the people. They care for the people, and we had this discussion earlier. Why don't they strike this? Why don't we do this kind of sanctions? And why don't we yeah, and oh, it could maybe affect civilians. And yeah, Ukraine isn't doing this because they are different. They are not Russians. They are better, and yeah, it's amazing. They care about the humanitarian problem, not about the political problem. And in this kind of situation they are, and this is really amazing. Ola, thank you for pointing this out.
Yeah, Bionade. It's absolutely true, and they if if it was going to be another country, I guess if it was going to be Russia, I'm not sure they would do that, but they really do care about the humanitarian stuff. When you look at Africa, especially in the Central African Republic, the Ukrainians played a very vital role in the United Nations mission there. They had a very big number of peacekeeping soldiers, and as you've just pointed out clearly, they care about the humanitarian stuff, and it's just good news that it's up in the nest. So if anyone wants to see it, that's about 27,000 metric tons of grain that Ukraine donated to Ethiopia. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they're not sorted. They really donated it to Ethiopia, and I think this always shows us again what we've talked about in the last 2 weeks after the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine asked us, what is courage for you? And if we see, if we look back at the timeline, what happened in the last 2 weeks, we saw many courage from the Ukrainians. All right. I'm getting a few speakers up. So, in the meantime, if you were so kind, and please, in the right bottom of your phone, there is yeah, most likely violet colored symbol, and there you can retweet our space. I would really kindly ask you to do this and help us a little bit out with all the users, and especially bring out the message we have to all the people. If you have any questions, you can request the microphone button, come up to the speakers panel, like Johannes does, and then you raise your hand. There's a little heart icon on the bottom of your screen. Just press it, and then you can raise your hand. All right. Also, I wanted to point out we have a shiny new website, MriyaReport.org. Really interesting content. You also sometimes Twitter has glitches. You can see the space and something like this. Please go there. There will be a link, and that will directly link you to the space. All right. Wendy.
Hey, Thanks for that, Bernardo. Much appreciated. I just thought it'd be interesting to note that tomorrow a Dutch court is going to release its final verdict into the MH17 downing by the Kursk 53rd Anti-Aircraft Brigade, by members of the Kursk 53rd Anti-Aircraft Brigade and Muscovite forces, which had invaded Ukraine in 2014. For anyone not so familiar with events up to now, it was 298 passengers and crew lost their lives by Muscovite forces firing a Buk missile into a Malaysian Airlines passenger plane that was flying above eastern Ukraine, the part that had been invaded by Muscovite forces back in 2014. And tomorrow we expect to see the final verdict into that. We've seen a lot of this is going to be one of the endings to this particular stage of this investigation. We've seen many stages. We've seen the release of phone call recordings from the main perpetrators involved, whose names I can't quite bring myself to say on a public space. Some of those people have been, how shall I say it, are no longer with us. Others are still alive and reportedly conscripted. Yeah, tomorrow will be quite a significant day for the families of those passengers and crew of MH17 and all who wish to see justice done in this investigation. And whilst I was going on about that, I've just noticed that Johannes has their hand up. So welcome up, Johannes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, just two quick remarks, or one remark and one question. The remark was kind of going back to the discussion you just had about Muscovy and Russia. And I just wanted to kind of, I don't know, maybe not that important, but I just wanted to throw in like where the term Russia actually comes from. So it's the Russian term for Russia is not as you would expect with a U. So it's not like, because Russian in Russian is Ruski, but it's not Russia or Russia in Russian, but Russia. And that's actually the Greek or the Byzantine term for the Kievan Rus. So when Muscovy assumed the name Russia, they made a claim there that they are the inheritance of the Kievan Rus. And so that's a political claim, and that would be also a kind of another reason why they should be denied this name, because they are not the inheritance of the Kievan Rus. And then maybe there's a question. Because yeah, on the extent to which Russia is going to be able to continue this missile terror, because like yesterday I saw somewhere on Twitter, and I'm just trying to find it, kind of a statistics or an estimate like how many missiles Russia still has left, and it's looked like it was actually like around, I think of those that fired yesterday, around 300 or so there. So if one was to extrapolate, then it would be like maybe enough for like another like 5 or so of these attacks, and then they would be done. But I'm not sure whether they are able to, whether this is actually from a reliable estimate, whether this can actually be guessed or not, and whether Russia is able to replenish their stocks from, I don't know, Iran, North Korea, or God knows who. So I don't know if anybody could speak to that, because I mean that's certainly, I mean, if Russia was able to continue this for long, I mean this would be quite a concern, I guess. And if we see that there's an end in sight, then that would be a great relief. Thanks.
Thank you, Johannes. So yeah, I can confirm, just to go backwards on your points there, that in terms of the numbers yesterday was the highest number of of missiles and loitering munitions fired at Ukrainians in a single day. The number was 96 air and sea launched cruise missiles. And the Ukrainian air defense shot down 75 of these. And within this figure of 75, it also needs to be noted that the NASAMS anti-air system had demonstrated a 100% success rate in downing incoming missiles. That's 100% for the NASAMS. So yeah, 75 from 96 was shot down, which, given the vastness of Ukrainian territory and given the multiple attack vectors which Russia has launched, indiscriminate missile attacks and loitering munitions attacks against Ukraine, this is quite a feat. Within these missiles were 2 X-59 guided missiles and 10 Shahed 136 UAVs, 1 Orion UAV and 1 Orlan-10 UAV. But yeah, yesterday was the highest number. It was 96 missiles, and 75 of those were destroyed. I mean, with regards to your points about the etymology of the country currently known as the Russian Federation's name, it may come to the casual observer, it may come as a bit of an irony. I'm sure you'd agree, Hannes. A bit of an irony that a name which began in Ukraine was stolen by Muscovy and adopted by Muscovy.
Yes, it's just, I mean, I just wanted to remark that the term that they're actually using is actually the Greek name for the, so it's actually not the Russian or East Slavic name for the Rus, but it's actually the Greek term, which they have adopted. And I think they made a political statement back then by doing so. And yeah, but maybe just that's not really an important point. Maybe I just wanted to show off some knowledge, and that's all. But I mean, to my second question, you didn't like give an estimate, or are you aware of an estimate how much they actually may still have in stock, and also estimate whether the Russians will be able to replenish their stocks somehow to continue this for long, or yeah.
Well, I mean, how many they've got left is a known unknown. It's an unknown, Johannes. What we do know is that the cost to the people of the country currently known as the Russian Federation was $700 million yesterday. Their leader, their government decided to spend $700 million on this one day of strikes. Now, with regards to their stocks, there is no way of verifying that. Any loitering munitions which are imported from Iran are on borrowed time. Anyone importing loitering munitions or any other systems from Iran or countries like it into Muscovy are on borrowed time, because there have been quite recently the routes that these are taking into the country. These routes have been established. There are air routes, there are sea routes, and these are being, well, how shall I say? There are some quite strange fires happening at quite particular locations at the moment. A few smoking accidents in a port, which has been observed as important munitions on to be used in Ukraine. So if you ask me, I predict that the number of smoking accidents is just going to increase in that part of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, will this noticeably limit the supply? I mean, I guess since they just have to ship it across the Caspian Sea, it's not, they can't really be intercepted very much, can it?
That is that's a good question, but I think what we've seen over the last few months is Ukrainians with demonstrating outstanding audacity, breaking boundaries, circumventing commonalities, and shutting down these imports of weapons quite recently in quite a dramatic fashion, Johannes. So I would remain optimistic personally. I completely understand where you're coming from here. There is, you know, with regard to the Caspian Sea, a lot of these air-launched munitions have come from Tupolev bombers across, above the Caspian Sea. This is this is something which Ukraine and its allies are supporting Ukraine in, are working towards, because the situation is unacceptable to civilized people everywhere. And what I mean by that is that the number of avenues that Muscovy has for attacking Ukraine has evidently diminished over the last 9 months, and it continues to diminish. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I so hope and pray that then this is going to be, yeah, that you're right. And of course, the best thing that could happen to us is if Iranians were finally able, after 40 years, to bring down this theocratic terror regime. I mean, I so feel and in 40 years, I never met a single Iranian who doesn't hate the mullahs, and who doesn't want this regime to disappear, but it's still there. But maybe now it's finally the time. I so hope. I mean, Iranians are just such wonderful people, but they are under this awful regime, and now for 2 generations already. And I think that's so. So there are so many reasons why there has to be, why the revolution there has to be successful. But that would be another one. Yeah.
Freedom is contagious, isn't it, Johannes? Freedom is contagious, and what we've seen demonstrated by Ukrainian resistance to invasion and genocide, you know, I'm not saying as a direct result, but what we have seen on the other side of the world at the same time is an attempt, is a striving for freedom from oppression. So yes, the two parts of the world are distinct in terms of what is happening. You know, one is of course getting invaded in terms of Ukraine getting invaded by a neighboring state which intends to genocide the entire population. You know, so these two countries are going through distinct situations at the moment. But yeah, the point I would make is freedom is contagious. And I appreciate your comment. All right, so if you're just joining us, it's coming up to 10:25 p.m. in Kiev, and about 4:25 Eastern Standard Time for those people in the on the East Coast of the Americas. So if you're just joining us, you're listening to the Mirror Report. We're a 24/7 space. We're dedicated and have been for 8 going on 9 months to delivering the latest news and information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine 2022 and all aspects connected with it. We're dedicated to promoting Ukrainian voices and finding solutions to save as many Ukrainian lives as possible. And in doing that, we work with a wonderful charity called MriyaAid. MriyaAid.org is a charity which has been delivering life-saving aids to Ukrainians since this war began. It was set up by a couple of the founders of the space, Colonel Melanie Lake, and it's been if you haven't made a donation yet, I would really consider it. If you can't afford to make a donation, please don't. But it's certainly something which in which every single penny counts, because it's been saving lives for 8 going on 9 months. If you haven't already, please do check out our Spotify account. We've got some wonderful interviews on there. The most recent one was an interview we were lucky to hear yesterday with Sergei Skripal, who was one of the Azovstal defenders. He was fighting with the at Azovstal right up until his capture by Muscovite forces. And he gave an interview with us yesterday from a hospital bed because he's still recovering from the torture and treatment, the torture which he received at the hands of his captors. And we were very privileged to be joined by him on the space. His testimony, it was one of those interviews which personally, for me, echoed the testimony of Father Vasil on the 8th of September. The indiscriminate, the inhumanity of Moscow's forces towards prisoners of war was quite evident, and he very graciously gave us well over an hour of his time to tell us about his journey from the Ukrainian, joining the Ukrainian army to defending Mariupol, which, as we know, saved countless lives by holding up the invading Russian army. Tens of thousands of lives, I would say, if one considers the time that it gave people in places like Zaporizhia to move towards Mykolaiv and onto the border with Poland. If anyone has met anyone who's come from Ukraine over the last 8 to 9 months, anyone who's fled by car in the middle of the night on the evening of the 25th, morning of the 25th, evening of the 25th, and had to drive for 3 days to get to the Polish border with just a few things in their, in the boot of their car, then Sergei's testimony yesterday will be just that extra little bit special, perhaps, if I can say that, because it was the actions of the Azovstal defenders that held up this marauding genocidal army, which, as we've seen, does not adhere to the laws of armed conflict. And the defenders of Mariupol knew exactly what kind of force they were dealing with, and they were determined to save as many Ukrainian lives as possible. So it was an absolute honor to have Sergei on the space yesterday.
Absolutely, it was. And yeah, if you're wondering, MriyaReport.org, are they successful? Do they get stuff delivered? Just look up in the nest. One of, I mean, it's not 3 people. It's Melanie Lake, Peter B. Doran, and Alex Bacchus, and they made it on the Russian sanction list. If that isn't an honor, I don't know. Yeah. Sadly, they wrote Maria it wrong. It's Maria Air now, but I guess we have to live through this.
Maria Air, I'd like to fly.
Yeah, maybe you can soon fly with Maria Air. Or Maria Air, live on air.
Yeah, and in other news, we've seen the dummies, the inflatable. We'll call them the inflatables, shall we? The inflatables being put to good use. As Muscovy claims to be taking out S-300 SAM systems, is actually taking out inflatable dummies of these SAM systems, which is always good to see. That's one particular piece of news I always chuckle at. It's always great to see something inflatable get hit by a fairly expensive munition, and then put up as propaganda as claims of a success, when it's it's the opposite.
Absolutely, absolutely. I like the inflatables, and yeah, I had to change my PvP to picture with inflatables. All right, everyone. If you have a question, if you have a comment, if you want to talk with us about something Ukraine related, please, in the left bottom of your corner of your screen, in the corner, you see a microphone button. Request a mic, and yeah, we will be there for you.
100%, as a founder of the founder of the space would say. And yeah, if you do have a comment or question on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please don't be shy. You can send us a DM. If it's related, please don't send DMs on anything which is not related. If you're working for Amazon, I don't want to know. If you claim to be existing as a garden gnome, I'm afraid I don't really have the time either. But if you are feeling a bit shy and you'd like to put your question in through the medium of text only, please do. But somebody who isn't shy, and I'm very delighted to see up here to speak, because she's one of the co-hosts here, and it's a pleasure to have her here, is Mockers. Great to see you, Mockers.
Hello there. I was just looking down at a few things, and I noticed that around Melitopol, the Russians appear to be digging a very large moat. I don't know. Yeah, moat, maybe. And other defences, you know, they've got some more of those cope triangles. And yeah, I'm just wondering what on earth they think they're doing. It's a very wide sort of trench or ditch, I suppose, but it's not terribly deep. So I don't know. I think it's just going to fill with water and be horrible.
Oh, I disagree there, Mockers, because you know the ditch was really important about 700 years ago in stopping a cavalry attack against I believe a kind of a Mott and Bailey type castle. The ditch is actually quite overlooked in many in many portrayals of medieval warfare. So you know, I think perhaps what they're trying to do here is they're anticipating a cavalry charge, and they're digging a ditch to try and stop it, perhaps with a few Toblerone triangles put in to maybe distract the horses and to get them eating chocolate Toblerones and stop the charge that way. But no, I have to say a ditch is very effective in stopping a cavalry charge. Tanks, that's probably another matter.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it's probably an anti-tank ditch, but I've got a horrible feeling it's going to fill with water, and it'll be quite cold and wintry, and the Ukrainians will just walk across it. That's just a thought.
Sounds like an overflowing Portaloo. What a disgrace. Thanks, Mockers. Oh, Tom's Zimbardo. Welcome up, sir.
Good evening, chaps. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful to hear your voice, Tom.
Oh, thank you. So, you know, the reason the Russians are digging this ditch is because like winter is coming, and they're really worried with all the winter kit that's being sent to the Ukrainians that the Canadians might send a division of battle moose over, because we all know how dangerous battle moose can be, and that's just our battle moose, just one of them, let alone a division of those things. So, you know, maybe that's why they're digging the anti-cavalry ditches to keep the battle moose out that are on their way. I'm in a silly mood this evening.
Battle moose sounds, the plural form sound absolutely terrifying, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine it? You know, the Ukrainians were asking for battle moose back in February, by the start of the conflict, and there's been a lot of delays. Say, oh, you know, there's logistics, and then there's training. You know, you can't just learn how to use a battle moose that quickly. And you know, but eventually they'll get sent, and then the Russians are in trouble.
100%. And George, it's a pleasure to see you up here too. So welcome.
Hey, good evening. It's afternoon here. Good evening to everyone in Europe. Yeah, I was off. I had to take down some trees, unfortunately, after a little storm we had earlier last week. So I've been busy getting my physical training in. How's everyone doing this evening?
Splendidly, George. Tell us about your.
Oh, sorry.
Tell us about your physical training.
What was that, sir?
Tell us about your physical training, George. We'd love to hear it.
Oh no, it's you know, unfortunately, the other male in the house is at work, so I had the day off, and of course, you know, tag you're it. So I had to take down some well, actually, section off some trees that were down. So that took all of about 2 hours. Not too bad. I've done the work before, so not too bad. But enough of that. I wanted to say, I see Tom on here, and Tom, I was going to ask you, what do you think? You know, Zelensky pressing for. He wants definitive proof that it was the last statement I read from him was that he was questioning that it was a Ukrainian missile that hit Poland.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, I was at work today, but then I tried to catch up on it this evening based upon sort of what's come out during the day. And you know, it's weird because there's conflicting reports even from within like NATO countries. So, for example, I think it's the president of Poland is saying, I can't remember the exact language that was used, and obviously it's been translated as well. But I think he was saying, you know, there's no evidence that it's a Russian missile. But then the Polish prime minister was saying, well, we can't conclusively rule out that it was a Russian attack. And then, you know, Joe Biden was saying, and this is really interesting language, and I know the language is correct because he was speaking in English. He was saying it's unlikely that it's launched from Russia, or there was no evidence that it was launched from Russia. But of course, that's ridiculous. It would have been launched from Belarus anyway, you know, if it was a Russian missile. So I wonder if Joe Biden's chosen his language really carefully there to say, well, you know, it wasn't launched from Russia. Everyone thinks, right, it's not a Russian missile then. And, you know, so people assume that it's not a Russian attack. I think there was a really interesting point. I don't know if Gunny managed to get up to make it last night, was that when you look at the crater from the missile, it's actually really tiny compared to most Russian cruise missiles. There was a tractor right next to the crater, and Gunny was like, that's not right. That tractor should be toast, you know. I think he might have used a more colourful term than toast, but you know what I mean. And it made a point, really, because, you know, when you see these cruise missile craters in, you know, Ukrainian cities, they're pretty big. And this was a small one, which, go ahead.
You know, the thing that gets me, and you know, the picture of the missile section they showed, though, in Poland, when you look at that and you look at what we've known are actual S-300 missile sections, it doesn't jive. So I think we might have both. I think eventually what might happen is, and maybe a Russian missile was intercepted by the Ukrainian S-300, let's say, and what we're seeing is debris from that interception, and including maybe the rocket motor part of the I was going to say Soviet. I might as well, yes, of the Soviet cruise missile. That's what it kind of looks like to me, because that section does not look like an S-300 section. You know, it just doesn't. It's completely different. So we might have a case where it's both things, but like everyone else has said, pretty much, it doesn't matter whose missile section it is, or what. We know what caused it, and what caused it was Russians trying to terrorize, you know, Ukrainian civilians by taking out infrastructure for heating, electricity, water, and I was glad that many of the leaders of certain countries made that statement. It doesn't matter whose section it was. If you're Ukraine's, the bottom line is this was caused by the overall actions and the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. You know, I know I saw Olaf Scholz surprise me by making that statement. I thought he would be a little bit more ambiguous. I saw that the Italian Prime Minister, you know, she's pretty gung-ho so far, and she made the statement to that effect. You know, like, who cares whose missile it is? This wouldn't be happening if Ukraine wasn't being invaded by Russia. So I think that's good. What will come of this, I don't know, but I'm hoping that you know, something does come of it. Maybe a joint patrolling of that western flank of Ukraine, maybe a joint Ukrainian-Polish endeavor. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's got to be something, you know, because right now, even on Russian TV, they're like, "Oh yeah, see, they didn't do anything. See, we're tough. We're gonna invade Warsaw next." They're still going on about that ridiculous business. So.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's a lot that we, the sort of general public, don't know, because it's going to be highly, highly classified. But there's things that I would find it impossible to believe aren't known by the Polish, if not other member states of NATO. So, you know, Thomas Steiner, friend of the space, has put up that they've got a very large, very sophisticated radar in the region. And I would find it impossible to believe that, you know, NATO members on the eastern border of NATO, next to Belarus and Ukraine, are not constantly scanning the skies, particularly when they know there are Russian missile attacks going on. So I'd find it really difficult to believe that Poland hadn't been able to track where those missiles had come from, and that is known. We don't know it because it's not been publicly released, but they must know. The other thing is, I mean, they've got forensic experts and they've got the missile wreckage. And whilst we don't know, and we're going on, you know, limited pictures on the internet, they will have like looked through that wreckage with a fine-toothed comb and determined what sort of missiles it is. Now, one thing that's complicated is that both the Ukrainians and the Russians have S-300 missiles. And, you know, looking at the size of that crater compared to cruise missile craters, it does look very small. It looks like, a small warhead has done that, which makes me wonder if it might be one of these Russian S-300s that's been modified for like a surface-to-surface attack. Normally these things are used for taking out planes or other missiles, and you don't need a huge explosion for that. You just need one that's big enough to do the job. You want a small, fast missile rather than a heavy payload. So,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yes, this morning on the space, we actually were contemplating that, and for all intents and purposes, it could have been a Russian S-300 that was fired from Belarus in a surface-to-surface mode. Just to try to overwhelm the Ukrainian air defenses, right? Because we don't know Ukraine did say that a total of 90 cruise missiles were fired and 10 Shaheeds, but they never mentioned anything else. But we did know that some S-300s, from what I heard this morning, were fired yesterday at Kharkiv. So, they were firing S-300s yesterday. So I wouldn't, and they have attacked Ukraine from Belarus before. So it's not out of the scope of conjecture to think that might be the case here. But like you said, we'll know more soon enough.
Yeah, well, we may not know more because it might be that this information is never released. It might be kept classified for a really long time. But I'd be amazed if the Poles don't actually know for sure where the missile came from and what type it was. Now, when you go down the reports that there were 2 missiles in the first place, there's a few possibilities there. One is that the Russians fired 2 surface-to-surface S-300 missiles, but there's only one crater that we've seen. The other one is that it's a Ukrainian air defense S-300 that went off target. It could be a malfunction or something. But my understanding with those missiles is that they're set to self-destruct after a period of time, so that they don't just land on some poor guy in Ukraine somewhere and kill him. So is that right? Is that people's understanding that air defense S-300s are set to self-destruct so that they don't cause a ground impact?
Yes, absolutely. This is right, Tom. But as we all know, the Russian material is not always 100% reliable, and they have been already been reports of malfunctions. Not as far as I know that this kind of matter happens, but as I know, but maybe George just raised his hand and Erland is about to come up. Maybe we will know in a few things.
Yeah, I believe that is the case, but I was going to say the thing that really quick, the thing that makes me believe that this might have been debris from an actual interception is, remember yesterday they released pictures of a building on fire in Kyiv, right? Remember, it looked like several several apartments were on fire. I don't believe, and once again, I don't believe that was an actual cruise missile impact. I think what that was from the debris of an interception coming down. If people are old enough, I know I am because I was there. But if you remember when Saddam Hussein was raining down Scud missiles during Desert Storm, a lot of the impacts we were seeing on the ground were not from the actual warhead, but from sections of that missile. Now, of course, that was old Scud technology, but still the same principle, right? You're going to have debris because those buildings that were on fire from Kyiv, in Kyiv yesterday, that they showed the footage and stuff, that did not look like an actual impact. Like Tom has said, the warhead from one of those cruise missiles is pretty big. I think that we'd have seen a lot more destruction. And the way that it was spread across looked like 3 building faces, looked like it was something that kind of rained down, right, in a trajectory. So it's probably from debris. But once again, those buildings would not have been hit by debris or anything if the Russians weren't targeting civilian areas.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There would be not such a thing. Yeah, when Russia wouldn't fire the rockets. Yeah, as many of our heads of Western states have stated, the whole thing is perpetrated from Russia. They started this. They made this kind of dangerous situations where these accidents can happen. And yeah, there are many theories around what could have been happened. I saw a theory, for example, if you mix up the longitude and latitude from Kiev and from another city which was targeted, you actually land around this area where this rocket was designated. But for example, many of these theories have faults and errors, and for example, many people pointed out it's it's not in the range of the S-300, and yeah, it's we still don't know where this rocket is coming from, and I think we've seen after the incidents yesterday and what was all discussed, that we have to keep a cool and clear head and maybe wait up a little bit before we get too deep in all too deep into this. Yeah, Tom and then Erland.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to know exactly what happened, and we haven't got the information, but I'd be amazed if the polls don't. I mean, one possibility, given that it said there were 2 missiles, is that it is entirely possible that the Russians launched an S-300 surface-to-surface modified missile to attack something. The Ukrainians fired an S-300 to intercept it, and these things have collided and then landed in Poland. What you have to ask there is, why was the missile quite so close to Poland? You know, it may have been headed towards the vicinity of Lviv. You know, even just trying to think about just the physics of these things, they go pretty damn fast. But 4 kilometers over the border into Poland still seems a bit of a way, even at the speed they go. So, you know, maybe a Russian missile accidentally was going in that direction. I saw, you know, our co-host Domen was saying, might they have been targeting a power line in Poland? But, you know, that power line which connects to the Ukrainian grid as well, there's plenty of places within Ukraine that they could have struck. So it seems odd that the Russians would be deliberately firing towards Poland. It's really hard to know what's going on. I don't think we've got enough information. But yeah, one possibility is that there was a Russian missile and a Ukrainian missile, and the Russian missile went off course and Ukrainian missile hit it, and the wreckage has killed some poor people in Poland. I'm not sure what else we can know, and I'm not sure what else we will know. But I think the slightly conflicting statements from, you know, NATO members, Poland, Ukraine, it suggests there's a bit of an argument behind the scenes, and we're probably not being told everything as to what is going on. So yeah, I suppose we're just going to have to wait and see if we're given more information and if we find out. Thanks anyway.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with a lot of this. I mean, we don't know. We do know that that 2 Polish farm workers tragically lost their lives in Poland, and this is like you said, Tom, quite likely to be kept quiet for the moment because it involves a NATO country, and it's understandable that there's disagreements, isn't there? I mean, there's Poland is right on the border with Ukraine, and Ukraine is being, of course, invaded and having war crimes committed against it on a scale unseen in our lifetimes and on the doorstep of Europe. And these 2 Polish farm workers have tragically lost their lives. So what actually happens is probably it's not going to be center stage. The details are not going to be absolutely given to us, perhaps, you know, in the timely fashion that we might like. But it's a great conversation. I just need to just to point out that anybody who's listening in on Eastern Standard Time or New York time, I earlier gave the wrong time when I announced Eastern Standard Time. It is currently at 3:57 p.m. New York. So if you're in New York, please get back to work. But please, please continue listening to the Mirror Reports whilst pretending to be on a phone call, because we very much love having you here. And with that, I'll go to Erland.
Yeah, good evening. Well, I jumped up when I heard George because, well, one thing that I would definitely, from what we know, don't want to speculate anything more into it, is the 2S300 theory. I don't think that has any leads for that. But what is really strange for me, so I want to say first, I was the first one to jump on the conclusion because of official messages that were given, statements yesterday by both the Polish and apparently not official, but from Pentagon sources. So it could be fake, but who knows? That this was a Russian cruise missile, and then suddenly, without explaining why, they now they withdraw this statement, and they don't explain the reason for it to be in the first place mentioned as a Russian cruise missile. And then this one image of this part of the engine mount really disturbs me. So been a little bit quiet today because I was very, very loud yesterday on Twitter about this being a Russian attack on NATO, but jumped to conclusions because we don't know. But I was looking through images, and I've basically scavenged through all the images that I can see of S300 debris, and it just doesn't fit. But that part that we see in the image fits with something else. It fits with what Chuck mentioned, the KA-101, or other KA variants, which has very similar engine mounts. But anyways, it doesn't matter because that picture, we don't know if it is from the site. There is no evidence that that picture is from the site of yesterday. I have not found an image that shows this tractors and the engine part. So that's where this theory really ends. If we see that, then yeah, then there is something wrong. Another thing that really disturbs me, and really why I started to look through images this evening, is because of the statement of Zelensky. In my perception, Zelensky has been all but dishonest from the very start of the war, from before the war. This man has shown integrity beyond any statesman that I can remember in my lifetime. And why he would not admit if this was a mistake, I just cannot comprehend. I do not manage to comprehend it. But I agree. First of all, two things that has been mentioned here that are most important. This would never have happened if Russia didn't start their illegal war of aggression against innocent Ukrainian people, launching missiles to destroy civilian infrastructure and kill civilians. This would have never happened. So this is 100% Russia's fault anyways. The second thing I agree upon is that this, as it starts out to be a little bit secretive and controversial, and because a lot of countries have very important reasons for this not being a Russian missile because of the implications that would have, I believe we will never know. So maybe we should start focusing on other things, even though this is very interesting. Thank you.
100%, Alan. Thank you. It is certainly interesting, and it is a series of developing events. And yeah, thanks. I have no idea of the order of hands. I think the batting order was something like Mockers, Tom, Luca, and Antonio Escobar. So Mockers, you're opening the batting.
Well, I'm going to open the batting with talk of different missiles. There are reported HIMARS strikes in Alchevsk and, oh my goodness, Simagori, maybe? Anyway, I've just retweeted it. There is information there.
Alchesk and Zimagore. Okay. High Mars o'clock. We love that. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Mockers. Wonderful. Tom.
Yeah, I think one of the things that might be useful to think about when, and all of this is speculation because we don't have the facts about what sort of missiles they were or where they came from, but is to think about intentions and potential consequences. So let's go with the hypothesis that it was a Russian missile fired from Belarus intending to strike Poland. Why would they do that? Like, what would be their motive? They're not going to want to kill a couple of farmers in Poland. That's not going to be their intention. It could be that what they wanted to do was take some of the focus off of what was happening in Ukraine. And so having something land in Poland could be a sort of propaganda thing. It's, let's push NATO and see if they do anything. And when they decide not to start a war with us over it, they'll look weak. So there could be that. But in terms of it actually being any kind of military target, I mean, it isn't. A couple of farmers died. It seems more likely that if it was a Russian missile from Belarus, that it wasn't intended to land there. So that's one thing. Then if you think about it from the NATO perspective, the kind of consequences, 2 people have died in Poland, and that's terrible because they're people, they've got families. It's really, really sad. But NATO is not going to want to get into any kind of difficult escalatory situation as a result of 2 deaths. And I know that might sound a bit heartless, but it's thinking about consequences rather than the morality of it. I mean, we've got precedent of the Russians killing people with polonium and Novichok in the UK. And polonium and Novichok are unquestionably Russian chemical weapons. So, on the basis that people have been killed with Russian chemical and nuclear sort of radioactive weaponry, and we didn't go to war with them over that, and we didn't push it politically. We basically didn't do anything. There may have been things behind the scenes that we're not aware of, but openly, don't think the UK really did anything towards Russia. I may be mistaken about that. So I think, NATO might have gone, ooh, okay, this was a Russian missile. It came from Belarus, but we don't know if it was an accident, as in it was intended for, say, Lviv, and it's gone off target, or it's been hit by a Ukrainian missile and gone off target. Do we really want to escalate over this? And Poland's maybe gone, we really want to escalate. And then maybe they've spoken to America and everyone else, and they've gone, we don't want to escalate over this. Let's say that it's uncertain where it's come from. That is entirely possible. It's just something that we need to consider. Again, we don't know. This is speculation. But I think you need to think about what's most likely. To me, the most likely thing is that a Russian missile accidentally went off target and or got hit by a Ukrainian air defense missile. Some Polish farmers have sadly died, and NATO's decided it's not going to escalate over it. That just seems the most likely explanation based upon what we've got. But I could be wrong.
Well, it's a fair hypothesis, Tom. It's a fair theory, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Antonini, please go ahead. Antonio, apologies. Antonio, please go ahead.
Thank you. I recently feel like, why has nobody come to Ukraine's rescue other than with dollars and weaponry? Where is a country that is willing to give up some infantry? Is that because of the ramifications that Russia has nuclear weapons and could strike, or it because people are cowed by and allowing this to happen and to continue? Because what is the end game here? Like, what is going to happen to Ukraine after this? And if it continues to fight and it's a war of attrition, like, I don't see a good end game here, other than losing half your country to Russia. Or I had a second point, which was that there was a
Antonio, no, just before you make the second point, yeah, I hear you. I think the point is that no one's end game, none of Ukraine's allies' perceived end game or imagined end game for this war is anything other than the total liberation of all Ukrainian territory, from its northern border to its eastern border to its western border to its southern border, which is the southern beach of Crimea. And you see, that is the end game that we all imagine here as Ukraine's allies. Now I hear you about the where does that the Kremlin has been trying and losing the war it started, but trying desperately to bring in NATO into this conflict from day one, into this war from day one, and it's been trying to do this for a very good reason. And that reason is because it realizes that it is losing, it cannot win, that Ukrainian resistance is too much. Ukrainians will not tolerate the genocide of their country, and Ukraine's allies will not tolerate the genocide of their country. But yes, they're trying to bring NATO in. The Kremlin has been constantly doing this from day one, and NATO has maintained a consistent stance with regards to what it does and where it goes in this war. And yes, it is, I'm sure you would agree, consistent that it is not putting NATO servicemen and women into harm's way.
I'm not saying NATO. It could be anybody, any country outside of NATO. I mean, does it have to be NATO?
Well, let's just park that one, shall we, Antonio? Because clearly, what's happening here is Russia has invaded Ukraine to commit genocide and war crimes, and it is seeking to bring NATO in. It has been from day one, and it is trying ever so hard these days because it has started a war it is losing, and it needs to try and convince its domestic audience that something else is happening elsewhere.
The war crimes are horrendous, I have to say. I mean, these mass graves, the way that their onslaught on civilian targets, I mean, it's just atrocious to witness or to see or in the news. But I did have one question. There was a bridge that had bombs, particularly from Russia, and I think Zelensky was talking about it. And was that ever taken care of? Like, did they disarm it, or because there was a bridge that could have flooded over into parts of where Ukraine was fighting.
So you might be referencing, I think you're referring to the dam there, which runs over the Dnieper River, and that has not been blown. If it were, evidence suggests that it would be the left bank, i.e., the eastern bank of the Dnieper River, that would be heavily affected by this. And this, of course, would, if Moscow decided to do this, completely ruin chances of water supplies to Crimea, which was one of the false pretexts and points of disinformation that it used at the outset of this war. There was a bridge that was attacked. This particular bridge was across the Kerch Strait, and this bridge, as far as we know, was attacked by a marauding gang of berserker Viking dolphins. But that's all we know on that one, sir.
All right, thank you.
No problem at all. George.
Yes, I was going to say, Russia is going to lose this war. That's pretty much given, barring some calamity, some disaster or something. Russia is going to lose this war militarily. The objective is going to be to limit their destruction, right, of infrastructure. How much of Ukraine are they going to ruin before they give up the ghost, as we say, right? Wendy, that's the main point here. We know that they're going to lose. We know that that's going to happen. How does Ukraine and its allies limit the destruction that's going on? But really quick, getting back really quick, I'm not going to say what it was, whatever, but whatever it is that hit Poland, and Wendy, you touched on it, and so did Tom. I'm praying and hoping that it wasn't deliberate, because if it was, and NATO has an idea that it was, then that would be disconcerting for me. And I would see it as an escalation. And people say, well, what? Russia has escalated continuously this war, and we haven't really responded. And that's my personal view. They escalated when they started attacking all the electricity, the heating sources, things like that. That started in September? Well, the huge attack in October, but whatever. Yes, we sent them air defense, but is it enough? No, it's not. Okay, I heard yesterday, IRIS-T and NASAMS intercepted 100% of their incoming targets. Well, guess what? There's not enough of them there, because if there was, we wouldn't have heard of things getting hit in Lviv and Kharkiv and things like that. So until they get to where it's 98 to 99% interception, because there's enough NASAMS or IRIS-T or ASPEED or whatever the hell you have you in country, we have a lot of work to do. The West has a lot of work to do. And, when Russia escalates, yes, well, how do you escalate in a war? Well, they've shown us, they've proven to us how you escalate, by going after infrastructure and things of that nature. And NATO needs to get off its butt. I was nice to hear that Sweden is sending this and that and the other thing, but MRAPs are okay. They're better. Yes, they're better than a Humvee. Than a Humvee. They're obviously better than a pickup truck or an SUV, right? We've seen the Ukrainian guys and gals, trying to maneuver in pickup trucks and SUVs. Yes, is an MRAP better? Of course it is. Yes, it is. But it's not a CV90. It's not a Leopard 2. It's not even a goddamn Leopard 1. What's the point? Putin, the only thing he knows is if he gets punched in the mouth. And this whole nonsense about, they want a war with NATO. Checkpoint. What's going to happen? They're not going to use nuclear weapons. That's obvious. And my thing is, there'll be 3 million less Russians, within like 3 months, and that'd be it. I mean, they're going to mobilize what? I mean, I'm tired of the West cowering about, oh, World War III. World War III is not going to happen over Ukraine. It's just not going to happen. We know that. There's people at the top that know that. And the other thing I want to do is, can someone put a gag on Milley's mouth, because that guy is absolutely turning into a clown show at this point. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of people in the Pentagon that know him on a personal basis, and yeah, their summary of him is on point. He just wants to be in the news at this point. He needs to be quiet and listen to the Secretary of Defense and take his cues from his boss.
Well said, George. And yeah, and we certainly like to see Ukrainian liberation. And just while you're saying that, I can report that there's been explosions in Jankoy, which is in Crimea. And Jankoy is 150 kilometers from the front line. So it's always good to make triple figures, whether it's cricket or otherwise. So with all these hands up, I'm going to have to go to Laughing Tommy, because he's been patiently trying to get up for ages. And then we'll go to Luca, then Erland, then Edvard. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Good evening, Wendy. I wanted to get up when somebody was asking how much of missile stockpiles Russia has left at this point, and this is going to tie into the how much damage they can do. Basically, if anybody remembers, Alexei Reznikov had a press statement where he listed what, according to the SBU, what was remaining of Russia's high precision missile arsenal, and he had listed 124 Iskander ballistic missiles, 272 caliber missiles, and 213 KH missiles, both KH-101s and KH-555s. So the KH missiles are the ones that are being dropped from the Caspian and from Russia, while the caliber cruise missiles are the ones being launched from the Black Sea, because they have to be sea launched. So since October 12th, we have had the major attack with 50 KH missiles on October 18th, and yesterday's attacked with 96 missiles. So that leaves us with Russia having at most about 120 Iskander missiles and about 340 cruise missiles, mostly sea-launched ones. Now, if you think about it, the more air defense Ukraine has, the bigger the salvo needs to be so it can penetrate. So basically, Russia has about 3 more salvos with which it's going to be able to actually do substantial damage like it did yesterday. And after that, the air defenses will be essentially impenetrable, apart from eventual Iranian ballistic missiles, because I literally don't think that they're going to spend their last 120 Iskander missiles, because they're the only modern medium-range missile that they have. And what's going to happen at that point is that we would have essentially closed down the Ukrainian sky, because all that air defense, it's not going to be like, well, it's not a cruise missile, it's a plane, we're not going to shoot it down. It's going to still be essentially closing down the sky, even though there's no Western jets in it. And I wanted to address Antonio's point as well about nations not offering infantry. We should all remember that there are, according to the last public count, at least 20,000 foreign volunteers that are risking life and limb in Ukraine to help out from all over the free world. And one of my favorite things that I have ever seen in this war was a clip where there was a Muslim man, I think he was from the Caucasus, and an Israeli man, and they were both laughing while being shelled, and they were recording a video where they were saying, "Can you imagine how much Russia has pissed off the world so that Muslims and Israelis are fighting together in the same foxhole?"
Thanks, Laughing Tommy. That's really interesting. Thank you for keeping track of of this and keeping us abreast of these stockpiles as they currently seem. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Luca, I think you were next. Please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the report. My opinion is that this was not a Ukrainian blunder. I think I agree with whoever said that Zelensky has been impeccable. He looked really pissed. So, but there is just so much he can do. He's getting all these weapons. So at some point, unfortunately, they're going to tell him to shut up. And it sucks because you're already getting bombed by the Russians. And now you need to shut up because, well, in the grand scheme of things, is the right thing to do. Did I just hear that it's something along the line of like, oh, well, wait for three more attacks, and then, well, they're out of missiles. So, you know, yeah. So that's what Ukraine has been doing since the beginning, isn't it? Just suffer. And eventually the Russians will get out because, well, they'll just lose, you know, because they run out of weapons and people. And of course, the Ukrainians are kicking their asses. So this was not a Ukrainian blunder. I don't buy it. And if it was, they were intercepting Russian missiles. So we agree. It's still Russians' fault. So that wouldn't be a blunder anyways. And, you know, in any ways, this was an escalation. And so NATO said, no, we pass. We don't play your game. I mean, perhaps it's the right military strategy, like you guys discussed. Why to escalate now? We'll give you a little more time and you'll dig in your own graves, Russia. There is even a chance that it was done on purpose. It was actually targeting a NATO country. It's not like they didn't do it. You know, our British friends said it. Polonium tea and thing that I didn't hear, a bunch of factories in Bulgaria were like taken down in the last few years. Military factories by FSB agents. So, yeah, I mean, we have to be careful though when we say, you know, every inch of NATO territory. You know, because at some point the Russian will be like, yeah, maybe every inch, maybe not. I think in terms of military strategy, we understand, you know, we've probably been doing the right thing. So feels a little bit like a cover-up though, for the grand scheme of things. Not a Ukrainian blunder. I don't buy that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Luca. Always a pleasure. Edvard, I think you were next. Please go ahead.
I think Erland was before me, so go ahead, Erland.
Alla salute, Luca. E buon appetito. Anyways, yes, you know, what really pisses me off. So I wanted to ascertain two things about Biden's handling of the situation. One is magnificent. He strongmanned Schultz to stop Schultzing for 10 seconds. And he gave a really good statement, which someone in the White House wrote for Schultz. I'm 100% sure. And then, and this is good, he handled this part very well, Biden. And then he really craps his pants, to be sorry about the language. Because all he could have done was, we don't know where this missile came from. There will be an investigation. There were hundreds of missiles flying in the air in Ukraine, and the situation is not clear. You have accomplished exactly the same thing as to post, like very early, say that this was probably not coming from Russia. And shutting down Zelensky, who needs to look like a liar, because he won't lie if this is the truth. And I'm starting more and more to believe this theory And it really pisses me off that they just didn't let there be doubt for another few days, and or even come to some conclusion that there's no conclusion to what happened. We don't know. There's no certain evidence. And anyways, arm Ukraine to the teeth as a response to this. So so Russia is guilty of this. Polish territory has been hit because of the war that Russia is waging in Ukraine. This is the facts. The only thing we know. And this is an escalation in itself. Consequences poured into Poland by killing 2 people, civilians. As a response, without publicly stating that we know that this cruise missile came from Russia, why do they even need to say that? There is an investigation ongoing. You only need to refer to that. And you arm Ukraine to the teeth with ATACMS, 2 divisions of Leo 2s, and CV-90s, and all the support vehicles needed so that the Ukrainians can clear off all the Russian soldiers and invaders and the scum of earth, which is Wagner, from Ukrainian territory as soon as possible, and stop dragging and kicking the can down the corridor, as you say, by gradually putting 1 billion pack of weapons. What 1 billion? It's weapons that has been stored in U.S. storage for 25 years. Most of these things. Just send it all, and force Scholz to stop being Putin's little. I don't know what he's doing. I don't understand Scholz at this point. The only thing. Yeah, I'm done.
Sorry,
Yeah, thank
sorry
you.
to interrupt. The latest news from Germany is that Germans agree with you. Over the last few months, we have seen a massive increase of public donations from German citizens to Ukraine's cause. So this is this is highly significant. It's Scholz acting alone, and it's Scholz acting in complete contrast to the overwhelming will of his electorate. We saw recently that as part of the European supports that German citizens have given, they've donated 862 million euros through private charitable donations. This is not these are individual donations, private charitable donations, and this is more than any other cause in German history. And they've done this in support of Ukrainian freedom and Ukrainian lives. So I would absolutely agree with you. The consensus amongst European citizens now seems, with this last piece in the puzzle amongst all European electorates, as well as many other electorates across the free world, is to give Ukraine every weapon system it needs to defend itself, yes, to liberate its territory completely. All of it.
I just need to add one quick thing. So it was asked the question: what would be the reason for why Russia would want NATO to enter? It's very easy. It's obvious, because they cannot face within Russia to lose this war to the Ukrainians, even though they say on television that NATO is fighting the war. What they want is NATO personnel and NATO's general secretary declaring that we will send in warplanes in Ukraine to protect the sky or whatever. This is the stuff that the Russian wants because they need an off-ramp. They're going to lose, they know. I am 100% sure. How can you believe that you will win by pouring in poor souls of 18-year-old conscripts into machine gun fire? That stupid Putin is not that stupid. Even though it makes a lot of bad decisions, they know what's coming for them.
Herman, can I ask you to clarify one thing? You said that Scholz said something that the White House brought yesterday. Did I miss something? Could you elaborate?
I mean, So the first time I genuinely like what Scholz is saying publicly since March is because he said that it does not matter who shot the missile, that this is only Russia's fault. And he was quite hard in the statement. And that's a good thing, but I don't believe that he made that up himself, because a few minutes later, Giorgia Meloni said the same thing, and a few minutes after that, the Dutch Prime Minister said the same thing. So I believe this was a White House pledge. But yeah, I'm done.
Thanks, Ellen. Thanks, Luca. Yeah, just because it's just gone 11:30 Kiev time. For anyone who's just joining us, you're listening to the Mirror Report. We are, of course, a 24/7 space dedicated to providing the latest information on Ukraine. And I can tell you, just in response, just as a follow-up to the explosions in Jankoy that we've seen, this is in Crimea. If you think of a map of Crimea, Jankoy is a very crucial railroads, which basically there are two routes off this railroad. One goes towards the kind of Mykolaiv, Kherson region, and the other goes northeast towards Melitopol. And Jankoy is North Crimea, and it's a very important area of railroad. And yeah, we've just seen HIMARS strikes HIMARS o'clock in Jankoy, and clearly this is striking a target of significant, of high significance for the defense of Ukraine, because as we know, we've seen a large number of targets within Crimea. Saki Air Base, for example, the Kerch Strait Bridge. We've seen these targeted, at an increasing rate recently. So this railroad at Jankoy is the latest of those targets. So I think it was Edvard. Did you get your question in?
Yeah. Thank you, Wendy. I just wanted to Erland said it all there, really. So I have nothing more to add there. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Edward.
No problem, Erland.
Thank you, gents. Tom, thanks for waiting.
Yeah, there's been a lot said in the last 20 minutes or so. I think possibly one of the things that's interesting is so many different NATO and EU leaders, including the White House recently, saying that Russia is responsible for this in a sort of morally responsible sense. They've started this war. They're the ones that have fired all of these missiles. Sort of puts the moral responsibility on Russia without saying this was a deliberate Russian missile strike against a NATO country, because what that enables us to do is send out the message that, Russia are evil, like warmongering country that's started an illegal invasion of Ukraine, etc. This has now caused some people outside of Ukraine to die, but it's not attributing intentional attack to them, which we would need to respond to, politically or militarily in some way. So I think it's a way of sort of not escalating the situation into something that could become quite difficult for NATO countries. So, I don't know. It is possible that it is a Ukrainian air defense thing that's gone off target. But as Erlen said, Zelensky's normally behaved with massive integrity, and he clearly doesn't believe that that's the case. So, yeah, I think it's a case of labeling the Russians with moral responsibility, but without intent, meaning that we don't have to retaliate in some way politically or escalate the situation. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know, but that's what it seems like.
And Tom, that would be consistent with what we've seen so far, wouldn't it? With the acknowledgement that Moscow has got itself in a headlock. It indiscriminately targets civilians. It's led to the tragic death of 2 Polish farm workers. In terms of defeating this genocidal regime, which is committing war crimes in Ukraine, this regime has got itself in a headlock, and we should not give it reason to be released from this.
Yeah, I think Putin is in a trap of his own making. You know, he calculated that he could win this war and win it quickly, possibly because he'd surrounded himself with yes men by firing anyone that disagreed with him. And as a result, this trap is a trap of his own making, and we're not going to let him out of it. But you know, everyone in this space believes that Ukraine should be sent the Leopards and the Atacams and everything else and F-16s to end this war quickly. But you know, this is a trap of Putin's own making. I think the only thing that does concern me is the possibility that George raised, which is, let's imagine that the Russians did deliberately target Poland. And again, this is a hypothesis. We don't know this is the case because it would be a bloody stupid thing to do. But let's imagine they did say, right, let's fire a couple missiles at Poland, just some farmhouse somewhere, and I don't really care, nothing big, don't fire at Warsaw. And let's see what NATO do. Let's see if they've got the balls to stand up to us. And they do that, and then we don't respond. Now, I don't think that's likely. I think that's extremely unlikely. I think it's much more likely that a Russian missile went off course. But if that was the case, we've just looked a bit weak, if that makes sense. But I'm sure that people in NATO, way, way above all of our pay grades, have been having this exact same discussion. Does that make sense to you, Andy? You wanted to jump in?
I'd have to respectfully disagree with you there, Tom. I think that this may, I think absolutely the families of these Polish farm workers have every right to be to be angry and demand redress of this. But if this is, as you say, a missile gone off course, then there is a logical, calm response that NATO can make, and it is to increase things like Patriot air defense coverage within this area to prevent this from happening again. And you know, I think that this will only serve to highlight within the eyes of electorates across Europe that this, you know, the actions of Moscow. They target civilians every single day in Ukraine, and their actions have led to 2 tragic deaths in Poland. And this is happening to Ukrainians every day. And just like the German electorate said in their statement of private donations of 862 million from private charitable donations to Ukraine, that European electorates, there is a consensus here, I would say, that the sight of Leopard 2s in Ukraine should be a familiar sight with everybody, because we know that the swifter this war is finished, the more lives can be saved. And so, yeah, to give Ukraine everything it needs so it can pour it on them. We're not just talking about saving 1, 2, 200, 2,000 Ukrainian lives today and tomorrow by assisting in the defeat of the Muscovite army in the field, but making sure that these bastards can't come and do this for another 50 years. Actually, let's not make it 50 years, let's make it 51 years. Let's ensure that 50 years in the future, Ukrainian school kids get 1 extra year of safe schooling. Because, I mean, I'm sure we would all agree that, you know, to be able to take one's kids to school without the threat of Russia attacking their country, because we know that the historic precedent here, this is something which Ukrainians deserve and their future generations deserve. And I think what we are seeing is a consensus amongst European electorates towards getting this done. and not a moment too soon.
Yeah, I think though, Wendy, that the problem we've got in this space is we're frustrated that, you know, Leopards and F-16s and ATACMS aren't being sent to Ukraine, and rightly so, because it would save lives, it would shorten the war, it's morally the right thing to do. And I don't think it would provoke World War III. I think we could give a lot more to Ukraine before anything absolutely bonkers happened. So the problem is it's not happening, and I think it's not happening because of fear of escalation on behalf of certain Western leaders. And I suspect that this, there's no evidence this missile attack came from Russia, is based on that same fear of escalation. I'm not saying that I definitely think it was a deliberate missile attack from Russia on Poland. It was probably an accident. I have no idea exactly what went on. But I think the fear of escalation is both the reason why Russia is not being 100% blamed for this, and the reason why, unfortunately, those weapons aren't reaching Ukraine. And I'm not sure how we can change that, because I think it rests in the minds of people like Scholz, like Joe Biden, you know, and others, that we sort of don't want to push the Russians too far. I think, though, that we could push them a lot further than we have been and still not provoke a wider war. I still think that those weapons could be sent to Ukraine. Maybe not all at the time. Maybe you couldn't send Leopards and F-16s and ATACMS all at the same time. Maybe you'd need to have a month in between each of those weapon systems. But do you get the point that I'm making?
I do, Tom. It's a question of perhaps rewording the language, or reframing this, because what this is in giving the sufficient support to Ukraine to end this war swiftly, it's assisting the liberation of a free and democratic country in 2022. And we all agree here that no civilized, rational person could possibly be against such a thing. So yeah, with regards to whether this was a deliberate attack designed to somehow create a narrative to undermine Ukrainian support, I'd have to just respectfully disagree with that, because I think people are, I mean, if that really, if murdering 2 Polish farm workers in an attempt to somehow change Western support for Ukraine, if Moscow really thinks that that's going to work, well, yeah, apologies if I'm not quite framing that in the way that you put that, Tom, but I'm sure the details of this will come out over the coming weeks. But it's, to me, it's just an example of the indiscriminate nature of Moscow's actions, and how Ukrainians suffer this every single day. And I think it will remind Europeans that this happens to Ukrainians every single day.
Yeah, Wendy, I don't mind you disagreeing in the slightest. I almost disagree with that hypothesis that I've raised myself, because I think the chances of it being a deliberate Russian attack is vastly, vastly lower than it being a Russian missile that accidentally went off course. It just seems ridiculous that they would, just target some rural part of Poland deliberately. It's just that if they had decided to do that, our lack of response makes us look a bit weak. Do you see what I mean? I still think it's very unlikely that actually was the Russian intention.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what kind of response can be defined as appropriate here.
I think, in terms of it sort of coming out in the coming days and weeks, I think if there is good evidence that it wasn't a Russian missile, I think we'll find out pretty quickly. I think if it was a Russian missile, whether it was accidental or intentional, and that could be the thing that's hard to work out. It could be that it was a Russian missile, and they've got good evidence it was a Russian missile, but they have no idea if the Russians meant to hit Poland or if they meant to hit a part of northwestern Ukraine. And that could be the argument in NATO. It could be like, what do we want to do? Do we want to escalate over this? This could be an accident. I suspect if that's the case, and there's good radar data to back up, this is where the missile came from, this was the type of missile it was a Russian missile, I wouldn't be surprised if it's classified for the next 30 years and we find out in 30 years' time what happened. But again, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with a lot of that, Tom. It's I'm going to bring in Laughing Tommy, who's had his hand up a while. So Laughing Tommy, please go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
No problem. I just wanted to point out something that seems kind of, I don't know, obvious to me, but in order for this to end in a way that's lasting, and in order for us to have lasting peace in Ukraine, and not only in Ukraine, but in all those places where Russia currently exerts its influence through its tentacles of corruption and mercenaries and whatever, I think that we should keep in mind that what's currently happening in Ukraine has another dimension. And as people have pointed out, it's very valuable for Russia to keep getting humiliated, to keep getting shown as not being the superpower that it projected itself to be through media, etc. We shouldn't forget that it was legitimately thought by most analysts in the public space that Russia was a superpower. It was going to smash into Ukraine in 3 days, basically secure it, reestablish normalcy, and that would be it. And with every day that passes, with every day that Ukrainians keep winning, that image gets shattered more and more, and most importantly gets shattered within Russia. And what is happening now is that we have a genuine chance of taking the regime down from within itself. Now, we should ask ourselves, do we want a public reaction to the Polish incident so that we can feel better, so that our emotions feeling this malignment can be cured, or do we want a response that ushers in a practical result? And what I mean by that is, if everybody remembers the attack on the Saki base, and I think most of us on the space and the experts we have talked to agree it was ATACMS or similar munition. Now, most people don't remember, however, that something happened before that, and it was that in the Kherson front, a bunch of radar installations and anti-air defense basically went offline because they were taken out. And they were taken out using HARM missiles. Up to that point, nobody had stated that Ukraine had received HARM missiles. But there was a practical step that was taken. It led to a particular result that basically destroyed the flying echelon of the Baltic fleet, at least half of it by publicly available data. Now, the night where Putin gave his big speech, where he said that he was annexing the oblasts and there was nothing anybody could do about it, and if anybody dared to threaten the new territories of Russia and the whole of Russia, there would be nuclear consequences. The night that happened, all of NATO's air assets in Eastern Europe went dark, went off radar, and the video showed up about that showed US forces and NATO forces moving as if mobilized in a Polish military base. And then we know that for about a month now, there have been no further threats of nuclear power. And now we have this whole Polish thing, and we have the public story. And all of a sudden, Janko Air Base, which is 150 kilometers from the front, is getting blown up by something. Now, should we keep feeling that we need some kind of public answer? We need some kind of, yeah, we're going to give 200 trucks with ATACMS to Ukraine. Now, personally, I am very much satisfied if there's never public help to Ukraine anymore, apart from the systems that we're already providing. But Russian assets keep blowing up, the regime keeps weakening, because I very much enjoy that when Kherson got liberated, people in Crimea got help, and there was singing in Crimea, and people were singing Ukrainian songs in Rostov. So let's just keep going.
100% laughing, Tommy. Thank you. Perhaps the answer to what is an appropriate reaction to the terrible deaths of 2 Polish citizens yesterday is to cover both both theories that have been discussed, which is to move NATO Patriot batteries one step closer to the Ukrainian border, to cover that 5 kilometer grey zone, whatever it is, and also to give Ukraine every single air defense system that it needs, and to do it this week, because they take a while to reload. The Muscovite forces, they take a while to reload. These mass attacks happen generally on a weekly basis. It is incumbent upon all civilized nations within the West to give Ukraine every single means of defense that can possibly be provided, and to do it now.
All right. At this notice, yeah, I have a little bit news. Maybe you've seen it. I put it up in the nest a few minutes ago. There were explosions in Sankoy. I would pronounce it Sankoy, north of Crimea. And if you look on this map, Sankoy is a little bit more in the east. No, it's really central, north of Crimea, and it's on the eastern side of the central. And if you remember, there are two main roads leading into Crimea. It's one main road which goes through Armyansk on the western side, and the other main road which happens to go through Chankuyo. So yeah, we're speculating about this. We pointed this out. These main roads are important, and I was thinking, yeah, they would maybe hit it a little bit more in the north, about around Syversk, but they hit it in the south, and it's really amazing because it's more kind of a long range, and it really shows they are able to strike really deep and yeah, really precise on points of Crimea. I guess we will see yeah, more action all around Crimea. It's really interesting. Back to you, Joseph. Or not. Joseph, are you there?
Joseph isn't here, Bernardo, but yeah, with relation to the explosions in Shankoy, yeah, we were discussing this about 15-20 minutes ago. It's a really interesting location, isn't it? Because it intersects 2 crucial rail hubs. One that goes to the northwest towards Kherson, and the other towards the towards the northeast, towards Melitopol. And yeah, that looks highly significant, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I was really amazed. All right. I think we have a couple of hands up. Let's go to Torixas.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say something about the missiles in Poland, if that's still okay.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
I wanted to say something about the missiles in Poland from yesterday, if that's still okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it was Domen yesterday who mentioned an objective could have been a power station which connected the Polish power, the electricity from Poland to the Ukrainian one. That was interesting. And also Stoltenberg was asked today if the Polish radar system didn't pick up on the missiles, and he responded that it did, but it wasn't considered a threat, so they didn't have to defend. Well, that's two interesting things, I think. And well, I think maybe we will never know the exact truth, but well, that was my point.
And a fair point it is, Torixas. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's healthy to speculate in the cause of saving lives and saving lives in however adjacent to Ukraine they are in relation to this war. But yeah, it's a good point. Thank you. Laughing Tommy.
Hello. So I've just sent you a couple of links, but I think that I thought that one was from Ukrainian MOD, but it's an account with the same emblem. Anyway, it's supposed to be images showing the Genko air base blowing up repeatedly. So you might want to put that in the nest for people who want to see.
Yeah, it's HIMARS o'clock there, Laughing Tommy, and HIMARS o'clock.
Oh, we love HIMARS o'clock, and also fellas love HIMARS o'clock. It's really amazing. Sorry, Wendy, I just don't want it to cut you off. Please continue.
I was just going to say, Bernardo, the thing about HIMARS o'clock is that it can strike any hour of the day.
Any hour of the day, every day, 24/7. And like the MriyaReport, we are here 24/7 for you. And yeah, we monitor 24/7, HIMARS o'clock. Isn't that amazing?
Well, it's the absolutely incredible feat of solidarity, and it's wonderful to see. Yeah, the thing about HIMARS o'clock is that it can strike any hour of the day. It's also unannounced, so always expect it. And on that happy note, I can see we've got a few people up to the speakers panel. If you would like to make a comment or ask a question or make a comment, please do. Anyone who's listening, who may have just joined us, you are of course listening to the MriyaReport. We are 24/7. We've been here for 8 going on 9 months, and we are dedicated to providing the latest news and information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we have many aims here: saving Ukrainian lives, finding solutions to the issues that face Ukraine and Ukrainians during this year of existential crisis following the Russian invasion on the 24th of February this year. And we've seen a great number of solutions proposed on this space. As you could probably hear, I'm losing my voice because I've been speaking too much. But if you would like to contribute, please request the wonderful purple microphone button, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If you would like to send us a DM because you're feeling a bit shy, please do, unless you're working for Amazon or you're an angry garden gnome, in which case I'd maybe quite like to hear from you, but only if it's not about castles in Kentucky. That aside, please also do retweet the space. It really does help us. It really helps what we do here. And send us a quote tweet as well. We don't mind what your opinion is. It's always good to have a diverse range of opinions. We welcome that here. We're a free speech base. As long as you put your opinion in a civil way and in an appropriate way, we're happy to hear it.
So Joseph, God damn, today it's I'm sorry, Wendy. I'm really not good at this today. Oh damn. Wendy, I have a question about the castles in Kentucky. Do you have a white castle in Kentucky?
I can't. I don't know, Bernardo, but I heard it's not actually a castle. It's a hotel.
I mean the burger chain White Castle, you know, from the movie. I don't know if it's real. Is there a burger chain called White Castle? Was that a reference to a pub culture?
I think I'm batting on a pancake and you're on a sticky wicket, my friend.
All right, I'm not sure.
Bernardo, you've been prepping, I hear. Prepping for a very important interview tomorrow. I hope you've done your homework. Could you tell us a bit about it?
All right, yeah. I mean, I know her since a while. It's one of the NAFO fellas, and yeah. I have to look up shortly in her profile, but for everyone, IMBOHHI. And there you can see what she's doing, for what is she collecting, what kind of things she is doing, and yeah, it's really amazing. But yeah, Wendy.
So she works. Just correct me if I'm wrong here, Bernardo. She works towards the cause of delivering vehicles to Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yeah. So she left, as far as I understand, with her mother to Spain. Her dad is still in Ukraine, and they took refuge in Spain, and yeah, she had personal contacts and friends who were fighting in the armed forces of Ukraine, and they always told her they need help, and yeah, what's maybe more this she offered her help, I guess, because you know how these people are. They don't like to ask for help, but if you offer them help, they're happy to take it. If you really want to help them, and yeah, she does look out for cars, used cars which are usable still in Ukraine for the effort. She is collecting money for these cars, donation for these cars, and then she buys the cars. She usually has a friend who drives the cars down to Ukraine. They get a new painting, basically, getting checked if they need anything new, if they need to get any maintenance, and then they going down to Ukraine with this car and deliver it there. And yeah, it's really I've found it amazing because she's a young Ukrainian woman, left her home and still tries to live her life and is collecting donations, and sometimes it really only takes a few hours, and the people are really happy to help her. And yeah, it's the thing what we are talking about, and it's the same thing with Maria 8. Yeah, you see what happens. You see the people are delivering on the ground. You hear Ryan here saying he's on the way with the renegade relief runners. There's no overhead projection. I mean, she has a job. She's working. She's putting in her own money, and yeah, she is yeah not getting paid anything. But I don't want to tell too much, because she will be here tomorrow and tell us a lot about this.
All right, that sounds great, Bionala. Thank you. And you've got some competition, by the way, because we've got the epic Chuck Farrer doing a regular segment on the space at 4 p.m. Pacific time, at 7 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UTC, 11 p.m. Prague, and midnight Kiev time. You'll be able to tune in to listen to Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer. Chuck Farrer is, of course, the guy who, at the beginning of the 1989 film Hard Target, managed to take, let me think, was it 4 titanium-tipped arrows and about 50,000 rounds and an RPG before his character in this, of course, fictional film met a demise. But he is a real person. He is, of course, in real life, an ex-SEAL team, Navy SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6 squadron leader, and he's been a regular contributor on the space. And yeah, we're really lucky to have him, because the insight that he's been able to provide towards the events in Ukraine, analyzing the aftermath of strikes around Ukraine, and also he's a solutions-based guy on a solutions-oriented space. So it's always great to have Chuck here.
Funny how you say it, because I was always thinking about it, how we are here sitting brainstorming, trying to get solutions, trying to get behind problems and questions, and yeah, maybe get onto some comments. And it's I mean, I work in IT and problem solving, and yeah, it's if I don't have enough to do on at work, I'm here, and it's really amazing. Yeah. So let's go to Tom, maybe.
Yeah, so I've got a bit of a topic change, if you guys don't mind. It sort of goes off on a tangent, but then it veers back to Vladimir Putin in the end. So I know people that are active on Twitter will have probably seen about the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, which appears to have gone bust, possibly because the founder or other people may have taken the money and ran. Now, the thing that interested me with my neuropsychologist hat on is that there's photographic evidence that the chief executive, Sam Bankman-Fried, may have been taking dopaminergic drugs, specifically selegiline, which is a drug designed to treat Parkinson's disease, and also armodafinil, which is another stimulant drug that also raises dopamine. Now, the effects of raising one's dopamine is, in the short term, it helps you to concentrate and it makes you feel very confident. But if you raise those levels too high, you can have problems such as compulsive gambling, hypersexuality, and increased risk taking, which is a problem that we see with people with Parkinson's disease in my team. In the team I work in, about 20% of our patients have Parkinson's disease. Now, why on earth is this relevant to the current conflict? Well, as you know, about once a month, I love to bang my drum about what if Vladimir Putin has Parkinson's disease, because there's a lot of video evidence of him having Parkinsonian symptoms, which doesn't necessarily mean that he does have Parkinson's disease. It just means that he does appear to have symptoms consistent with that. What symptoms are these? There are symptoms such as tremors and shaking. There are symptoms such as involuntary movements of his hands, involuntary movements of his feet. There's symptoms such as there's one when he was waiting to speak to Erdogan, I believe, where it looks like he's sort of chewing his lips and moving his jaw constantly, which is a really weird thing to do if you're a world leader on television. Any one of these videos on their own really wouldn't mean anything much at all. But combined with the reports that he does have Parkinson's disease, you know, the totality of these videos makes me think that he probably does. Now, the concern is not so much that he has Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease will not kill him. And on its own, unless he got a Parkinson's dementia, which 25% of people do eventually get, that wouldn't impair his decision making. The problem is he on medications to alleviate the Parkinson's disease symptoms, which the vast majority of people with Parkinson's disease do take? Now, these medications raise the neurotransmitter dopamine, without which we find it difficult to move. So that's why we give it to people. Now, the problem is you've got to get the dose just right. Too low, and someone cannot control the Parkinson's symptoms. They can freeze, they can't move, they can have tremors. But too high, and you increase people's confidence. So we have in my team, without talking about any specific patients because of confidentiality, we have gentlemen in their 70s and 80s who've become addicted to sexual behaviors, let me say. Probably we don't need to go into the details of that. We've also got people addicted to internet gambling. We've got guys in their 80s getting into road rage and fights, which is really out of character for these people. We've got ladies addicted to internet shopping. The point is that it raises one's confidence and one's reward sensitivity to the point where you make really stupid gambles. You think you're going to win, you think you're going to succeed because you're so confident, and so you end up taking risks which are really stupid. Now, the question I have for you is, does anyone think that Vladimir Putin has made some stupid gambles recently? This is why it's really important. We may never find out if he has Parkinson's disease, but if we do, and specifically if we ever found out what medications he was on, it's actually really, really important. I know when I bring this up about once a month and people are like, oh, Tom, you're speculating again. I am speculating, but there is quite a bit of evidence that he might. And I think it's interesting that it's in the news that this other public figure, Sam Bankman-Fried, has been taking medications that you would normally have for Parkinson's disease, and that he's someone that was taking enormous financial risks that seem to have exploded in his face. So that's just why I raised it. It's just to make a point that there's someone else in the public eye that's taking these sorts of medications and has taken massive gambles, let us say. So if we get any confirmation that Putin has Parkinson's disease, please let me know. I'll see if I can get Professor James Fallon to come back on, because he's a psychiatrist and he'll have hopefully a more detailed understanding than I will of it. But it's something we should discuss if we get confirmation. Anyway, that was just my point I wanted to make.
Thanks, Tom. Can I ask a really quick, this sounds completely facetious given what you've just said, but would the compulsive behaviors that you described also include things like an addiction to Botox therapy?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, there's one of the things, if you look at Putin in press conferences, you'll notice two things. You'll notice that he's almost always holding something. So there's videos of him holding onto tables. There's videos of him holding onto pens and paper. There's videos of him with a pen in each hand. And the reason for that is twofold. One, to try and obscure any tremors that he might have. And two, that he may actually be compulsively fiddling with things. There's a behavior called punding, which there was a medical doctor in the space, Richard, was messaging me saying he thinks Putin could be punding, which is this behavior where you compulsively fiddle with things. We've got someone in the space who's a neurosurgeon, and she thinks he's got Parkinson's disease, and her neuropsychologist in her team thinks he's got Parkinson's disease. But a lot of people don't want to be public about this because A, they don't want to get it wrong, and B, ethically, we shouldn't be diagnosing people from a distance. But when it's Vladimir Putin, I think it's worth taking the risk. And what I hope is that, people in military intelligence have got people way above my pay grade with much more information to sort of profile Putin. I don't think it would have an effect on him using Botox. So yeah, I don't think it would be that, but it could lead to other compulsive behaviors. Certainly the ones we see in my team are compulsive sexual behaviors, compulsive shopping, compulsive gambling, and Putin certainly seems to be taking a lot of risks. So it'd be really interesting if we ever find out if that's the case. I'm sorry I can't really answer your question, Wendy.
That's all right, Tom. I was just wondering if, because it did sound facetious, that I was trying to, I was trying to make the point that the one of the ends to this war and the complete withdrawal of Muscovite forces from Ukraine, one potential end cause of this would be the death of the current Kremlin inhabitant. So I was just wondering, within the compulsive behaviors that you described, and within the absence of rationality, would he be likely to ask for something that could potentially overdose him?
I think if he was to overdose, I mean, the difficulty we've got is we sometimes get patients that have these behaviors, and the problem with any dopaminergic drug, any drug that raises your dopamine, and this includes drugs such as amphetamine that people commonly call speed, or cocaine, or stimulants for treating ADHD like sort of Adderall or modafinil, as well as all of the Parkinson's meds. Anything that raises your dopamine generally makes you feel pretty good. So these people who are compulsively gambling, or having compulsive sexual behaviors, or compulsive fiddling behaviors, or compulsive internet shopping, they feel great. And when the doctor says, I would like to lower your medication because I'm concerned that you're spending too much money gambling, or you're chasing your 78-year-old wife around the bedroom and she's very distressed by this. This is true stories, honestly. They don't like it, but the doctor lowers their medication and they go back to normal. Now, occasionally we get a patient that gets really, really irate with us for lowering their medication, but there's really not very much they can do about it. Now, the next question is, imagine you were Vladimir Putin's neurologist. You're probably the top neurologist in Moscow, or one of them. You really know your stuff, and you know that Vladimir Putin is having too high a dose of Parkinson's medication. And you want him to lower his dose, and you suggest to him, Mr. President, it may be a good idea to do this. And he says no. What do you do? Do you stick your neck out and risk your job, or possibly something worse? Or do you say, no problem, Vladimir, have as much as you like? This is the problem. If he was to overdose on this, his confidence would go through the roof. His attitude to risk-taking would be, I'm the president of Russia, I can do what I like. We're going to succeed. We're Russia. Like ultra confidence to the point of stupidity, taking stupid risks. At really, really high doses, you can get psychotic symptoms, but I've seen it once in our caseload of 400 patients in 4 years. So I think psychosis symptoms are probably unlikely, but overconfidence is really likely. So again, this is why I think it's really important. We don't know for sure that he's got Parkinson's disease, but there's a lot of evidence he has. And if he has, he'll be on medications for that. And if he is on medications for that, I don't think there'll be anyone that can tell him to lower his dose because he's Vladimir Putin, evil dictator. Does that make sense?
That was kind of where I was going with that, Tom. Thank you for your explanation. Bionada.
Yeah. Tom, the question, what I was wondering about is, do we maybe we need to get a third wife for Putin?
A what for Putin, Bionada? You were very quiet.
A third wife, like woman, yeah, for Putin. So he has another thing to do instead of bombing Ukraine and doing genocide and some things like this. Maybe yeah, he needs other forms of relieving his his high dopamine levels.
You're reminding me of, I think it was 20 years ago, whoever it was that was in charge of Saudi Arabia was reported to have said to George Bush that, you know, if you Americans had more than one wife, you wouldn't be so warmongering all of the time. You wouldn't be invading Iraq. You know, you should have several wives like me. Obviously revealing a lot about Saudi attitudes towards women and relationships. But yeah, I mean, Putin does have several mistresses and several children by lots of different women, from what I understand. That's probably more to do with his personality than to do with being on Parkinson's medications. But yeah, it's just put it this way: if eventually people within his inner circle have a palace coup and the Siloviki get rid of Putin, don't be surprised if the headline is, "We had to get rid of Putin because he'd gone mad, he had Parkinson's disease, he was blah blah blah." Even if they're exaggerating it, don't be surprised if that comes out. Like, I don't know how that could happen, but if it did, don't be surprised if they blame it on that. Anyway, I'll shut up now because I've been going on for a little while.
Yeah, levity aside, thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. Ari, you've had your hand up a while. Welcome up.
Добрый вечер from Nikolaev. Nice to be in the chat again. It was interesting, Tom. I was listening to you because it interests me because my dad has Parkinson and my mom has some depressions, and because I'm originally from the Netherlands, what my dad does for Parkinson, well, you combine it with the Netherlands. Sometimes he smokes a joint, and this helps him very much with getting calm and getting relaxed again. My mom, who has depressions, got some, I think, some strong medications, and she became calmer and calmer. I think her depression stayed, but then one day I told my dad, well, maybe we should stop this antidepressiva and give her some placebo. So she thinks she has it, and the doctor told us, no, it's very dangerous when we stop with the antidepressiva. Maybe it's getting worse. But well, my mom is 83, and we took the gamble, and since 3 years we give her a placebo, and my mom is driving a bike again and going to the shopping center herself, and she found out of her depressions, and she tells me she thinks it's because of the medication she gets. We never told her she gets the placebo, so this works. So it was interesting listening to Tom, and but because I raised my hand up, it was also, of course, I want to shortly come back on the missiles on Poland, and because I see so much impacts in Nikolaev, and I was just wondering myself, because I saw S-300s impacts and S-300s who came down because they missed the target. What we see here, there's a huge difference when they get targeted on a specific area. They can miss about 500-600 meters. That's normal because it's normally in air defense, but the Russians changed the system to be to strike it to ground targets. But it's a huge difference we see when a missile is coming down and falls apart in pieces. There's not such a crater as we see in Poland. That was a big crater. I think I don't know how big it was, but when you see the photos, it was about well, I think at least a depth of 3-4 meters. So it was huge. The other thing, what I think was very suspect is that when you see the videos, that the whole area was shut down of press and everything, but photos of parts of the S-300s were after a few minutes in the network and showing it was an S-300, it has to be Ukraine. The thing is, from the direct line to border to this village is about 10 kilometers. So since the beginning of the war, I think Ukraine shot down 80% of the missiles. So about 3,000 missiles they took down since 24th of February. And just right now, they should have missed something what is going to Poland with one of the most advanced radar systems just around there, what seems to be one of the best radar system. At that time, it happened 2 AWACS were flying just around this area, and no one has any data what really happened. It was very suspicious to me. I only can say, if it was Ukraine, it was a mistake. Sure, it can be true. But I like that Zelensky still says, well, he believes, and I think so far everything he said was true and very honest in his words. So why should he say, or even after the NATO tells it was Ukrainian, he thinks it is Russian missile. He probably not want to disturb any relationship with NATO countries at the moment, so he will swallow it down and goes on to daily business. But for me, it was strange picture showing parts just perfectly lined up for a photo session. And what I have seen here in Mykolaiv, when there are missiles coming down or parts are coming down, you have damage, of course, but you not have a crater of 6 to 4 meters. So for me, this is very suspicious. And well, we will see what's coming out. Probably never we will know, but let's go on and kick them out. So thank you for being here. It's always great to listen to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, there are so many speculations, and the question is what would be the motivation of Zelensky? And I only can see the motivation that there was an incident where most likely Russia had a big impact, and yeah, he wants to press for a harder response to save more Ukrainian lives. This is the only thing I can imagine. But yeah, I think we have to wait and see what the facts will bring us. What do you think, Wendy?
I think that there's understandable speculation, both outside Ukraine and I can certainly understand from citizens within Ukraine. And it's Ari, it's always great to see you up here. Thank you for taking the time to speak on the space. I mean, obviously, this is for the families of the 2 Polish people who were killed yesterday. This is this is a significant change in their lives, and it underscores what Ukrainians are living through every day. So yeah, how this happened, what particular type of missile, what direction it came from. I think yeah, this is one of the debates which is understandable that it's going to happen. I think solutions to stopping this in the future. I think the first, this really needs to be the focus. The first solution is preventing missiles from killing Ukrainians. That I would say that is not the first solution that we need to look at. The second is to prevent missiles from killing two Polish farm workers, as we saw yesterday. To me, that's the most logical approach here. And we were lucky enough earlier on the space today to be joined by the likes of Gunny and Yehuda and Latin and quite a number of air experts. Forgive me if I've missed anyone out. The debate we had was really interesting. I think moving Patriot batteries a little bit closer to Ukraine to ensure that this better protects Polish farm workers is a logical idea. It is consistent with NATO's stance in this war, which is to protect its eastern flank. And at the same time, we must ensure that support to Ukraine militarily, number one, and humanitarian aids, number two, because the first, dictates the latter. This needs to increase, and there is wide consensus amongst all countries in Europe and all European populations that a massive change needs to happen. Air defense, absolutely. Liberating Ukraine to swiftly end this war, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the point is NATO needs to protect its borders, and we need to protect our borders and our airspace. And to protect our borders, we need to protect the airspace in front of our borders. And this is why I would also go to so far and say we have to place air defense batteries in Ukraine. Not like in Kiev, but at least Lviv, because we need to protect our airspace and the surroundings in front of our airspace, in front of our borders, is important because a rocket we all saw it does not fall down in a straight line. And I'm 10 kilometers in Polish territory. This happens if rockets are really high, if rockets are really fast, and yeah, I mean, we talked about this with CJ, how projectiles fly, and we all had physics. What happens if you throw a ball out of a moving car? What kind of energy he picks up? So yeah, we need to close more air over Ukraine, and my personal opinion, I would love to see that we close the sky over Ukraine.
All right. We're just going to cycle a few people up. Anyone who would like to come up and make a comment on any of the topics discussed today, or ask a question, please feel free. Jared, you've just come up. You've got your hand up. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for everything you're doing. I appreciate all the time and effort. I'm just kind of curious as sort of change the subject a little bit off of this one particular issue of the missile in Poland. What is it that someone thinks that Putin actually wants? I know I don't really buy this thing that he wants this fantasy of to recreate the Soviet Empire and so on, and all these like grandiose sort of esoterical ideas. I think there must be something monetarily of value. I mean, I know that there's oil fields in the Donbass and in the Black Sea. Obviously, he wants to support operations in Crimea. But what is it that he actually wants that makes it worth doing any of this that he couldn't have just done through regular trade or coercion or whatever?
That's a really good question, Jared. I would think of this in terms of the Muscovy Empire, and that the metropole, the coronation of the metropole, needs to be constantly fed by its peripheral territories, and it needs when those peripheral territories when they cannot feed the coronation as they did before, then this empire needs to expand in order to maintain its power structure. So what we've seen in terms of the rhetoric from the Kremlin last year and consistently throughout the current Kremlin inhabitants' reign is that he considers the sovereign country of Ukraine to be part of his post-Soviet empire, his Muscovy Empire, and he has been determined to make this happen for a very long time. It's not just 2022; it's not even 2014. If you look at the poisoning of Ukrainian president in 2008, not Zelensky, but we're talking two presidents ago. You know, the way that the Kremlin has viewed this peaceful neighboring country next to it, a country which since its independence has shown the free world that it holds the same values and wants to live by the same values as people in the free world do: democracy, liberalism, freedom to choose one's political leaders, basic things that we all consider basic freedoms. These are a threat to the Kremlin's power structure. So that is, I would contend, reason number one. There's a second reason, which is the maintenance of power, by this being popular within some elements of his domestic audience. But that kind of links into the first reason, because again, it's about the maintenance of his power, the continuity of his power. Because what Moscow has, what the Muscovy Empire has, is a president for life. And the only way that it feels that it can maintain this illusion is to invade other countries, is to commit war crimes in places which are, very, people that against people that they find it quite difficult to defend themselves against. In Georgia in 2008, Georgians were suddenly faced with a sudden invasion of their sovereign country. Moscow has relied on this tactic for years. What we are witnessing now is its demise.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Tom.
Yeah, I just put my hand up to try and answer Jared's question, and you've answered it really well already. I mean, I think, for Putin, it's possible that he may be secretly the richest man in the world. So I don't think he's actually motivated that much by money. He's already got more money than anyone could possibly need or spend. I think he's motivated by power, as Wendy said. I think he's motivated by what decoding trolls would call the mythos of Russia and of the Soviet Union. This is the story about Russia and the Soviet Union as being, all powerful and amazing, and that we should be in charge. So I think he's very motivated by that. I mean, one of the things you need to remember about Putin was that he was a KGB agent stationed in East Germany at the time when the Soviet Union kind of collapsed. And, he has always seen that as being a massive tragedy. He said that was the biggest tragedy of like the 20th century, was the collapse of the Soviet Union. So if he actually believes that, then, he believes in the sort of Russian imperial kind of dream, really, or you could call it a mythos, a story, something that people believe in. Now, I think if you get to the point that you've got vastly more money than you could ever need, you don't really need more money. And so what you're doing is you're doing things to try and make yourself feel better on the inside. And he obviously believed that it was possible to take Ukraine, and it was possible to do so quickly, presumably because he's surrounded himself with yes men, because anyone that disagreed with him or said, Mr. President, I don't think that's a good idea, got fired. So everyone quickly learned that you don't say no to Putin, you do what he says. As a result, he's not getting good information. As a result, he miscalculated. I don't think it was completely irrational for him to invade Ukraine. If he knew that invading Ukraine would lead to this and he did it anyway, that would be irrational. I think he actually thought, according to the information that he had, that he could invade Ukraine with somewhere on the order of 120,000 troops and take the whole country because of what he was told. So I think that's why he did it then. I think, as Wendy said, he plays to his internal audience. So anytime his approval ratings have gone down a little bit, he's invaded, Chechnya, Georgia, somewhere else, and those approval ratings have gone up. Because as bad as life is in Russia, I think Russians like to believe that they're strong. The one good thing about Russia is we're strong. And anytime they invade a country and subjugate it, they feel strong again. So those were the initial motivations. But what is his motivations now? I think his motivations now are very, very different from his initial motivations. I think his motivations now are survival. What you've got to see is that, in democracies, if you lose a presidential election, you retire, you play golf, you do a lot of speeches for a lot of money, and you get a presidential library named after you. If you are a dictator and you lose power, you've got to say, what happened to Ceausescu when he lost power? What happened to Saddam Hussein when he lost power? What happened to Colonel Gaddafi when he lost power? Putin is said to have watched the video where Colonel Gaddafi was killed dozens and dozens of times. And that makes me think that one of the things that Putin's driven by is just a need to survive, just to cling on to power. So it may be that Putin is not completely stupid. He probably realizes that he basically can't win at this point. He's not going to conquer all of Ukraine. He's not going to go into Kyiv, or his troops aren't. It could be that Putin is now motivated by, I have to get some sort of victory out of this so that I don't lose power, because if I lose power, they will kill me. And it could be that he's clinging on in that respect. And so, all of this Ukraine should negotiate. And if Putin can think, the Donbass is now officially part of Russia, Crimea is officially part of Russia, he would see that as a victory, even if he lost all of Kherson and Zaporizhzhia oblasts. But the Ukrainians won't let him do that. They will keep pushing him until his forces are driven out of Ukraine. And it may be that he loses power, eventually because of that. But I don't think he'll give up. I don't think he will voluntarily withdraw, because if he voluntarily withdraws, he will definitely lose power, and there's a large chance that he'll die. I think he's going to cling on desperately in the hope that there'll be some sort of negotiated stalemate, semi-victory, that he can sell to his people back home and say, oh, it wasn't just Ukraine, it was all of NATO, it was America, and we fought them to a standstill and they negotiated peace with us, and that's because we're so strong they couldn't beat us. That's what I see as the end game that he's hoping for. But I don't think he'll get it. I think the Ukrainians will defeat the Russian army and push them out of their country. So that's my view on what Putin wants.
Thanks, Tom. I'm in total agreement, particularly with the latter part of that, of what he wants now at this point. I just did Moscow even want the headache of trying to run a discontent Ukraine?
But by Moscow, it depends what you mean. I mean, I think one of the videos that was really interesting to see was Putin addressing everyone else that was in his government prior to the invasion. You know, he if you look at those people, you don't need to be a psychologist to see that those people were terrified. They didn't want to oppose him in the slightest. He basically humiliated his head of intelligence. He said, so you all agree with me that the only thing we can do now is invade Ukraine because they're a bunch of Nazis, essentially. You know, all the sort of propaganda.
Yeah, that video was chilling.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally chilling, isn't it? And I think probably none of them wanted it. But I think the system is such that they're all on a roller coaster that they can't get off, where you have to do what the Tsar says. Otherwise, the best thing that will happen to you is you'll get fired. And if you're unlucky, you'll go to prison. And if you're really unlucky, you'll just be killed. And that's happened. There's people who've gone to prison, there's people who've been killed, and there's a lot of people who've been fired and replaced. And what happens in such a system is that the people that survive, so to speak, and stay in place are the ones that go, yes, Mr. President, of course, Mr. President, we'll do it, Mr. President. And that's what's happened. The whole of Russia is captive to this system where a dictator says this is what we're going to do, even if it's, I mean, bonkers, for want of a better word. It's not completely insane, it's not completely irrational. I think Putin actually thought he was going to win. Now, how much of that is due to poor information because he surrounded himself with yes men? How much of that might be because he has Parkinson's disease and he's on drugs that are raising his self-confidence? I don't think we can know. But the point is, he's made a catastrophic gamble, he's lost, and now I think he's clinging on. He's just trying to survive and hoping that he can squeeze some kind of stalemate, negotiated semi-victory out of it. But the Ukrainians aren't going to let him. They're just not going to let him. He's going to lose and lose badly.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you, Jared, for your question. So, Tom, given what was quite apparent to many people outside Muscovy, and no doubt inside Muscovy, which is that since 2014 and the incredible Ukrainian resistance, since Western support with Operation Unifier, but with Ukrainians having to, to live in trenches outside from 2014 through to 2022 on that front line, given the resistance that Ukrainians showed in defense of their freedom, is this the idea that the Kremlin could have thought this would be a success? This is absolute lunacy to all rational people. And to to any layman. I mean, we've had many many military experts on this space. We always do, but the concept of occupying Ukraine right up to Lviv, right up to its western border, and having the country under permanent occupation. This is absolutely, this is not the actions of a rational person or a rational organization which has actually planned this. This to me are the actions of genocidal, malice infested individuals who are there just to steal and to rape and to commit war crimes. This is not part of something bigger, is it? It's not. It's just not that. There is no end game, as we've heard on this space before. There is no logical end game for the Kremlin inhabitant. So, would you say that whatever is afflicting him medically now, whatever medical diagnosis he is he is being diagnosed by his doctor with, this has been going on for quite some time. This is not just something which has happened, in the last 8 to 9 months, is it?
So I think you really need to think about what people mean when they say rational versus irrational. I mean, based upon what I knew, or what I thought I knew, what I believed at the start of the conflict, I thought that the Russian army was second only to, the United States Army. I thought that what we would see would be a whole bunch of cruise missiles and a prolonged aerial campaign destroying all Ukrainian air defenses, all Ukrainian air force. And then I thought you'd see a whole bunch of Russian army going in with, combined arms, close air support. And I thought the Ukrainians were going to lose. I spent the first week or two thinking, this is absolutely terrible. The Ukrainians are going to lose. They're going to be bombed into submission by the Russian Air Force. And isn't this awful? And I was completely wrong. And I was completely wrong because I didn't know two things. Number one, how bloody awful the Russian army is. Just how corrupt, how corroded, rotten to the core they were. We all know about them not having rations, not having, maintained tires, having conscripts instead of the kontractniki, not having full BTGs, just the utter corruption and just awfulness of the Russian army, not being a professional army in any way, shape or form. I didn't know that. The second thing is I just didn't know how good the Ukrainians were. Now, obviously, I'm not the president of Russia. You would like to think that Vladimir Putin had better information. But the thing is, as Tim and I like to say in this space, Putin sits on top of a throne of lies, on top of a pyramid of bullshit. If anyone who tells him the truth gets fired, the only people who get to stay in their position are the yes men, the ones that tell the Tsar what he wants to hear. And so if he's being told what he wants to hear and he thinks the Russian army is unstoppable and the Ukrainians are weak, well, it's not actually irrational to think that you'll win if that's what you believe. Do you see what I mean? It's not actually irrational to commit genocide. It's evil, it's psychopathic, but it's not actually irrational. If you think your army can kill everyone and murder everyone, and you really believe that's true, you're not being irrational by doing it. You could be wrong, you can be mistaken, you could have a false belief, but it's not actually irrational. I think most of the reason why Putin has invaded is because of his own personality. I think he's psychopathic. I've said that many times in this space. It's possible that he may be overconfident if indeed he has Parkinson's, if indeed he's on medications for that. but I'm less certain about that than I am that he's psychopathic and that he's surrounded by yes men and that he's miscalculated. So I don't actually think that he's irrational. I think he's miscalculated. I think he's overconfident. And I think now he's just trying to survive. Does that make sense, what I'm saying there?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom, it does.
Irrational of Putin to think he can win. I think there is a high likelihood when everything is settled that we will discover just how close Ukraine came to losing in the first few days of the war. I think it will come down to a few very good decisions made by the defenders and a few errors made by the attackers. Now, those errors are perhaps the consequence, and those good decisions are perhaps the consequence of the culture. But I think we will discover that it was very close. I think we will discover that for all their bravery, Ukraine throughout the summer was holding on in the Luhansk and Donetsk areas by the skin of their teeth. We know they were losing a lot of people. And I don't think it was irrational of Putin to launch this war in terms of his political aims. I don't think he wanted to annex and occupy in a kind of, 1940 France kind of a way Ukraine. And I note also that even when the Germans took over France in 1940, they only occupied about 60% of it. The maps I've seen of the sort of the new Russia include chunks of the Baltics before they include the western third of Ukraine. So, and I think also this idea that Russia was inevitably going to lose, the danger of that narrative is it suggests that it is in danger of diminishing the quite extraordinary achievements of the Ukrainians, including the quite extraordinary political achievements of President Zelensky. I go back, I really learned a lot from this French documentary, which unfortunately is no longer available online, or which followed President Macron for the first 6 months of this year. And it was intended to be just a sort of, I don't know, puff piece, but it was going to follow Macron for the 6 months that France held the rotating presidency of the European Council, and then Ukraine happened. And there are a couple of absolutely extraordinary moments in that. Calls between Macron and Zelensky on the 24th of February, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, when it is abundantly clear that Zelensky thinks he is completely screwed on the 24th. And yet on the 25th, there is the absolutely iconic selfie video where we all learnt that the Ukrainian word for here is tut. I'm sure everyone has seen that 100 times. I occasionally watch that just for fun, just to see everyone standing around and going, tut, we're here. And something happened during that time. But until that point, and for the next few days, I think it was unbelievably touch and go. And so I don't think it was irrational of Putin to believe that he could win, certainly
if winning is defined as on his terms on the 23rd of February. I think he probably came much closer to it than, looking back now, we probably think. And I think a lot of us have rationalized away. Tom said, he thought they were going to. A lot of us have rationalized away the feeling we had in our gut in that first few days about what the hell does this mean for Europe. So, yeah, it really wasn't that simple. And let's keep telling ourselves stories of the fantastic heroism of the Ukrainian soldiers, of their political leadership, the impressive support they have had overall from the West, which I don't think. I've always argued that if Putin had just turned up the heat in the Donbass 10% per month, we would have got boiled like the famous frog in the pan. Where we are now, with it certainly seems inconceivable that Russia can win militarily. A lot of things look logical, but let's keep those narratives for political spheres, and they're important, but let's keep them for political spheres where we're trying to make a political point. But if we're objective about it, I think it was very, very close. And I am, the parallel I'm thinking of is September 1940, which I think people will know what I'm referring to there. Whoa, mic check, my phone just did something.
Loud and clear, Nick.
All right. So that was it. That was why I put my hand up. So for once, Tom, I'm your wingman here.
Tatiana, welcome up.
Yeah, hey, hello. I was like trying to join you during the past like hour or something. I was just wanted to tell you that mainly I'm fluent in Ukrainian and also Polish. So right now, if you don't know, maybe the chef of the office of president of Poland said that they like telling that it was mainly like not the case of Poland, so they stay calm, they like cold-blooded, like 100%, and they will do another interview at 7 a.m. Poland time, so Eastern European, if you are wondering. And he said mainly like 4 hours ago or something that it's if Russian people, like totally Russia, thinking that it will be a conflict between like let's say Russia, Poland and Ukraine, that they're wrong. Like they're 100% like thinking that the whole situation that happened yesterday, it was all the like not the Russian fault, and they like are still thinking, and they really appreciate that all the countries, if you're saying about NATO, like that they really appreciate the thing that NATO thinking about that this is not a case of Poland, and that this is like let's say not a case of the whole NATO, and they are still thinking about what will be next, but they are like their next word like a chef of office of Ukraine of Poland, sorry, they will say most of the things tomorrow. Like for Poland it will be today, but 7 a.m. 7:30, and they said that they think that it might be like a missile from Ukraine, not from Poland, like Ukraine, as we say about to defend themselves. But actually, as I'm reading all the tweets from Poland and Polish people, because you have to understand that Polish people, they are like very separate. They are thinking in one case, they are thinking that Poland has to be on the side of Ukraine, but the other people of Poland, they actually are against Russia and against Ukraine because they don't like the Bandera and all of stuff, and they are against the Polish propaganda because. As you may think that a lot of people and a lot of country has their own propaganda, let's call it something like that, and the Polish people are very concerned, and they don't want to say that it was a mistake, like this missile from Russia or something, or Zelensky said that this was literally they wants to let's say have some kind of they want to explore the whole situation and to say that it was not mistake, but it was a missile from Russia. But in Poland, a lot of people, and believe me, it's a lot of people, there believe that this is something that Ukraine did on purpose just to involve NATO on the whole situation. So it's very concerned. And as I said, I was trying to connect with you during the whole hour or maybe more, and it was a lot of question and a lot of different situations. And if you're let's say about Putin, as you talked about that he's in
Tatjana,
yeah
you raise so many topics at all at once. It's hard to answer to all of them. So we discussed this topic lengthily in the last few hours. So there are all day basically, and also yesterday. There are multiple possibilities. What could have happened? How some persons are spinning it. Surely there's Russian propaganda trying to bring up Poles against Ukraine. Surely there are sentiments between Poland and Ukraine. We know this. Many things are always purposefully made stronger and get repeated our Russian talking points in this kind, and it's really complicated for all these people. But I think as a whole community, we all saw how all the Western leaders put it the right way. Ukraine is not at fault, not at all, for a missile, air defense missile. If it was a Ukrainian air defense missile, if this fell down on Polish territory, this only happened because Russia has shot so many missiles. And I totally get that you want to discuss this, and we all think this is a very important topic, but sometimes it's really hard if we always repeat and repeat and repeat all these theories and all these Russian talking points. We don't have anyone, and this is why I would say we need to have an eye on this, absolutely. But for example, I had a conversation with a friend from Poland and with colleagues from Rockford, who migrated to Germany a few years ago and still have family in Poland. And most of the sentiments of the Poles are in the direction: if it was a Ukrainian air defense missile, it happens, it's really sad, and they would hope Ukraine will help to clarify everything. And if it happens this way, they would hope for an wholeheartedly excuse. But we all know Ukraine wouldn't shoot missiles purposefully on Poland. And I would really ask everyone kindly not to raise points like this, because we all know this did not happen. Ukraine does not shoot purposefully missiles on Ukraine. Ukraine does not purposely shoot missiles at Poland. And if we discuss this, we only give a platform to these points. And I really don't want to do this. So yeah, it's important we talk about this, but the question is in what kind of forum? Thank you for your input, Tatiana. Wendy, Tom, you want to add something to this?
Only maybe that I think the impression that I get, I've never been to Poland, but the impression I get is that Polish people are really, really frustrated and really want to help the Ukrainians more, because the Polish people know just what it is to be invaded and occupied by Russia. So is that the feeling in Poland, Tatiana, that people really want to be helping Ukrainians more, and that they're frustrated that they kind of can't? Tatiana?
Tatiana, did we lose you?
Once again, what was your question?
So, Tatiana, I was just saying that I've never been to Poland, but the impression that I get is that the Polish people really, really want to be helping the Ukrainians a lot more than they can. And I think all of NATO is kind of limited in a way. No one NATO country can just help Ukraine and fight Russia without dragging the rest of NATO into a conflict. And so the impression I get is that it's quite frustrating for the Polish people because they'd like to be helping Ukraine more. Is that true, do you think?
Mainly, as I can say, I live in Poland during 10 years. I was born in Ukraine. So I can tell you that people in Poland, like, let's say, they are very separate. Like, let's say 50% or maybe more or maybe less, it doesn't matter. But let's say 50%. 50% of Polish people, they are really like into helping people of Ukraine and something. But right now, as I see on the Twitter, this is a lot like people that are saying that Ukraine did that, like what happened yesterday, literally. It was on purpose to involve the NATO into this, let's say, war. Like that Ukraine did it on purpose, so Poland can involve in the whole conflict, and they can help Ukraine like much more, not as a like given all the tanks or something, but involved as a NATO, as a country of NATO. And this is a problem because, as you may know, whole thing about Bandera and everything that happened, then Polish people, like mainly, let's say, as I say, like 50%, they're hating Ukrainians. And they called us not even Ukrainians, but even worse, because
All right, everyone. I just said it, and please, we are not discussing here conflicts between Poland and Ukraine and any conflicts in the history. This is not the space for this. Please, we here a space supporting the Ukrainians fighting the invasion, the illegal invasion of Russia. This is not a platform to discuss history or somehow things which are related to conflicts to Ukraine and Poland. All right? Okay. Let's start again, please. Tom, what do you like to discuss?
Okay, I wasn't sure she was discussing that. I wasn't sure if she was saying the Russians were saying that about Ukrainians or Polish people, but yeah, I was still on that topic, really, Bernardo. I'm not quite sure why you've closed it down, but perhaps I've misunderstood what Tatiana was saying.
Tatiana was referring to Bandera and yeah, the history of Ukraine and Poland, and Yeah, let's not go into this. This is not a question for now, please. All right, I see Ben is coming up. Very welcome, Ben.
Ben's always good to talk to.
All right. Meanwhile, please, if you want to help us, please retreat the space. We are 24/7 information space all around Ukraine, the conflict against the illegal invasion of Ukraine from Russia. If you are so kindly and want to join us, please come up to the speakers panel and yes, raise your hand. Just click on the button of your screen on the heart symbol, and on the right you will have a hand you can raise, and then we can have a discussion. All right, Tom, please.
Sure. So, do we have anything more on these explosions in Crimea? Because what interests me is, I think this might be the third occasion now where we've had some kind of Ukrainian missile attack that is beyond HIMARS range. The first one being I don't know if I'm saying it right, the Saka airfield in Crimea. The second one being the Kerch Bridge, and now this third one this evening. And what this makes me wonder is, there's always lots of speculation. Does Ukraine secretly have ATACMS? Well, I always think to myself, if they had ATACMS, wouldn't we be seeing a lot more explosions beyond Gimler's range? Whereas if sort of about once a month we're seeing some missile attack beyond that range, this could be that they've got Ukrainian factories churning out homemade missiles as quickly as possible, and once a month or so they've got some long range missiles they can actually use. So do we have anything else? Do any of our listeners have any further information about these explosions in Dzankoy in North Crimea?
I heard there were some hits, but I think Okas have some more information for us. Okas, are you there?
You'll have to excuse my cat telling me off in the background, but I've had a look at it and it's been geolocated to not actually the airbase, but very close by, some sort of electrical station, apparently. I was just having a look at it then, so I'm just sort of telling you the cliff notes of what I've just briefly checked. But yeah, so thinking about where it is, that there are two rail lines there there's one rail line that sort of bisects and goes two different ways. And I wonder if they're wanting to take out that in particular. But we'll know more soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look and see if there's anything else new coming up on it.
Sorry, I missed this. All right, Tom, can you repeat, please?
I was just saying that I'm just having a look on Twitter just to see what else is coming up on this. But I think it's interesting. I think it could be the case that the Ukrainians have some homemade missiles that they hit the Saka airfield in Crimea with a couple of months ago. They hit the Kerch Bridge with a month ago, and now potentially that they've hit this other target in Crimea today. I think if the Ukrainians had a large amount of ATACMS ammunition, they'd be hitting a lot more targets on a daily or weekly basis. So that makes me think it isn't ATACMS, it is something homegrown, just by the frequency of the strikes. Does that make sense?
In my opinion, absolutely. I mean, we have discussed that how low sometimes the output is of some really special, really good guided missiles and something like this. And yeah, if you only produce like 2 a month and you're in wartime, yeah, you use them wisely. And looks like they did. And as far as I understood, they took out a radio junction. That's really important. All right.
Okay.
I see
So I'm seeing a video of like a fire, and it's suggesting that it was Ukrainian kamikaze drones. I have no idea how verified this is, but I'll put it up in the nest. People can have a look for themselves.
Absolutely, Tom, please. And I see Ben is finally up. Ben, welcome. Good evening. How are you doing? I hope you don't want to discuss Ukrainian Polish politics from 1900.
From the 40s? Oh, I'd be delighted to speak about it. Can I?
Please, let's change the topic. It was enough for today.
You're teasing me by another. You're terrible. No, I thought that Tom's point was absolutely brilliant. That it could very well be that it takes them about a month to produce sufficient amount of warheads that can fly all the way to their target. But I do have a question for him though. Why are they always aiming at Crimea? Like, and they're like, if they can hit anything within 300 kilometers, surely there are interesting things in the north and further east, and why not Kramatorsk or something like that? I'm wondering. Krasnodar.
It's difficult to say, isn't it, Ben? I think one thing could be that, you know, where else could they hit? Like, if you go north, they could hit Belarus. They don't really want to hit Belarus because even as weak as Belarus's army might be, you don't really want to be invaded by Belarus's army from the north. So they probably don't want to hit Belarus, even though there are Russian jets taking off from Belarus and launching cruise missiles into Ukraine. They could also hit Russia. There are plenty of places in Russia, plenty of logistical hubs in Russia that they could hit. Even just with HIMARS, they could, hit a reasonable distance into Russia from, say, Kharkiv Oblast. But it could be that they don't want to do that for political reasons. They want to maintain the moral high ground. They don't want to be seen to be hitting Russia that much. It could be that, sort of Western and NATO fears of escalating with Russia by, say, providing things like ATACMS. It could be that the Ukrainians have actually taken that seriously and aren't hitting it with the HIMARS that they have or with their homegrown missiles for a similar reason. One of the things you've got to think is, if we think what we now know about how good Ukraine's military is, you want to ask yourself the question, why didn't they attack the Donbass region prior to the Russians invading? Probably the reason for that is
Tom,
yeah.
I do have a question for you.
Oh yeah, go on.
Why didn't they attack the Donbass prior to the invasion if their army is so good?
Yeah, exactly. Why didn't they do that? I think they didn't do that because I think if they had built up a massive force and really, really gone for the Donbass prior to the February 24th invasion by Russia, they may have provided Russia with an excuse to invade. I don't know for sure, but bearing in mind that they've now been able to retake areas, this suggests to me that the Ukrainian force, as of, say, 2021, would have been capable of retaking some of these areas. And I wonder if they almost had to settle for a sort of stalemate conflict because if they did really reinvade en masse, the Russians might have said, see, look, this is what the Ukrainians are doing. We're going to invade now. But since the Russians have now invaded, well, the Ukrainians have got nothing to lose. They can now go for the Donbass. They can now go for Crimea. And what can the Russians say, or what can the Russians do beyond what they've already done? So, yeah, I think there are some things the Ukrainians don't want to escalate with. I don't think they want to hit Belarus. I don't think they want to be hitting Russia with a large number of missiles, either supplied by NATO or homegrown. But I think all of the Donbass and Crimea is fair game. This is their territory, and they want to retake it. And I think that they can and they will. And I don't think by striking any of those areas, Russia can argue that they need to escalate. Whereas if they were to strike Russia proper or Belarus, it could escalate in a way which wouldn't be helpful for Ukraine. That's just my theory.
Okay, no place to judge your theory, but to my untrained eye, it makes sense. Okay, I'm going to jump in the co-host to give the mic to. Oh, well, Muckers. If Mucker wants to take the mic, she takes the mic.
Yeah, okay, Marcus takes the mic. I just was argumenting. Please, Marcus, please.
No worries. I was just going to point out, has everybody seen the current border with Belarus now? It doesn't look terribly inviting. There was a bit of a hoo-ha about it, because apparently some general in Belarus thinks it's shocking that they've blown up all the bridges and laid mines just inside their own border. And obviously, you know, that's what you do when you're concerned that somebody might come attacking. I'm surprised that they're shocked, but yeah, I've militaryland.net tweeted it out earlier on this afternoon. Fortifications, trenches, and anti-tank ditches along the Ukraine and Belarus border, and yeah, it looks quite serious. I wouldn't go there, put it that way.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, isn't it? I've heard a rumor as well that they're going to make Mexico pay for it.
It's always good to make three figures, isn't it, Tom? Whether it's in it's 150 kilometers or or in some other capacity.
Yeah, I think there should be a message of this is how you make a wall.
Indeed it is, and it is absolutely excellent news to see the pinpoint strikes that we've seen on rail yards in Crimea, because this just underscores again, doesn't it, that these are legitimate military targets which are being discriminately targeted, not indiscriminately. They are being purposefully targeted because they are shipping invading Muscovy forces and equipment to into the battlefront to kill Ukrainians and Ukrainian warriors, and Ukraine has every right to pour it on them to save every Ukrainian life possible and to liberate their country as fast as possible, which, as we all know, is the swiftest way to end this war. So it's always great to see HIMARS o'clock. But that being said, Ben, it's wonderful to see you up here.
Oh yeah, okay. Have you told the audience what happened and how sorry I am?
I haven't, but I can tell by the tenor in your voice just how sorry you are.
Yes, I was meant to take over as a host from Wendy over an hour and a half ago, and yeah, some baby didn't want to go to sleep. What can I tell you? Never mind, never mind. And nonetheless, thank you very, very much, Wendy and Bernardo, for covering up for me. That was, I mean, mostly Wendy, because by now Bernardo is, I think, is part of the space. Could be.
Thank you very much, Ben.
No, yeah. I was talking with Domin the other day, and he told me, yeah, he went to the loo for 5 minutes, got stuck there, stayed for 5 hours until some Slovakian plumber managed to come and save him, and no one remarked that he was gone for 5 hours. So, because you were there, so we're becoming the Buy Another show, and once in a while, Wendy and I were allowed to co-host with you. So thank you very much, Buy Another. Oh,
No, this is, and I wouldn't be able to do it without Domin, because Domin really, when Domin is on, I really have the possibility to work. By the way, that's really great. But yeah, thank you, Ben. And no, it's just temporary. We know that we are all volunteers, and yeah, sometimes a baby will cry, sometimes someone will get sick, and we cover for all of us, and if we have the possibility, we do this. And in a few years, if I will have children and I need a weekend off, Ben, I will call you. Trust me.
No problem.
I hope your Ukrainian is good in 4 years or something like this.
You intend to marry a Ukrainian lady?
You never know. You never know.
Well, Mazel tov, I guess. Bit early, but I'm glad to be the first one to wish you the absolute best in your life and with. But although to be honest, fairly early on in the show, we were talking with Dom, and there was a bit of a lull. So we started talking about, like, why did we join? Why are we doing this? And Domin was being very serious, saying that this is the sort of thing that matter and freedom, etc. So it was very heavy, very serious, very rousing, but at the same time not a massive amount of fun. So I decided to make a joke and say, "Yeah, I'm joining for the ladies," which was,
Ben, you are French.
Yeah,
you're always in for the ladies.
No, I know I'm French, but like, if you accept mockers, who like there's not that many ladies in the as regular co-host, so it was meant to be an absolute joke, and I got slapped, like in the DMs. People were like, "This is unacceptable! How dare you?" I was like, "This was a joke. I didn't mean it." But yeah, but if you are joining for the ladies, yeah, it's not a good place. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Yeah, Ben. Really, the point is, I've grown up with many Ukrainians here in East Germany. It's really crazy. My best friend is still is still Ukrainian. Yeah, he still has his Ukrainian passport, which he lost a while ago. And yeah, it's bad because all other documents are running expiring, and now he has to go to Berlin and everything. That's yeah. But yeah, I have many friends from Ukraine. We had a student exchange here, and I know one lady. She was staying here and is married actually to a guy which is which his parents are from Russia. They were Wolga Germans and came here. And yeah, it's a great story for another time. How people can overcome some kind of differences. But yeah, I am just everyone can. I just can tell everyone wholeheartedly, if you're living in a community and you have people around you who are not from your country, which are some kind of different for you, just be open to them. It's many countries which are not as rich as we are, and yeah, they are really welcoming and really helpful. All right, Ben, back to this.
I'm just going to add the comment here that if you've seen the poster created by NAFO, do it for your sexy Ukrainian girlfriend. So that's what I'm here for.
Yeah. That's why we're here for, and one of I think the creator of this actually yeah, poster will he be here tomorrow?
Oh, isn't it convenient? You thought we were rambling at idiots, but actually, we're here to introduce you to who's going to be speaking tomorrow. Bernardo, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, tomorrow there will be Diana Kulik, and she will talk with us about what she's doing, how is she supporting the Ukrainian troops. She's at the moment living in Spain, and yeah, buying cars, supporting the troops, collecting donations, and yeah, it's really amazing. Nick, your hand came up, please.
No, just continuing on the theme of supporting Ukrainian friends, I continue to be amazed when I walk out in town here, and I think anyone in Europe, maybe in the US as well, but certainly in Europe, you walk down the street in a city with a St. Javelin T-shirt on with a suitably pithy slogan on the back, whether it's Slava Ukraini or Ruski Vojny Korabel Idi Nahuya, you will get positive feedback from various people. There are lots of Ukrainians out there, and when they see you doing that, that brightens their day. And the thinking about that led me to change my phone's ringtone to an MP3 of the Ukrainian national anthem. And that's as I was listening to it, I'm thinking, this is familiar, this is familiar, this is familiar. And I discovered that in my opinion, and we have musicians here, and maybe John Stewart is listening, will come up and tell me what rubbish I'm talking, but I find elements in the Ukrainian national anthem of the theme tune from the 1969 movie Battle of Britain, which I think is rather wonderfully appropriate. If you go on YouTube, you can find the opening 3 or 4 minutes of that movie. The music starts after about a minute. The credits start to roll, and have a listen, and then listen to the Ukrainian national anthem, and see if you can find there are a couple of little mini riffs in there that are quite similar, and I think that's kind of appropriate. Of a country standing up to the Nazis. We actually, something I said the other day to somebody, we need to stop saying Nazis. We need to say Nazi Germans or Nazi Soviets. The word Nazi is no longer sufficient to identify one particular historical group of genocidal maniacs. But yeah, so there's a thought. Find an MP3 of the Ukrainian national anthem, put it on your phone, and who knows, maybe it'll ring in the street. Even if you don't have a St. Javelin T-shirt, your phone rings in the street, you're standing next to a Ukrainian person, and you will absolutely make their day, let me tell you.
Nick,
Oh yeah.
stop bragging. You have friends who call you. No one ever calls me.
No, you need. That's the point, Ben. Yeah, that's maybe the point. But Nick, I like the idea. I like the idea. Did I tell you that I clearly see if I have Russians in my area when I'm wearing my Saint Javelin outfits? It's usually they start to talk more quietly on the telephone. It's really amazing.
Bernardo, sorry, can I just jump in there and disagree with Nick on something? Nick, the motif to the Battle of Britain theme tune is unfortunately quite distinct to the Ukrainian national anthem. That's just one point. The second point is that it's in a different key. Now, national anthems can be played in any key, of course, depending on the range of the instruments being used to perform that national anthem. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Battle of Britain theme, just like anyone, I'm sure. But they are different.
I'm not a musician. I'm not a musician. But when I'm sitting here humming that tune to myself, I find myself sliding into Aces High, which is the name of that tune. So from the point of view of this particular uninformed, non-musical brain, that's what it did to me, and I thought that was appropriate. But I'm sure from a music theory point of view, I am talking utter bollocks, and I'm quite happy to.
That's fine. I mean, there is an obvious distinction between the two, and they're both great epic pieces of music. But of course, the Ukrainian national anthem is far superior. I'm sure we'd agree. I can talk more about the differences in the between the two if you really want to go into it, but
they're completely different. But I part of my brain hears something. One of them cues the other. It's a bit like when you see somebody and you think they look like another person, and it's because there's something about some configuration of their face, and you'll see a white woman who looks like a black man, and you'll say, to your partner, she looks like so and so, and they'll go, what? So a lot of it is how our own particular, to that extent, this is my truth, tell me yours. I'm quite happy to concede that at a musical theoretical point of view, they have nothing in common.
It's called musicology, Nick, but I absolutely take your point. I'm just jesting with you, sir. Ben.
Yeah, I've got a few notes I've taken during the day, which I'd be delighted to share if you care about.
100%.
It's a good thing because this is actually about numbers. The first number is 30,000, and 30,000 is the target that our friend Verlaine has set for the charity drive that she's running at the moment with MriyaAid for the benefit of the Rapid Reaction Brigade, something like that. The guys from other territorials, I think they're territorials. They're the top unit from the Ukrainian army, and they've been fighting pretty much where the fight is the hardest since the very beginning of the invasion. They have been fighting for years before, but to give you an idea, they found themselves in Ostomov, having to fight, repel, and finally defeat the Russian paratroopers. They found themselves in Kharkiv. They found themselves in Severodonetsk. They really fought like demons, and they are fighting like demons at the moment near Bakhmut, pretty much where the fighting is the hardest, where the Ukrainians cannot invest quite as much material as they can elsewhere. So it's entirely the front entirely rests on the guts and the grit and the smarts of the troops over there. So Verlaine has been approached by those guys. They need a little bit of money in order to buy some of the material that they used to have that was very helpful for them. I would even say critical in their defense, and that has been destroyed during the past few weeks, either destroyed by hits or has just been worn out. And they desperately need to buy this, and this is going to take. It's only $30,000. Hopefully, we can collect them very, very fast. So if you'll be so kind, if you have not heard this call before and you've got some spare cash, don't hesitate to direct yourself to Maria Aid. Give them a donation. At some point, you will be able to add a little note, and in that little note, you say for Verlaine or for BRB. They'll know what it is, even if you say RBR, which I think is the correct one. Anyway, put B's, put R's, and it will go to those guys, and that will be great. And yeah, you have literally the opportunity to actually save lives. Of course, as usual, we're not talking about anything lethal. We're talking about material that they need for their work, but that doesn't go bang. So you won't have anybody's life on your conscience, but on the contrary, you will know that you've helped preserve the life of some of the defenders and the members of this elite unit. So yeah, that was the first number, 30,000. Go to MriyaReport.org. Send them a little bit of something. The more the merrier. Even if it's $5, when the target is only 30,000, $5 can go a long way. There are hundreds and thousands of people coming every day on the site listening to us. So if everyone could give a few dollars, that would really go a long way. If you can't, or even if you can and you've got the time for it, don't hesitate to let everyone know about this this drive. Verlaine has tweeted about it, a full thread, which is very nice, very rousing. Very you can sort of meet those guys, and if you remember, maybe the best known member of this unit, none other than Operator Starsky, very famous for his YouTube videos, has come and talked to us some months back. And I got to interview him directly from the broom closet at work. So yeah, don't hesitate, be generous, and that was the little bit I wanted to say. Do you have something to add to this, Wendy or Marcus? No. All right. Well, I was long enough, I guess. Okay. So as I'm wondering, sorry, Wendy.
I thought you put it really concisely, Ben. Thank you. And I just wanted to say we have the wonderful CJ and Daryl coming up, parachuting in.
Yes, indeed. Time for a night jump, as you might say.
I'm just going to pop in here and say goodnight to you guys, because I'm going to go to bed. But I have a feeling I know what CJ might be about to tell you.
Oh, Walkers, I don't know if you do, so you might want to listen for a bit, because it's not going the direction you think.
Are you going to make fun of the video again?
Surprise me.
I just posted something in the nest while I have a second, while we're waiting for Craig or someone else to come up to talk a little bit more about the incredible updates from Crimea that are coming out. I shared in the nest this interesting piece of information that was passed on to me by a dear friend of the space, Thomas Leiner, that there is a sickness going around in Ukraine, a sickness for handsome Ukrainian artillerymen. And I am just interested at understanding if this is a real thing, if I've been honeypotted or what the situation is. Hopefully, some of our good listeners are Ukrainian and can tell me if this is true or not. Because if it is, well, then I got to tell my girlfriend that she should be, even more in love with me than she is. So please either confirm or deny it. Let me know. Do not speak Ukrainian. Do not speak Russian. But I have seen a lot of, thirst trap videos of Ukrainians, of course. But apparently there's been a situation occurring where Ukraine, as we said, in a military sense, can rotate people through the front and back to the rear for rest and recovery to spend time with their families, which is great. But there is a growing animosity among the Ukrainian soldiers against their artillerymen peers and artillery women, I'll point out as well, that they're stealing all the women from them. So if this is true, I would love to know, because in this war, as we continue to push support for Ukraine as much as we can, it would be good to have a nice moment of levity, as we would say here. So please confirm or deny, give me more information. I'd love to know more.
According to Constantine, it's because they've got such sexy earmuffs that girls just cannot resist.
Well, maybe because they can actually hear, which I guess is pretty sexy, right?
Sorry?
Well, they're not going deaf as quickly. Having that protection is good in the long run if you want to be able to hear your partner years down the road.
CJ, that's petit bourgeois and so ableist of you. No, joking aside, yes, it's very, very important to protect the soldiers from everything, including the wounds that cannot be seen at first sight. How's your hearing, CJ? Doesn't seem impaired at all.
What'd you say?
I was saying that you're quite a handsome man, and I understand why the girls in Kiev cannot resist the artillery guys.
Yeah, sorry, Ben, you're coming through a little muffled. You may have to check that.
CJ, are you wearing the earmuffs again, like indoors, away from your piece, just because I told you that they look sexy?
No, I'm sorry, Ben. I'm giving you a hard time. I can hear you crystal clear. Yes, no, my hearing is fine, thankfully, due to the fact that we have high standards for hearing protection. But it's not just having the ear protection available; it's also making sure your soldiers are doing it, because being on a plane or being near helicopters, even being near a running engine over time, will all degrade hearing. So having comfortable hearing protection, like the ones that Constantine's provided, is really a huge benefit, because the more easy it is to wear, the more likely you'll wear it. And that goes for pretty much all pieces of military kit, whether it be bulky winter clothing or body armor. It needs to be comfortable in the long term.
Absolutely. Okay, while you're talking about this, can I say a few boring stuff, and then you'll move on to the interesting things?
It's up to you. Yeah, I'm just here for the ride.
Wendy, is it okay?
Absolutely, Ben, always.
Okay, so there's, I don't want to say big, because big doesn't quite capture it. There've been massive news from the financial front over the past few days. I've tried to relay them to the best of my understanding and ability to digest information. But today we've been informed that the Russian Ministry of Finance has floated the equivalent of over $20 billion worth of, the equivalent of over $12 billion worth of debt. This is it's a very large number. Of course, I don't have to tell you this, but above all, this is a complete break from what the Russian government was used to do. The Russian government barely used that before because they didn't need to. They usually had a budget surplus, and they didn't want to. They didn't need to. They were paying for everything they needed themselves due to the windfall coming from the export of oil. But now they actually have to turn to well, I would say the markets, but it's on the markets. They actually sold them mostly to banks. So in effect, anyone who has a bank account in Russia is now the proud owner of debt that anyone who has a brain can tell you it's going to be absolutely worth nothing in the coming within 6 months. So they basically semi-bankrupt the country, and then they've weakened the financial system. And on top of this is probably going to be the most immediate effect. They may have triggered a wave of inflation that is just difficult to fathom, considering the weakness of their economy currently. I'm a bit sad because I was really hoping to see deflation bite in, but you don't do this sort of things and not cause well, literally the monetary mass to bubble up and become unmanageable. Well, maybe not unmanageable, but really to have a big impact. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be action packed, and if you're into this sort of financial things, it's going to be a sight to behold.
A sight to behold. Sounds awesome, Ben.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
They've decided which way they were going to crash, and that's fine.
We love to hear it. Other things we love to hear are things going boom from mockers.
And something is going boom. I have reliable sources that state that Chaplinka Air Base is going boom again. And yeah, it looks like it's quite emotional, shall we say.
So Chaplinka and Zvokai in one evening, mockers. Are you keeping a tally of these? That's it just strikes me, no pun intended, it strikes me that's quite a lot HIMARS o'clock in one day. I mean, the clock has really struck twice today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just thought I'd give you that bit of joyful news before I went to bed. So I'm going now. Good nighty.
Can you just Cheblinka? Can we have a spelling on that? I'm looking for it on Google. I don't find anything.
1 second, I'll pop something in the nest if you want.
It's Chaplinka. Chaplinka. CHAPLYNKA. Nick.
I was looking for Chablinka. I'll find it. Cheblinka, rather. I'll find it.
No problem at all. CJ.
Yes, Chaplinka. If you don't know it yet, you will soon. It is the new Chernobyivka, and it has been for quite some time. It was an airbase that was expanded to also a helicopter airbase. It is in Kherson, and for a long time, it was just on the edge of HIMARS range. And so when Chernobyivka became untenable for the Russians to hold and have air assets there, they moved a lot of assets to Chaplinka, where they were safe for the time being. Well, the liberation of most of Kherson has proven that, well, it's not safe anymore. And so a lot of the aircraft there have long since left Chaplinka, but it still is an important Russian military base. And someone's going to help me with the pronunciation of the other town, the one in Crimea, because I want to make sure I get it right. Dozenkoy? Is that how we say it? I want to make sure someone here hopefully knows. But in any case, this is an area, though, people are reporting it's getting hit by HIMARS, but it is out of Gimler's range at approximately 140 kilometers from the front, but realistically about 150 kilometers from any sort of reasonable firing point. So it is a little bit confusing now. There's a lot of old videos being spread of previous attacks in Belgorod and other places. So be a little careful as we're trying to get the news. John Ridge, great friend of the program, has found reliably some audio files from the strike, and it is pretty substantial, just gigantic explosion. So what it is remains to be seen, but it's probably not Gimlers at this time.
Thank you so much, CJ. I think it's Jankoy is the name of that particular place that was struck earlier tonight. But that's just my pronunciation. I'm happy to be corrected. Welcome up to the co-host seat, Daryl. Great to see you, sir.
Well, good evening. Hello, Wendy, Ben, CJ. How is everybody doing? I guess I'm nobody's going to answer that. Okay. Well, I just want to say, hey, good evening, everybody. I hope that we have a great evening tonight. Things going boom is a very nice way to start it out. Let's see where it goes from there. CJ, you say big boom, like secondary booms?
Well, Jean Coy, and again, I'll keep working on the pronunciation here, guys. I promise. I won't pull a Craig on you. But in any case, the yes, big explosion. It's the site of a massive airfield, and since it was out of HIMARS range in terms of Gimlers, Russia did have a significant amount of air assets here. It is a full-on runway and whatnot. So if Ukraine was able to strike it, that's pretty big news because Russia was definitely not prepared. It's also the site of two very important railway junctions running, basically, perpendicular to each other, supplying both Kherson and Zaporizhia. So this is a very key area that I guess Russia thought was safe, but it would appear it is safe no longer. There has been explosions there in the past, chalked up previously to what a lot of people thought were, special operations attacks or something of the like. But this is such a large explosion, probably cannot be explained by a small team dropping off some goodies. Probably something bigger, whether it's a loitering munition, whether it's a missile of, dubious origins. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But as soon as we get the updates, we'll definitely share them here.
Yeah, I guess that way we'll know either it was a fuel farm or a fuel train, possibly. Who knows? But big booms sound good, real good. Well, I guess. Well, Wendy, are you going to hang out with me, or is Ben going to hang out with me here?
Oh, I believe it's probably Ben, Daryl. So I'm going to say my nights to everybody. It's great to see you. Love to you all, and Slava Ukraini.
Hit him, Slava. Be well, man. Hello, brother Ben. Gunther, you're going to be my first tonight.
Okay, I'll try to be the best one. So, in your assessment of human history, what would you? Okay, just joking. Hey, so what's the understanding of the disposition of Russian forces on the left bank across from Kherson? And CJ, I'm going to have a follow-up question, which is, does it make sense just for them to use drones and artillery, or how much would recon and special forces teams, how much would that help with that effort?
Okay, yeah. So I'll try and stick with what's completely confirmed, and we'll go from there. So obviously there was a withdrawal from the right bank to the left bank, pretty well established at this point. There was some discrepancies on exactly where the Russians ended up, thanks to some incredible work by some different OSINTers. They put together satellite maps to kind of show where the Russians were digging in, and that's a good first step to understanding how far back they pulled. And so, with that in mind, what was interesting was there wasn't necessarily many people right on the left bank, but we did see reports of conscripts who had been digging trenches in other fortified positions immediately on the left bank that didn't get the memo that the rest of the Russians had pulled back further. So this is definitely, whether this was intentional, accidental, or just, poor Russian leadership, not really clear. it seems as if the lines are somewhat solidifying. But according to Konstantin, who has family in this area, and others, there is a lot of Russians immediately on the left bank, but they're not necessarily digging in. So what does that mean? Well, they're in different hotels. They're messing around. They're not necessarily manning checkpoints there anymore, but they definitely have a large Russian troop presence. In terms of how many, we know prior to the withdrawal, there was 20 to 30,000 on the right bank, 20 to 30,000 on the left bank. Now, presumably, there's somewhere then between 40 and 60,000 all on the left bank, but they have to cover quite a long stretch of land. Burn spit to the itself and also the reservoir. So it's about 400 kilometers when you stretch it out for 40,000 people. That's a lot of ground to cover. So not necessarily super deep in any spot. We know for certain, I would probably say you could bet that there has been Ukrainian activity on the left bank. We know that they're crossing in small river, boat parties. They are crossing with special operations, but there is no confirmed liberations on the left bank yet. And this seems to track with what common sense would tell us, but also more importantly, what the actual reports say. So Ukraine is definitely preventing Russia from digging in too heavily on the left bank because they're always everywhere. And also we know they're shooting a lot of artillery at the left bank, more so than Russia's firing back, which is interesting. Not necessarily too much more so, but definitely Russia is, I don't know if I'd say playing it close to the chest, but they clearly don't have a ton of ammo or a ton of will to shoot a lot on the right bank. They have killed a battalion commander, a Ukrainian battalion commander on the right bank. They do some strikes, but it's pretty limited comparatively to how it was previously. In terms of moving forward, it would be really great if Ukraine had long-range missiles, longer-range missiles, so they into Crimea and other areas to prevent the buildup. And also, too, we know Ukraine is working on a long-range loitering munition to kind of be a good comparison against the Shahed or the Jiran 2, the Iranian drone. So these sort of things, as winter sets in and Russians get more static or they stop moving as much, will be hugely important to doing that. So the great update we got today from the beginning of the Ramstein 7 contact meeting was more MLRS ammo for the Mars platforms from Germany, artillery ammo from Greece, and also air defense systems from, I believe, Sweden. And so as the winter sets in and Russians continue to lose good equipment and mediocre to poor people, the Ukrainians are getting much, much stronger. So I think that's pretty much the scope of what's interesting, other than Chaplinka continuously getting hit and Russians not really sure what to do about it.
Helos from Croatia.
Yeah, that can't be understated enough. I mean, we know that these Mi-8s have been more and more devastating as the Russian air defenses grow weaker and weaker. So the fact that Ukraine is going to get, maybe 15 more, I saw, will be huge. And as the lines stay more static, it means also that Ukraine can continue to build their air picture and air defenses up so they could more reliably use helicopters than they could previously when they were constantly having to withdraw or constantly on the move. So it is one of the benefits of a more static battlefield is it's a little bit easier and safer to use helicopters in that regard.
Hey, CJ, that helo, it can lift up a 777, right?
Yeah, so for sling load operations or when you air assault an artillery piece in, typically you put it at the bottom and you attach it with, sling points and all these different things. I don't know if it's something the Ukrainians can or want to do. Typically you do it when you're trying to get behind enemy lines, you're trying to move something up quickly to be in a firing position. This doesn't seem to be a capability that Ukraine needs, but yes, I guess theoretically they could move them around a bit if they so desired. I'm not sure if it's more really economical to do it that way in terms of what kind of fuel resources that Ukraine has and the limited number of platforms, but it is a capability that exists.
All right, I'm just thinking about, quick ways across the river, set up and shoot and move them back a little further.
If anything, having more helicopters certainly makes it more of a threat for Russia. So in any regard, in terms of what they actually end up doing, it's a good thing for them to get more.
All right, appreciate it, CJ. Ben, what you got your hand up for?
I was reminded, I'm so sorry to interrupt you on this interesting conversation, but I was reminded that when I told my wife about the fact that the Russians were borrowing almost $1 trillion. She went immediately, oh my God, they're going to be able to hire and train so many guys. And she was a little bit worried, and it's perfectly normal. The best we can tell is that this money tends to be going to places that are in danger due to the sanctions and the economic crisis, but not so much to the army, as far as we can tell. In particular, they just awarded $1 billion to their friends in Belarus, and they spent 7 on the Russian railway over the past few months. So they're getting a lot of money, but this may not translate into an ability to purchase the sort of things that would allow them to build a lot of CJs. This is just to keep the lights on. Sorry, it was please go ahead.
No, Ben, always I'm coming to you for some more economics. So I'm gonna hold fire. I'm gonna let Nancy speak, and then Gunther, and then I'm gonna go back to you and start digging.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I just wanted to share a tweet that Alexander Commission from the Ukrainian Railways posted about an hour ago. And Daryl, if it's okay, I'll message it to you to let you see. It's basically their day in the life of recovering rail service to Mykolaiv and then towards Kherson, and the work that the railway team has done. I think some of you had heard maybe in the last couple of days of them starting to use the rail stations as, kind of a universal aid station where people can get medicine and doctors visits from Doctors Without Borders. The World Central Kitchen with Chef Jose is also set up there. And so it's really a great thread describing how they're all working together. The post office is setting up there as well to start delivering pensions. And it's really nice to see how they've become a very well orchestrated machine with a lot of different moving parts, all working together toward the same goal, which is to return those towns to a semblance of normal as quickly as they can. And it really gives you a very well-rounded view of what that entails, just a basic start. And I just wanted to share it with the group. It's definitely worth looking at.
Oh yes, I saw it earlier, and yes, you're absolutely right. It is a beautiful thing. I love the whole thing when Chef Andrea said he heard somebody was handing out benefits, pensions or whatever, and come to find out it was the Europosta head handing out the checks. So that was beautiful. I love it. Thanks, Nancy.
Yes, definitely worth a view. And with that, I'm going to drop for dinner and be back on in a bit.
All right. Have a good one and enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Gunther.
I just we talk about military things so much, but I always sort of wonder how much like the economic things are really going to be the thing that actually causes it all to stop. That's what kicked off the French Revolution and all. Hey, and I was just looking up here on Wikipedia about the Mi-8. So it has capacity for 8,800 pounds or 4,000 kilograms or 24 passengers. So if they're getting 15 of those from Croatia, that seems like a pretty excellent asset that can potentially do some air assault or some sort of quick heavy lifting from one part to the other. That seems really useful, even if they're pretty old.
You said 8,800 pounds?
Sorry, 8,800 pounds, 4,000 kilograms.
Okay, so only about 4 tons. Okay. I don't think that'll make it. Will it? Will it? Well, he's gone now. Kobe, let me see. Let me get Kobe up here. Hello, Kobe. Ben, don't you go nowhere. I got my economic questions for you, and they're going to be dealing with rail. Hey, Kobe, go for it.
Evening, Daryl. Evening, everybody. So on these Croatian helicopters, as far as I can gather, there was just one source in Croatian media that was reporting that this would happen. I haven't been able to find any official confirmation from the Croatian government that they will in fact provide them. So if we have anybody listening from Croatia that has any more information on this topic from local media, that would be greatly appreciated, because I wasn't able to find any details about this transfer. But hopefully it is accurate, and that Ukraine's getting a bunch of new helicopters from them, because that certainly helps. Every little bit helps, and hopefully that bears out. But if any of our listeners are in Croatia and have more information about that, I would love to see it.
Thanks, Kobe. Yeah, because here's the thing about helos, folks. In addition to moving people, to the front lines, they are great for evacs, getting people that are severely wounded. If they're not they probably wouldn't be able to get to the front, but if they can get to the secondary locations, and pick a guy up, at least they can get them to the hospitals, real hospitals, rather than just a field clinic, where they just they can get get them bound up and sealed up until they can get somewhere for a real surgery. So having helicopters becomes very important in both getting people transferred, moved around, and getting them back to the rear for medical treatment. So yeah, hopefully it's true, that's a great asset, because they can be anywhere across the battle space at any given time to get people in and out. Gunther, go for it.
Yeah, there's some other reporting here saying that it's like a suggested thing. They were slated to be decommissioned in 2026. So it's I think it's still in progress kind of thing.
You say decommission in 2026?
Yeah, so they got Blackhawks from from us at the beginning of the year, and they were planning to get rid of these in I guess 3 or 4 years, and so they were thinking about sending them to Ukraine, but I guess they're still that's still being worked through government, so it's not a certain thing at this point, I guess, from what this one article I'm reading.
Colby, do we have any old releases that may have had these on there, say months back, and it's just finally it's showing up because of the Blackhawks maybe getting there now?
There was some suggestion, I think, like in maybe it was October, maybe even it was August, where this idea was floated. I think that they could be provided. The United States, I think, just donated like just 2 Blackhawks to them. It wasn't a large number, and that was in progress before the war started. So again, like the details that I've been able to source on this are all very scarce. So that's why I'm hoping we have some people in Croatia that can shed more light on this and talk about what Croatian media is actually reporting. Because even like I haven't seen any of the major Western outlets really report much on this right now. So it seems fairly thinly sourced right now. So hoping to get more clarity.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I was just wondering if it had been possibly an old, something that was older, and it just finally popped up on the radar. Okay. Okay, Ben, my brother, are you ready?
I'm worried.
Okay. Steel, rail, where does the Russian railroad get their steel from? Their rail, do they manufacture it in Russia, or is it imported? Chinese,
Local,
Italian.
local.
Okay, so it's local. All right. That's. I was just wondering if they were spending a lot of money on the railroad. I was wondering because if they were importing rail, that was where I was going with this.
Oh no. They're yeah. According to the one paper I read, maybe not from the most reputable source. So viewer discretion, listeners' discretion is advised. Still, they seem to be losing money because they're not because they have to spend it so much as because the demand for their service has collapsed. First of all, anything related to export is was gone basically. First, because all the European countries that they're usually dealing with have stopped their imports. So Finland has pretty much closed the border. Poland has pretty much closed the border. And even if Romania didn't want to close the border, well, there's Ukraine in the middle, and for some reason, the Ukrainians are not too keen on letting Russian trains go through their country. So there is very little export going on towards their most important market. They've lost about 50% of their export, and that hurts. That hurts a lot because that's usually where you make the money, and they're not making that money. They cannot recover it. Then the Russian railways is famously mismanaged. Like it's literally the example of mismanagement in large Russian companies that was used in this great book, Britonomics by Chris Miller. So yeah, they're probably whatever is a slight problem would be a slight problem elsewhere is turning into a giant issue for them. And then you're right, they need to buy stuff, but it's probably I'm not a specialist. You're probably a specialist. You're much more of a specialist than I am. If you're telling me that rails would be the thing that worries you, I trust you. That being said, what I'm seeing is more rolling stock. Rolling stock seems to be the big problem. Freight cars in particular, they don't have enough. Those they have don't have enough of a turnover, and those that do turn over tend to break. And when they break, they seem to be having some massive issues in fixing them, changing them. Some numbers are going around. They're very variable, so I'm not going to give you any any idea of those numbers, but whatever they are, they're very large, and so the Russians are short on trains. Basically, they can build the trains they wanted to build, and on top of this, those they have new bottlenecks because suddenly they don't want to export to Poland and Finland and Romania. They want to export to Georgia and even more so to China. But these create massive bottlenecks. There was another article today about ports and how ports are the new bottlenecks. The far eastern ports of the Russian Federation are the new bottlenecks because they're trying to increase their trade with Asia, but the ports are not ready to face such a rise in demand for their service, and the result is that there are massive queues, and massive queues for logistics mean that you've got all those rail cars that are immobilized and that cannot be used. So all this is compounded because all those trains that are broken or they're immobilized, well, as a result, they cannot be used to earn some money, and the company loses even more money, and etc. And so this seems to be a catastrophe for them. They're trying to break the cycle, but when it's the second time that you have to invest billions in your company, it means that something is not working very well, and that you're losing money hand over fist. And at some point, something got to give.
Okay, so they may have too many. They got too many cars, and possibly cars are starting to back up to the point where they're clogging yards. You got. I'm wondering how many of those wagons are full and can't move, and that could be something that that can cause an issue. The other thing, I'm wondering what the rail gauge is in China, because if they have to get there and transload again, because if China's using standard gauge, or say Vietnam, because we know that Vietnam is another way that they can get to warm water ports.
Okay, no idea whether China is using the standard gauge or not.
No, I know that. I'm gonna have to research that a little bit, and I'll get back and find out. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick. Good evening.
Hi, I put my hand up to comment on it occurs to me listening to this, most of the wars that have been fought in the last 30 years have been done, it seems to me, from stock, or at least using the normal production capacity of the economies that have fought them. And both in the West, where we're hearing things like, well, okay, do we need to ramp up our production of gimless missiles? Do we need to make more 155mm shells? But also, in Russia, hearing things like, they can only make 6 Iskanders a month. I just think it's interesting that we've gone from a situation where we kind of expected to fight a war with basically what we had on hand, to the point where we're now also pitting our industrial systems one against the other. I don't know what else. That just it just seemed interesting to me. While in response to your previous question, I am on the absolutely excellent website openrailwaymap.org, which informs me that China and the Korean Peninsula are both on what we would call a standard 1435mm gauge, which is what is used in the United States and Western Europe. There's 1 or 2 lines like that in Taiwan, but the rest of Taiwan is on a narrower gauge, 1067mm. And of course, the 1435mm gauge used in Western Europe is not compatible with the Russian network. So, of course, the Russians have access themselves to the Pacific via their network. You can take a Russian gauge train to Vladivostok, a 1520mm, but China, trans-shipping through China will require a change. In fact, one wonders what doesn't the Trans-Siberian Railway end up in China? I wonder what happens when you get to the border there, whether you have to get off and get on a different train, or if they have some kind of bogey change, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding what where the Trans-Siberian Railway goes.
They probably have They probably have a railhead, and like if they're using Connex boxes, your shipping containers, they probably just use the big gantry cranes and swap them over. The only thing that you could not do like that is fuel buggies. That would be the only thing that would actually have to have a change of buggies. But typically they would have a railhead where they just offload fuel and put it in tanks. But for your overseas shipping, they would just offload on one side of the yard and reload on the other side of the yard. So it's not that big of a deal. It's just like a inter what we're building now here in the States. They're called inland ports, where we take stuff off of trucks and put it in stacks until the trains get there. Same principle.
Okay. Anyway, I thoroughly recommend this this site, openrailwaymap.org, for all of your railway gauge related needs. Did you we mentioned Vietnam? Vietnam has a 1 meter gauge, so not compatible with Chinese or Russian. Although,
I'm sorry, what's the British gauge? Is it the same as the
1435? 1435, same as in France and Western Europe. Ireland has a wider gauge, interestingly, I think the whole island of Ireland. And if you look on this map, you'll see that at various points, 1435 gets interspersed. So, for example, Japan, it appears that the majority of legacy railways in Japan are 1067. And then when you zoom in on some of the intercity lines, you realize they're 1435. And I assume that those are the bullet train lines, and that I presume the technology for those kind of high-speed trains is very highly developed, and the the components and everything are designed around compatibility with the European and North American networks. So they lay extra track in the same way that in Spain, for example, where normally we have a wider gauge than the rest of Europe, but the high-speed trains, the high-speed intercity trains in Spain are also on 1435.
Makes it easier to buy products. You don't have to have specially built bogies and stuff like that, because they can use what's currently available across most of the world, other than places where it's really mountainous. And that's what I'm thinking about with Japan is some of the smaller gauge rail is legacy from pre-war, because that's the way the cities were built. They were built around some of these narrow gauge rail lines.
I don't think you need a whole lot more than that here so in Spain they have a particularly big gauge, but here on the island of Mallorca, we have a couple of 60-kilometer long rail lines, and the trains trundle along there at a modest 80 kilometers an hour, and they're 1 meter, 1,000 millimeter gauge, and that seems to be perfectly adequate for the kind of suburban stop-start trains that we have.
Yeah, it has more to do with weight bearing and speed. A lot of the times with the actual gauge that's used, it makes it look a lot more stable. It's particularly curves at speed and stuff like that. The wider gauge wouldn't have that problem either, because the wider it is, the more stable it is. But the more narrow you get, the narrower the cars get, and the more counterbalance, which means that the height, the center of gravity, that would become more of a factor when you have a narrower gauge. So you have lower trains, probably lower heights. And again, that's probably dealing with cities and legacy areas where, cities were built around railroads when they were a lot thinner. So anyway, okay. Thanks a lot, Thanks a lot, Nick. Gunther?
Just a quick comment. Hey, Ben, I don't think your audio is doing your intellect justice. You're coming across as very faint and hard to hear, just from my perspective.
Who was that?
That's the point. I'm trying to sound smart, and just by if I break often enough, you have to think, wow, if only I understood, if only I could have heard the end of the sentence, it would have been brilliant. But actually, no. That's the trick. Okay, I'm gonna see
Got
what I
it.
can
That
do.
makes sense. It's like listening to a secret message in a bunker, in a secret house in a secret city. I like it.
Better like this?
Say what?
No, apparently it is not better like this. Trying my best.
You still having voice problems?
Just trying not to shout in order not to wake up the whole house, but except in that,
Oh, okay. It's the baby. Okay. Folks, I'm going to ask if you are up here on the panel, please raise your hand so that I know you wish to speak. And because if you think you're going to camp out there, I may have to drop you down. But I don't want to do that. So please, Jack, I see you there. Chef, I see you there. And if you guys wish to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. Good evening, lunchtime.
Good evening, Daryl. Yes, I was just tuned in to hear Ben. That was weird. I just got muted. Is everything okay, Daryl?
That was my fat finger.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Yeah, I just tuned in to hear Ben trying to sound even more smart than he actually is, which is quite smart. So I just thought I'd join in and try and decipher his genius-like ramblings on various issues. But I did actually just want to check. Like, did anything of note happen in Rammstein 7? I know there was a speech with Millie and the Austin and Millie show, but I don't know if anything was announced rather after that. There was some hope this morning that, in light of yesterday's, incident with the missile, that something of note would be announced. Yeah, so I'd appreciate a little update on that if possible, please.
Well, other than what CJ had just said about the kit coming from there's the suspected helicopters, which we don't know. We have no confirmation on that. That tweet came out earlier today about the Croatian helicopters. That's unconfirmed. But then you have the kit that was coming from Sweden. That was Ben. Hello,
yes, it was Sweden. I don't know if the second batch with the archers came in, but there was a long laundry list centered on anti-air that came up, and that's it for Sweden. And I think the Czechs have also said that they would be training 4,000 soldiers, and the Spaniards 2,500 soldiers.
But no big tanks or anything like that came out of there. So lunchtime, you want to be as smart as Ben. What's your qualifications? What do you do?
That was a lot of mic noise there. I didn't quite get that. Say again, please.
I'm just messing with you, lunchtime. Let's see. I'm gonna go spring. Yeah, I was just.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the update. I didn't quite hear you because there was a lot of.
I was getting ready to get your resume, find out, because if Ben is you want to replace Ben, I was going to get your resume.
Oh God, no, Ben is irreplaceable. It's not possible. Certainly not my intention. But thank you for the update. Thanks.
No worries. Good evening, Spring.
Hi there. Good evening. Oh, I hope that lunchtime. Good evening, everyone. I hope that lunchtime is not sick. Ben, you are a bit green today. Is everything okay with you? And I have to warn all the ladies in the space on the space that Ben put that French fancy voice just to charming people. Don't pay attention. No, really, I was just joking because he's in a minority and I came in support of Ben because in the South European representation, just that. No, I just heard something that NATO decided today in the meeting that to deliver a lot of weapons to Ukraine till the 1st of December, something like that. It was the main thing that I heard today lunchtime. And Ben doesn't speak with me after this.
Thank you, Spring. Yeah, I have it on good authority that Ben actually comes from Essex. He used to be a contestant on a TV show called The Only Way Is Essex, which is a documentary, sort of anthropological documentary. I think it was originally sponsored by David Attenborough as a sort of study of minority culture or in sort of coastal regions. But then somehow inexplicably it became really popular. But yeah, to find refuge from his burgeoning fame, he's decided to hide out on this Twitter space. That's. But I don't want to give too much away, so ladies, calm down. Okay, there we go.
So, Spring, you're saying I do not sound Southern European?
No, he sounds completely French when he's speaking. He has a directly French accent, what is very funny at the same time. It's not funny, it's very cute actually, because it's we had a TV series it was a British series that was Allo Allo, that was passed in the Second World War, and it was with persons pretended that they were French and Belgian, and sometimes I really reminds me Ben, but Ben has a wonderful English. His accent is a bit French, but he's amazing. Otherwise, I should have a South European accent, not a Spanish one for sure, because otherwise you would prefer that I would speak Spanish, Daryl.
It would not matter. It would not matter. Meeting people from all over the world, and it's just been a wonderful experience in my life. Just hanging out with folks from everywhere. Well, folks, it is 1944 my time. It is. Let me go to my clock here. It is around the world. Right now, it's 2:44 in Kiev. It is 12:44 in UTC's time, and same in London, and Los Angeles is 16:44. And the one thing I want to do is to let everyone know the reason why we are here. If you are just joining the space or have never been here, somebody invited you here, just know we're here to give information on Ukraine. You will hear a lot of things that we speak about here, but they all pertain to Ukraine and the war. And but our heart goes to MriyaReport. That is the organization that we hold dear to our hearts. They provide non-lethal aid to Ukrainians, both in the battlefield and to the rear. They do help support other organizations like Malcolm Nance's organization, Rip's Heroes, and there are others, including. But the main thing is that we help them do their job by you guys donating to them. And the one thing that you must know is that it's all volunteer. Nobody takes a check from this organization. All the funds that you contribute go to direct cost of the goods and some shipment, because they got a really good deal on shipping costs. So, but that's where the money goes. Nobody takes a hand of it. So if you would please donate to MriyaReport. We would really appreciate it. There is a drive going on for the Ready Reaction Forces to get gear that they have lost in the battle right now. If you go to the MriyaReport website and put RB in the note, it will help fund that drive. That's what we have currently going on right now, and it's real important because these are the guys that have been at the front. They've lost equipment, battle damage, things like that, and they're really trying to get their stuff back up to snuff so that they can continue on going. So please give to MriyaReport.org. Thank you. And also too, we have the MriyaReport.org is our website, and if you go there, we have links to different things about it. Talks about us, and it also you can also get to our Spotify page from there, which we have all of the different interviews that we've held, such as the Azovstal defender that came to speak to us just yesterday. What was it, yesterday? It's already up there in Spotify. So please, it was very, very nice. It was a really heartfelt interview. So please give it a listen, and you can take it with you. It's Spotify, so you can take it with you on your drive or on your commute. And we really appreciate it. Thank you. Ben, where are we going next?
It depends. Is it you driving or me?
We're like when you learn and drive, they got dual steering wheels in the car. If one is going off the rails, the other one can hold it back. So if I'll drive, but you got the spare wheel. So if I'm going off the rails, you can grab it and come on back. Good evening, Christopher.
Good evening, Daryl. Mic check, please.
5 by 5.
Thank you, sir. It's amazing sometimes about this technology stuff. I'm heading north on 95, otherwise known as the Jersey Turnpike, at about 110 clicks, and I'm just happy as can be listening to everybody. I do have a question for Ben. Ben, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple of days ago, you tweeted out an article about the tonnage that was not being delivered by Russian rail this year. They kind of lost about half or something along those lines in terms of their freight, and that was going to potentially do some economic damage. I was wondering if you could sort of think about what might be the next to fall, what might in Russia might be the next thing that economically might fall apart, the wheels might come off from the little wagon, so to speak. If you had any thoughts about that, just curious. And Ben, don't let him get you, man. You're still the best host in my heart.
Yes. Okay, I'm starting to be very worried. Usually, I'm just getting what do you say, poop from you guys, and now suddenly you're being very, very nice with me, a bit too nice. Either you have really bad news to tell me, or you're gonna ask me for a few dollars. And actually, since I'm on the subject of a few dollars, thank you, Chris, for the question. Yes, the most likely, I don't want to say the most likely. An economy is very large. There's a lot of things going on up and down. Things could go any way, anytime. That being said, the one I'm looking at the most at the moment is the banking system and the currency. Why the banking system? Because it's under heavy stress. I've said that before, but the real estate market is not doing so good. I mean, think about the fact that quite a few people had moved to Crimea, bought some summer houses over there, and those summer houses, many of them were not paid yet. They were paid with borrowed money, and they probably guaranteed their purchase through they basically bet the house against it, and now those houses are worth not much. So that's the first problem. Same problem in Moscow, the same problem in St. Petersburg. As demand goes down, it's probable that those places are going to take a dive, and the real estate market might have some serious problem, which will have an impact on the banks. Precisely at the moment when the bank's balance sheet is put under tremendous pressure. People don't have much money, so many of them are going bankrupt. The Russian government has just published a law that allows pensioners to go bankrupt now. That gives you an idea of what's in their mind at the moment. So that's that you're gonna have the banking system probably quite weakened. And then, as I said, the level of borrowing that is done by the government is pretty unprecedented. And this might lead to inflation. Until this morning, basically, I was definitely hoping to see deflation. And I was pretty certain that was what was going to bring the Russian economy down. But confronted with billions upon billions upon billions of borrowing by the state, which will lead to billions upon billions of spending by the state, and a ballooning of the monetary mass, inflation is maybe more likely now. I'm still slightly hoping that the capacity of the investors and the consumers to spend is so low that inflation won't bite and that we will see deflation. But I'm at best cautiously optimistic on this. So yeah, that's the two things that are probably gonna have some problems. The good thing is that they're among the easiest to follow. Information about transport and information about the railways and industry, name it, they tend to be buried in government accounts, and they tend to be buried in company accounts, and they're very difficult to find. To be honest, I don't find them. I wait for other people to find them, and so it's always complicated. It's always difficult. Data about the currency and data about the banking system is quite abundant, easy to follow. So that's also something that we'll be able to follow in real time as they crash, and they probably will very, very soon.
That's pretty cool. What would be the first sort of like brick to fall out of the wall, or what would be the keystone that would fall out of the arch that we should look for, please?
The banking system. I mean, the real estate. If you can follow the real estate market in Moscow, do. It's probably going to be a serious ride, and the banking system is attached to it. So, as the real estate goes, the banking system goes, and they might lose the banks.
Okay, thank you for helping clarify that in my head. And you are my favorite host, and I'm not asking, not looking, and no, I don't need to borrow any money. But I do have a question though. My first question, two questions actually. One has to do with the baby, and one has to do with your computer. How is the baby? I don't know how old it is, but if you can divulge that, that would be great. And then secondly, did you get a chance to buy your computer yet? Over.
Okay, the baby is 2 years old and is absolutely unbearable. and the computer. No, I haven't had time yet to buy my computer. Very soon, hopefully, but no time. And by the way, Chris, you're my favorite. You're my favorite listener.
Thank you, sir. All right. The computer, we still stand on that if you're interested. So, but the baby, 2 years old, yeah, I had one of them once. She's now 19. So, good luck. I'll drop down. Thanks, guys.
I feel offended, Chris, but good night. Have a good one, man. Oh, Lord. We're having a good night, aren't we, Ben?
Daryl, I'm seeing all kind of ghosts right now. If you can bring people up, that's great, because I seem only able to remove people from the space.
All right. Well, I got you. You drive. I'll backseat. Here we go. You got Nick, Dan, and then Ukraine. There you go.
I put my hand up when you were speaking, Daryl, because do we have 30 seconds for a terrible joke? You were doing the time check, and it reminded me of the young Temperance League recruiter who turns up one evening and rings the doorbell of a house, and an elderly man with a very stiff military bearing answers the door, and the Temperance League recruiter says, "Excuse me, sir," he says, "I'm from the Temperance League. Will you renounce the demon drink?" And the military man looks him up and down and says, "Young man, I'll let you know that I haven't had a drink since 1959. And the temperance man says, "Well, that's wonderful, sir. That's fabulous." And the officer looks at his watch and he says, "Yes, and that was about 20 minutes ago, so I think I'll have another one
now." Oh, Lordy B. Nick, that was pretty close to the Yehuda dad joke now. But I got it. I love it. Ben, you gonna get Dan up, or you gonna sit there?
I'm still laughing. Sorry. Yes, Dan, please go ahead. I think you want to tell us about Rammstein.
Well, I just wanted to ask sort of the next step question about the Russian banks. I fully agree with everything you've just said, that in anything resembling a market economy, that they would be the next domino to fall, because clearly everything they've loaned against is worth less by the second. But just as a matter of curiosity, I would put out there that Russia is also becoming less of a market economy by the second. And if the Russian central bank / government was trying to bail the banks out without admitting they were bailing the banks out, what would be the most obvious channel to see that happening? Does that make sense? If they were just trying to write the banks essentially blank checks behind the scenes, because they just thought
if the Russian government was trying to basically prop up the banks.
Yes, and especially in a clandestine manner.
First of all, I'm not quite sure why they would want to do it on a clandestine manner. But secondly, the best way of propping the banks would be not to take their money away. That tends to help. If you think about Gazprom recently had to fork out something along the lines of $15 billion, and there's not that many banks that can live up to this sort of bleeding. Now they're levying 800 and some change. 800 billion rubles and some change. That's in the neighborhood of 12, I think. Yes, of 12. $12 billion for the whole banking system. This is large. This is very, very large. This is well, I'm having problem calculating. It's 1/5 of what is already in the banks at the moment. This, like, it's difficult to imagine the impact that this may have. Like, the problem is that when the problem is the Americans, as usual. I'm sorry, Daryl, but I have to say it. Modern economics is based on the US. When you want to be very enterprising, you look at the UK as well. Sorry, when you want, but mostly we're looking at the US. The US, which is the biggest, largest, baddest, most advanced economy in the world, and so we tend to look at it. We tend to have a vision of the financial system that is completely skewed this way. What effect can this? So what I mean by this is that on a daily basis, President Obama, well, maybe not daily, but mostly basis, President Obama and President Trump did movements that looked a lot like this. The amount of money that the U.S. Central Bank moved around during the past 10, 20 years is inimaginable. It's massive. And in comparison, what the Russians are doing is pretty punny. That being said, the US economy is very, very strong, and they're not facing a gigantic war that they're losing at the moment. So they have the possibility of doing quite a few things, whereas the Russians are losing so badly that no one trusts them, and the result is that they need to take that money away from their banks, and they wouldn't be able to prop them up simply because, well, they don't have the money to do it, whereas the US government did have the money to do it. In terms of, you just look at the defense budget of the US and the defense budget of the Russian, and basically the differential between the ability of the US Army on the one hand and the ability of the Russian Army on the other hand gives you an idea of how capable those two governments are to intervene on the banking market, on the banking system. It is just not the same thing. So I appreciate your question, but I don't think it's plausible.
Can I ask one quick follow-up? So what you're saying is that the Russian government is almost sinking the banks to keep the government afloat. Would that be the short version?
Yes, in a market economy, absolutely. They're trying. They would be pushing the banks into bankruptcy, and that would be it. In an economy like the Russian one, you could say they're bankrupting the bank. You could also say that they're just nationalizing the banks without saying it, and that after all, they've been clamoring for the return of the Soviet Union, and it seems that they're doing it by nationalizing the banks.
So basically, the banks' debts and assets and the Russian state's debts and assets are becoming one pot of money.
Yes and no. Then here we're getting into Soviet banking history, which I must say is not my forte. But the Russian banks were not exactly working like ours. Ours need capital. A Russian bank did not, because it was backed by the state. And who was going to call for its money back from a genocidal state? Like, would you like to tell Comrade Stalin, I don't trust you, dude, anymore. I want my money back? No, this is not going to happen. So they don't need a pot of money, because no one is going to call the state's bluff.
So that is sort of working backwards into what I'm trying to figure out here. Apologies if I'm taking too much time. But so basically, the Russian government can write the banks as many rubles as it wants to, regardless of the bank's balance sheet condition. I'm truly trying to understand this because there's a nasty failure point in here somewhere, and I'm just trying to figure out where it is.
No, you're perfectly right. Actually, telling you, I realized that in this second way I answered your question. I think that that's the way the Russian government is going to prop up the banks. It's by making the banks part of the Russian government, and then the the trust and the fear people have in the state will be the guarantee of the bank, which would be absolutely crazy in an open economy like any other European economy. For the Russian economy, which is large enough not to have to trade too much with the rest of the world, that could work for a while at least. So yeah, no, that's a very good point. It fits with their return to isolation. They don't need much. If the system is perfectly isolated from the rest of the world, or almost perfectly isolated from the rest of the world, they don't need to have quote unquote real banks. They can have whatever, an office, and that's enough.
Thank you very much. That's helpful in understanding what they're doing and trying to do.
Thank you, Dan. Two things. First of all, thank you very much for the questions, because that's really, well, that was really enlightening. And the second one is, I'm riffing completely. I'm trying to be logical, based on very limited information. But I could be saying absolute nonsense, right? Gunther, you have a question for Daryl?
Just a follow up. Excuse me. I have there's like a long answer, but the short answer is that those helicopters will probably not be coming from Croatia unless someone's bribed. Basically, that was the response I got from someone who is more on the inside as far as Croatian politics and all that. Unfortunately.
Okay. I hate it when things like that happen. But why would they post that up today? That's the curiosity here. That's the question that I guess everybody's trying to find. Why would that picture or that tweet come out today?
I can read the long answer. It's pretty entertaining. Hold on.
You can just send it to me if you want.
No, it's a fairly long answer, but basically, usually from anyone from the HDZ, the Croatian Democratic Union, promises something to anyone, they'll try to take advantage of it for personal gain. It's most the corrupt politicians coming for it. Unfortunately, in that regard, I wouldn't rely on the current Croatian government. The prime minister is a quote unquote scumbag. The former prime minister is in prison. That's why I left. I asked him if I could share this. He says he can't prove it, but it's just sort of what his that's what he thinks is going on behind the scenes. The current Croatian defense minister is a quote unquote dumbass, applying for the prime minister who falsifies his diploma. And they, I don't know if you know about the Balkans, but this is pretty sort of typical there. And they said there's a lot of basically very sort of friendly financial relationships with Russian stuff there. So that is probably going to sort of interfere with things. But then, maybe more global things will take over. But I sort of, that's sort of a realistic assessment from someone that understands the politics of that region.
Okay, I appreciate it, Duncan.
Sure. And then I had a quick question for Ben, and you sound much better, by the way. I know you don't. It's hard to do, but like, what is a metric that? I mean, what is the point at which do you think that the Russians would be just too much? Like, um, uh, is like how do we think about these sort of global macroeconomic things as to like how close are they to basically having to um how soon until they have people on the streets?
I don't know. I'm very conservative. I tend to like it when trends continue. So my money would be on never. I think that the Russian, what can I say? The Russian society has been neutered in many ways over the past years. Anyone able to organize a reply or a resistance against the government has been either brought into the system or eliminated one way or the other. So they're lacking flashpoints, and so that's one thing. That being said, there's probably one or two elements that lead me to believe that there is probably a point at which the government is going to be facing a large amount of dissent, and that point may be quite close. And the reason why I'm saying this is look at the way they're behaving. They're taking massive risks with their banking system. They're basically letting soldiers die on the front line because they're not giving them the sort of things that they could be giving them if they were spending the money. All this because they don't want to take the money where the money is in effect at the moment, which is, well, they're doing it a little bit with the banks, but that's complicated. But they're not raising taxes. The Russians are waging what's looking increasingly like a total war without raising taxes. They're not going to the babushkas and telling them, well, what used to cost 1 ruble yesterday now cost 1 ruble 50, and those 50 is going to the government pockets. They're not doing this. And the other thing they're not doing is they're not really touching the pensions. Pensioners, civil servants, they're still getting paid, and they're very, like, the government is very proud to be pointing out the fact that they're managing to increase salary faster than inflation. Why would they be doing this? We know it's not out of the kindness of their heart, so it's probably because they're worried. So that would be my most objective answer, is they seem to be worried about something. They seem to be worried that going from a 10% flat tax rate to a 15% tax rate might put people in the streets, as it did in 2011, and they're not willing to take the chance. So that would be the most immediate answer. And if I was to take a bit more of a bet, I would say, look at what they're asking for. They're desperately asking for the rest of the world to keep trading with them, the rest of the world to keep exchanging with the financial institutions. If for one reason or another, one of the two main points of entry into the world economy, namely China and Turkey, or both, were to close their doors, it's probable that in their own assessment they would go bye-bye in a matter of weeks. Which, by the way, is very disheartening, considering that Mr. Erdogan is happy doing business with Russia. But it's probable that if Turkey was to close its border to Russian trade, the impact on the Russian economy would be such that they would be facing a world of problem. Like all their industries, and I've been managing to make by over the past few months by readapting their processes to things that were transiting through Turkey. If they need to readapt everything a second time, that could be checkmate. So that, based on the way the Russian government is behaving, I would say first pensions and taxes, second international trade, international finance, and the possibility to cross the Turkish border.
At what point do you think the elites will be hurt significantly?
I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. I probably never. And the reason for this, the reason for me saying this is because when I go to the park these days, the park next to my place is quite a fancy one, quite nice, and half of the people there are Russian, and it wasn't the case last year. There were always a few Russians, but never quite as many. And this is the sort of place that is tremendously expensive to live in. So the true elite, they're sorted. They like, yes, the guys who are desperate to have a crazy lifestyle, spending millions per month, they might feel the pinch. But those who have already bought their 3 apartments in Paris, 2 apartments in Venice, fantastic villa in Italy, fantastic villa in Greece, why do they care what's going on in Moscow? They don't care. So I would say but again, I'm sorry, I'm mentioning him again, but Chris Miller was talking about offshore aristocracy. And yeah, the offshore aristocracy that is currently ruling Russia does not care about this.
That got you going?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Daryl, I need to repeat the big caveat. Ultimately, my specialty is 13th century Italy and 18th century Netherlands. I'm basing myself on just a few books I've read. Listener discretion is heavily advised. Daryl, I think you was first, or do you wanna add something?
No, man. I am just sitting by lazily listening to you.
Okay, then I have a question for you, Daryl. When was your last drink?
My last drink? Sunday. I had a Pimm's. I was drinking a Pimm's Sunday night.
Okay, that's the problem. Is you're so cool. You know the names of the cocktails. I have no idea what a Pimps is.
A Pimm's cup is it's a Pimm's #1 with ginger ale.
What is a Pimps #1?
It's made from a gin, but it has some other flavors in it. Kind of hard to describe. It has like a slight fruit taste to it. I would have almost said I would have almost said pomegranate, but it's not pomegranate. It's got a unique flavor. It's called Pimm's, Pimms, #1. And you mix it with ginger ale, with a little lime. With a little lemon, fruit garnish, cucumber.
That sounds beautiful. But then again, I wasn't expecting any less from you. After all, you are. How did you describe it? You do have a special taste, and you are number one.
Yeah, well, I try sometimes, Ben. I try sometimes. Okay, so anyway, I got Fierce right here, but let's see what Fierce has got to say for us. Good evening, Fierce.
Good evening, everybody. I'm talking from Texas. So, it's been, I mean, throughout the day, we've heard over and over again also all pertinent opinions about what people think the government, the Russian government, or the Russian elites, or the Russian people are doing. Well, my image is that we cannot possibly comprehend their mindset. I mean, everybody is waiting like the moms of the dead soldiers are gonna raise to the moment, like they've done after Chechnya invasion. We're all sort of hoping that Russian people are gonna take to the streets and fight that regime. But my guess is, and that's where maybe Ben or maybe other members of the panel can come with their own take on this, because that's my impression. These guys, they do not share any of Western values. They do not understand, they do not want democracy as we understand it. They're just waiting on their Tsar, whoever that was throughout the history, to solve their problem, to make them great again and again and again. And them, my view is that they would like to have any of the iPhones or any of other items or icons of the Western civilization, but not work for it. Just doing sort of business, sort of, I don't know what they're doing to get in that elite, let's quote unquote, category, but they don't want to work for their stuff. And I'm aware I'm mixing all these society layers. They might not be all the same, but my impression is, again, they do not like any of what we think is value. And thank you for that, and apologize for the long question.
No worries, Fierce. I think a lot of us share that. I'm not sure where you heard that somebody on our side of the house has stated that they are looking for a savior for the people to rise up and all of that, but none of us share that here. Most of us believe that they have a history which they need a hard lesson. They need to come to terms with their own history before before any change is going to come about. So we're on the same side with that. The way you're thinking, we're on the same side with that. There is no mothers are going to get pissed off. This or there's some going to be mass protest in the streets, things like that, that will make a real change in their society. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to go through some hard things before they get to that reality.
Well, I might have misexpressed what I've heard throughout the day. My impression is there is a hope.
Well, Fierce, let me ask, where'd you hear it?
Well, I mean, it keeps coming. Like, well, we hope that someone would raise, or someone or population would be uncomfortable with anything that can happen to them. Like you people just said before, their banking system might collapse. Their pensions are still on, but what if? In that was my thing. Like, there is a layer of hope among us that something will happen from their own inside to stop this genocide.
I think you misunderstood what Ben was saying. The economic collapse is totally separate from any real change in the society. Ben was only speaking on economics there. What physically can happen with the banking industry, or what could happen there if these things happen per se. So it's not to say that their society will change. He's just only speaking of economics.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I mean, I was listening throughout the day during the heroic Binance hosting, and it kept coming. Like, I mean, it was. I'm not talking about what Ben just said. I'm fully agree with what he said. I mean, it's helpful for me to understand more. But what I wanted to say basically, it's throughout the day there were several occasions when people like me, I mean, not members of your panel, people like me were like coming back to this. It feels to me like it was like a hope. So we on this side, we might have some hope something would happen there, so their own people would stop this. It's not happening, as you just said. It's just, and it's sad it's not happening, but it will not.
Well,
and I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think what it is that you have people that don't understand the Russian society, their history, and they think of it from a Western. They think of it from a Western perspective. That's all. And unless they read the history of Russia, read history of Russia, the history of Russia, and other things, they won't get it, because you have to understand their history. And if you look at from the SARS to Putin, they've always had that strong man figure that's come about at the end of any. I'm not even going to say revolution. It's just going to be a change. To any change, there always ended up being another strong man. So I hope that I hope you don't get that impression from us, and you won't hear it. You won't hear it from us. So
No, I fully agree with that. So to disclose more, I was 24 years old in Romania when we killed the damn son of a bitch. Sorry for my English. And then I left after 25 years, and I know, and I have grandparents that disappeared in Siberia, and I have tons of stories about Russians. I know what it is. What I want people to know is exactly that. Our cultures are completely opposed. And the fact that Ukraine wanted to be on our side, that led to this genocide. And I mean, yeah, losing their economical power and their general impression that their nation is like superior. It's Nazi. It is what it is. Well, thank you all.
thank you, Fierce. I just brought up where'd she go? I guess she stepped down. Let's go, Dan. Oh, wait a minute. Ben, are you getting ready to talk to the Sandman?
Oh, no, I wanted to make a more general comment before we move on to Dan. I understand that we're often, I mean, when we look at it on a daily basis, and when we look at the history, it's very upsetting to see how often we give the same guys the same amount of freedom to and the same amount of trust that they will act, and they take advantage of this. On the other hand, that also shows that we're coming from societies that are high on trust, and I mean high as in we have a lot of trust, and that's how our societies work. I would say that is how civilization works. If you remember Roman Sherema, who's it's a great economist. He comes not often enough, but he's coming regularly on the show. And he said about Ukraine that he was hoping for more trust within Ukraine and among Ukrainians, and that was one of the things that he was looking forward from the consequences of this conflict is that since all the citizens have faced this challenge together, overcome this challenge together, and triumph together, the amount of trust will be much higher, and it may change the culture of the country. And that's where I wanted to get to. Yes, it is very costly and it's very annoying when we see random people saying, "But wait, no one could ever stand this. No, people are going to rebel, and it's because we trust in people." And yes, we cannot be naive, but I think we have to be thankful of the amount of trust and goodwill that we see in our fellow human beings. So there was a simple comment on this, and Dan, please take it away.
Yeah, Ben, you tangentially touched on a strong piece of proof that we're still not taking this problem seriously. You said, and I quote, or at least approximately quoting, that there are a lot of very rich Russians in apartments in Paris these days. That is prima facie proof that we aren't serious about this yet. Because if we were serious about it, we would round them all up and we would give them a very simple choice. They can write 80% of their net worth to the government of Ukraine, or they can get on a plane to either Moscow, or if we don't have any planes to Moscow anymore, somewhere in Central Asia where the FSB still has some sway, and they can stay there. And their kids at Cambridge, Oxford, and Harvard can go with them. We still aren't communicating with these people in a language they understand. We need to fix that. Really, we do. Thank you.
I really appreciate the feeling. There's just one huge problem. My daughter really likes hitting those idiots with a shovel. I mean, the parents, of course. She's running after the parents, hitting the parents with a shovel. It's very soothing for her. That gets her to sleep very well at night. One of the causes for today's tantrum was that she didn't get to hit those guys over the head with her shovel. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm keeping them for this reason. James, please go ahead and don't tell us to deport foreigners like it's 1942 all over again.
I will not. I've said it before. I think that it's great that we're not treating them the way that they might treat others. We're treating them kind of along the lines of what international rights we uphold, So that's great. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to say that my name is James, and I am a recovering hopeaholic about people, not necessarily Russia. I guess I don't have any illusions that they're going to change overnight or anything like that. But yeah. So who said that? I think it was Daryl said it beautifully. They need a beating or something to learn a lesson, and I think they're getting it. And those are the kind of things that might spark change. And I understand why they're not taking the money away from the very poor. I think then it'd be much more clear uprising situation. So that's on that side. On the finance side, I just wanted to check that they hadn't run through all their options. Are they on other spaces selling NFTs maybe to raise money? Or do they have, are they selling raccoons on the black market? Is there any other source of money that we're not looking at? Like they're doing illegal logging somewhere and selling the logs. There's nothing else, right? There's no other resources that they can get.
Someone said Wagner.
What Do tell.
I will direct you to a number of documentaries that have been done, as well as, of course, articles, but I'm afraid they're mostly in French, about how the Wagner Group in mostly in the Sahel, in the northern part of Africa, is taking control of a number of commodity producing areas, mostly in the Central African Republic and in Sudan, and is basically funding this way of financing itself, and probably in part the Russian government, or at least some parts of the Russian government. Things like maybe the secret services or things like that. They're like, it's likely that part of their money does not come from taxation, but from those adventures and enterprises, if you want to call it them like that, that Wagner is running in Sudan and the Central African Republic. So, yeah, you're perfectly right. On the other hand, how do you manage? Both those countries are thoroughly corrupt, but at the same time, they're sovereign countries. So there's, we have to be a bit consistent. We cannot fight, and we cannot praise the Ukrainians who are fighting like hell to protect their sovereignty, and at the same time disregard the sovereignty of other nations just because we dislike what they're doing. So that's unfortunate, but that's one of the most important ways the Russians are making money. There is also our friend Peter Duran, as well as Axel, know this a hell lot better than me, but there's something with crypto money that doesn't smell right. The fact that areas like Transnistria are actually some of the most important places in the world for digging bitcoins should be a little bit concerning to a lot of people. What else can I think of? Yeah, as far as getting money elsewhere, that's probably the main sources. They're also losing a lot of money elsewhere. Like there was this fantastic story that was broke a few months back by the Financial Times, that was explaining how the people in Moscow were managing to get their filthy hands on brand new BMWs. Basically, the BMW would be shipped from Germany to India, then from India to the UAE, then from the UAEs through Iran to Armenia, and then from Armenia somehow find its way into Moscow. So that gives you an idea of how expensive this car must be when it arrives there. But they don't care. Just the same way as we saw our favorite horse, Lavrov, yesterday with his brand new Apple 14. This sort of things, they all have it. And I mean, at least Lavrov, he's going around the world, and he probably bought it in New York or something. But other people, they cannot buy it like that easily, and they must be paying good money to have access to them. So all the money for all the money they bring in illegally, they waste it as well. So that's the only good thing. And once more, we can say, just like the Ukrainian defenders, we're lucky that they're so stupid. But I've got a feeling that I did not fully answer your question.
No, I just feel like some other players on the world stage, they always seem to kind of squirm their way out of things, and so I like plugging all the gaps, as it were. So thank you, and thank you, Daryl, for mentioning the 100-kilometer zone DMZ to Kyle Parker the other night. It got a laugh out of him. So I appreciate you mentioning that. Anyways, that's all I had. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Let's see. I just brought up Wendy. Good evening again.
Good evening, Daryl and Ben. It's I just thought I would come up and give you a bit of brotherly love, and just express my my empathy for Ben's situation this evening. If it makes you feel any better, Ben, I have a 10-year-old who, well, she's about as tall as my armpit now, and she can basically kick my butt. So I just thought, prepare yourself for that. But that aside, I was just wondering if you've spoken at all in the last hour or so about the moats in Crimea.
No. Moats in 2022 was not on my list.
Me neither, Daryl. Yeah, they're digging trenches at haste. They're also digging a moat, apparently, and this seems to hark back, as we know, to medieval defense, primarily against cavalry charge. Because you imagine if cavalry charging at a defensive fortification, any attacker would have to overcome the moat by basically filling it in, or putting planks or walkways over them whilst under fire from archers. And you being a tank man, Daryl, you'll know all about this. But I think the modern example is the Fascine version that was attached to a couple of tanks back about 75 years ago, to do this for them. But I'm not quite sure that the Muscovali have this particular type of technology. But what they are doing is digging a moat, and I for one can't figure out why. Perhaps they're just going to.
What are they building the moat around? Let's start with that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stake my reputation on this, and I'm gonna say that they're building it around Toblerones, and by Toblerones, I mean the pointy things which are.
The tetrahedrons.
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, the ones which can distract perhaps any creature from the kingdom of Animalia, but aren't particularly useful in defense, as we've seen against armored vehicles. There was a video the other day of a BMP going over one and doing it without much trouble. So I can't wait to see the development in this particular saga.
Sounds like they're running out of professional engineers.
Damn right. Well said. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's I think the planning side of things over there, it needs a work over, because if the only thing that's going to stand in the way of Ukrainian liberators liberating the sovereign territory of Ukraine, which of course is Crimea, is a moat and some Toblerones, then yeah, I'm that doesn't sound like it's going to work to me.
Well, that's a bit of interesting news, and maybe we'll hear something more about it as it develops. Because I can't understand why they would build a moat unless they are trying to keep something from getting in, but they would have to have something. Like I said, there would have to be a structure they're trying to repair, trying to protect.
Yeah, you'd think so, Daryl. I mean, I'd certainly think so. Yeah, I mean, it's the topography of Crimea. I'm not too familiar with. I'm sure we're going to have many an insightful discussion from many wonderful guest speakers on this space, and hosts like yourself on what Crimea, what events there are going to look like in the coming weeks and months. I mean, we see a continuation of illogical tactics from the Muscovites. They're still piling in conscripts to Bakhmut, the last I saw, and piling all their resources into a lot of their resources into the area. And Ukrainian defenders are heroically standing and fighting against attacks from terrible weapon systems like the TOS 1A. But when it comes to defending areas like Crimea and the left bank of the Dnieper, we've seen quite a noticeable trend of, let's say, some unorthodox fortifications. We saw those pillboxes, which I for one was personally disappointed in these pillboxes. They turned out to be Potemkin Portaloos, and they literally were septic tanks. In a lot of cases, they were septic tanks with an embrasure for the gun cut inside, cut through it, and they expected some poor sod to stand in there and wait for HIMARS o'clock. So it's not looking too positive for them.
Now that I'm thinking about it, though, the trench. It may not be just a trench or a moat. I mean, it may not be a moat, but maybe just a trench that they are going to use for fighting position. I'm not sure when you say moat, how wide, how deep it may be, but it may be because from understand that the Crimean Peninsula is more flat, which does not provide you a lot of cover and concealment, behind mountains, structures of that, natural structures if it's flat. So they may be digging down to be, to get a lower position, some defilade.
Can I just say, from a position of coming up against these obstacles for real, it could be an anti-tank ditch. It's a great way of channeling and preventing heavy armor getting into the French lines.
Well, that's what the ones that they did before were supposed to be. However, the Ukrainians are preceding the armor by coming in with the light infantry, and the Russians have pulled back, and so the trenches are now to the point. They are not going to do what they need to do because they're bringing in engineering assets and are going to take care of that.
Yeah, totally agree. When you consider the engineering assets that have been putting these anti-tank obstacles in place, if they're not covering it with fields of fire, then they need a second line of potential anti-tank defense or obstacle, and no doubt they're all being mapped in green somewhere, and the Ukrainians will figure out a way to bypass them or negate their practicality.
Have you seen the pictures of the bridges they've already built going over the rivers? nice, beautiful bridges. So I don't think anything that they can build is going to really affect what the Ukrainians can do to overcome it.
Oh, in total agreement. In total agreement. We're seeing the Ukrainians provide a great example of the maneuverist approach to warfare, and it's a joy to behold being an ex-tank man.
Appreciate that, Brett. Let me see what my buddy Raver has got on. Ben, I'm going to let you speak, and then I'm going to bring Raver up, see what he's got.
It's a good thing because I've got a question for you, but I'm sure Raver could chip in as well. It's the second or third video of special forces I saw on Twitter of the past 2 days, of the Russian the Ukrainian special forces laying traps in heavily forested areas against Russian patrols mostly. I think maybe a few convoys, but I think it's mostly patrols. And do you think it's just that one of them bought a GoPro and they're having fun with it, or do you think that something has changed in the way the Ukrainian special forces are being used at the moment, and they're, what can I say, it's open season?
Without knowing where it was, because unless you know where they are when they were setting those traps, then it would be you would have to know the situation. You would have to have some situational awareness of what was going on there, besides just seeing them set a trap. You'd have to know a lot more to it and where it was and how it fit into the battle plan, just to say that, hey, they're using them for something else. In that case, they could be very far forward or in a lateral position.
I have no idea. I saw guys, I saw trees, and at the end, the video was saying that the Ukrainians had won. That's all I could tell you.
Okay, it may have been because they don't release any videos until well after the threat is gone. So it probably was in the days of the invasion, of the of the pullout, and subsequent operations. But it's going to be days before they release them anyway, so that anything that somebody could see would no longer be something that could be used against them in that situation. So.
Oh yeah, you're perfectly right. Yeah, the withdrawal and the early time on the new position must have been moment of flux, and as a result, moment when the special forces have a much easier time at taking targets out.
Could be. Good evening, Raven.
Hey, good evening. So I don't know what ditch you're talking about. If it's got a lot of zigzags, it's probably a trench because the zigzags are there to block shrapnel going up and down the line. And if it's an anti-tank ditch, you may see a berm to one side or the other as a secondary barrier to make the tank show its belly. But it should be about 4 meters wide, 3 meters deep, enough that a tank can't just travel across the top of it. Whereas with a trench, you want it narrower so a tank can travel across the top of it. So your own guys don't they can pop up and smoke the tank from behind. So just my 2 cents. That depending on what you're looking at, width, depth, and shape, it can tell you a lot about what its intent is.
Yep, that's why I was asking. Well, if not knowing what it looked like, when he said a moat, I was like, okay, it may be just a trench or a fighting trench, where they just are being that it's flat, that would give them some protection in a firefight. Although, the way they build them is, it's weak design from what we could tell. And that's if they keep the AO like they should, clean, dressed. It's cold, so having a place for a dugout where they can get in and get warm, even while they're in the trench, things like that.
Well, if it's a trench system and it's done right, you'll have your OPs out forward of the main line. You'll have your main line of trenches and pits for mortars and CPs and whatnot. Then you'll have more trenches running perpendicular going back to your second line of trenches, 200-300 yards back, and then you'll have a third line even farther back behind that, so that you have defense in depth. But if it's just a great big wide ditch, it's probably an anti-vehicle barrier.
Yeah, like I said, without having a picture of it, seeing it, getting into specs on it, there's no telling. So where you at, Raver?
I am just outside of Little Rock, Arkansas, driving home.
All right. You keep it safe. Y'all got snow out that way?
We had a dusting the other day. It's cold by Arkansas standards. It's 44 now, heading for probably 23, 24 tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, I just want to real quick, I want to give you just a little bit of an awareness. It is 1 degree in Kiev tonight. And I want you guys to think about the other areas around Ukraine. That temperature, you have structures with blown out windows. You have structures with no heating. Think about where you are. You're warm somewhere. You're dry. You're not hearing sirens go off. That is what they're living through tonight. And that's 1 degree Celsius. Oh, well, either way, it's still cold. But just want everybody to think about it and see where you are, and think about what it would be for you to sleep outside, even if it's 40 degrees. Just imagine sleeping outside or having to deal with those temperatures in your house. You're not burning any fires. You're lucky if you got a gas stove that you may be able to warm some water in a room, that if you can get it closed off, you may be able to keep it warm enough with a pot of water boiling on the stove. But think about those conditions. And that's what our brothers and sisters in Ukraine are dealing with all around the country. That's what hitting these transformers, these grid stations, and power plants. That's what it is doing to them. Just think about it. Go outside and just stand out there and say, this is what you have to deal with all night long. All right. Let's see. Greg, I brought you up. Good evening.
Good afternoon. How is everybody?
All's well.
Good. It's quite warm where I am here now, and I'll send you a photo in a minute, Daryl, of what I'm looking at. And it's I've been in Poland when it's been -3 degrees, and I don't know how on earth I'd managed to survive there in that sort of temperature and environment being that cold, especially if you had, elderly relatives and young children. I just don't know how they do it, to be honest. So my heart really goes out to the people there. One thing I have seen on Twitter, which is a saving grace, as you call it. So I've got a plane flying overhead at the moment. So I am standing literally out in the park. It's lunchtime over here during my work break. That's why I'm calling you. Is World Kitchen. And I've seen a lot of photos and videos from Jose's kitchen with them serving warm, hot meals at Kherson and throughout Ukraine with the power not being on. And having worked in Poland with the Ukrainians heading home and World Kitchen as well, I can tell you now that would be an absolute godsend for those people to have a nice, hot 3-course meal, toasted sandwiches, coffee, tea, fruit to be able to take home to a cold, probably potentially damp house or apartment would be, it'll keep them going, but it wouldn't do much more. But that is a lifesaver, seriously. Can you hear me still, guys?
Yeah, I was. Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Not a worry. The other thing, just on a side topic, but I do thoroughly hear what you're saying, and I do agree that they're doing it really tough, and just hope those generators are helping some of the people there. I don't know how they're getting all the diesel in to run those generators, but that's just another issue, and it's probably the lowest, of the concerns they've got to worry about.
Yeah, just to make that note, we asked Ryan the other day. He says gasoline, fuel, they're not having any problems getting fuel. Yeah, that I was surprised. I'm not sure where, in the very far front lines, but as he was traveling around, he said that they haven't had any issues.
Fantastic. No, that's great. Now, listen, can I just also ask, and this is something that's been bugging me all morning, my morning, which is the last 4 or 5 hours, what's the House view amongst the hosts and the speakers here at the moment about this missile that landed in Poland? Because I'm sure you're probably sick and tired of talking about it. But there is a lot of conjecture on Twitter, as you can appreciate, with every official comment from a government official somewhere, whether it's NATO or one of the governments, saying that it's most likely something that's actually been shot down as air defence, but it's not to Ukraine's. It's not Ukraine's fault, so there's nothing to worry about there. And of course, the Ukrainians are getting their backs up because they're saying, "Well, show us the evidence so we can actually see if it's our missile or not." Because some of the rumours that are doing the circuits at the moment are that the Ukrainians fired a missile into Poland to get the rest of NATO involved and to jump on board to fight and attack Russia, which is complete garbage. But I can understand why there's a lot of uncertainty here, and people are getting very, very frustrated with what almost sounds like it's a bit of a smokescreen.
Well, here's the official things that came out was that, well, even though if it wasn't from Russia and it's Ukraine, I mean the NATO is saying, or when it came out of what was the meeting today? Oh shoot, I forgot the big meeting that they had.
Article 4.
Yeah, the Article 4. Well, it wasn't an Article 4 meeting. They didn't. They called off the Article 4 yesterday. Mm-hmm. But anyway, Ramstein. Yeah, when they came out of Ramstein, they said that the missile did not come out of Russia, and that it may have been a missile that was used to interdict. However, Zelensky came out and said no, it was not one of theirs. So, but everybody says, okay, let's go back to the investigation. And that's where it's going to be for right now. Let the Poles do the investigation. Let them find out what's going on, and we go from there. But more likely, I think the Allies are beginning to believe it was a missile that was an interdiction missile that came down.
Okay, because every time that's been said, though, guys, it's been said that that's what is more than likely, but there's nothing that's actually said that's definitive, which is quite, in a way, unbelievable. Because, sorry,
going back to they're going to go investigation. That's
exactly. Yeah,
I really don't
reason
think it's important though.
Go on, Daryl.
At the end of the day, if the Ukrainians would not have shot the missile, had it not been the Russians shooting something into their in the Russia's going to be at fault, because if they're trying to save their people, that missile going, where it landing in Poland, it's still because of something Russia did.
Yep, understand. Isn't there a? I mean, is there no way that this can actually be decided by the radar system at Rezhov, which is one of the best and most powerful radar systems NATO has, that would have actually seen all of this happening from hundreds of kilometers away, and would even be able to have a recorded version of that incoming missile and who it belongs to and where it came from, etc., etc.?
I'd like to jump in and say you're exactly right. I'm sorry to interrupt, but definitely behind the scenes, the Poles, the U.S., NATO, they know where that missile came from, and it's being withheld just because it's still classified information, or no matter what the reason may be. The higher powers know exactly where that missile came from, and they're talking about it behind closed doors. Sorry to jump in. That's a great.
No, that's exactly the point, though. They know where it came from, and it's Zelensky is making his plea that it wasn't his, but they already know.
Hey, I just heard on Paul.
Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, sorry. Did somebody say something? I just heard on something rather than cut out.
No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So I'll finish off on that topic. The only thing I'll finish off on, because I know other people want to speak too, and I'm never one to languish. I sent you a message, Daryl, just now. What's the actual drone that's actually pictured in that video? Is that a new type of version that we haven't seen before that the Ukrainians have produced? Because I have seen a Punisher drone, but that doesn't look like a Punisher drone to me.
Let me get back with you. I'm going to show it to somebody. Let me get back with you. All right.
Thank you,
Dawson. I'm gonna let Raver go real quick, and because he usually gets out of signal, and then I'll come to you.
Daryl, Raver, I'm just.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, Ben.
Just sending you the warmest kisses from Paris, and wishing you a fantastic evening and night to everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, my brother.
Good night, Ben. Hey, so
Cheers,
Greg,
Ben.
this is pure conjecture that I think because the cruise missiles tend to be low, the Ukrainians probably picked it up late, launched on it. So, and from either a north-south position, missile turned to engage in a tail chase, lost lock, and went dumb. I think that's probably going to be the most likely explanation. I don't think the ground-based radar in Poland probably got a view of it because of the horizon clutter, but I bet an AWACS did, because they don't have to deal with the horizon and they can see a whole lot farther. And then there's always the possibility that it did, in fact, come out of Belarus. It's within the engagement envelope for a missile out of Belarus.
Is there any possibility that missile came from? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's pure conjecture right now, Raver. We can't go that far.
No, that's fine. So, sorry, missiles that were fired the other night when 100 were fired, did they come from Belarus and also from the Azov Sea? Because I thought I was just coming from one direction, which is east.
That's That's
So
what
most
I said yesterday about them launching.
so most of the air launched missiles either come out of Belarus or come out of the Black Sea, sometimes out of the Caspian Sea, because the Russians don't want to get in range of Ukrainian air defense. And so they hide behind either the international border of Belarus or way back deep behind Crimea, because their missiles have the range to make the journey without the pilots having to get exposed. So they did not make the long flight east to west across Ukraine. They either came up from the north or the south.
Very interesting. All right, no, that's great. And is there any possibility that it could have actually missed the transmission tower that it potentially could have been aiming for, which is right on the border of Poland and Ukraine? Because if it did, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they have an opportunity, the Russians, to like a self-destruct opportunity if it has missed a target to actually blow it? Is that built into those S-300s the Russians are using to do this sort of thing, or their cruise missiles?
I don't know. I mean, it's in line with that transmission line, but
Oh, yeah, it
as for
is.
the rest of it, I have no idea whether or not the Russians install some sort of range safety destruct package or not.
Because that tower is actually right on the actual border itself. So if they did miss that transmission tower, and it is one of the main transmission high voltage towers going in and out of Poland and Ukraine, then the trajectory actually follows where it actually ended up in a straight line. So yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, I'll let you go. But if you can get back to me at some stage to let me know about the drones, whether or not that's a new version of what Ukrainians are using, that'd be very interesting to know, because it certainly is not the Punisher drones. They are that's native to them, put it that way.
All right, great. We're working on it right now. All right, Dawson.
All right. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, good evening, and some of you, good morning, gentlemen. I've never been in this chat before, so I don't know when you guys started as well, but I think there's a lot of different. What's that?
Just to give you a little history, we've been here
Yeah.
since the 24th of February.
Okay, that's awesome. I definitely look forward to engaging more then. No, but I don't know what you guys talked about when you guys started this tonight, but I don't know if it's been brought up. There's a few things that I wanted to maybe add on is, if it was an S-300 missile, if it did come from Russia, or if it was actually Ukraine intercepting a cruise missile, with Russia, I think it's important to note that we don't really know the extent that Russia's, of the upgrades that Russia has for their S-300s. Their range, you can look at their range on paper of what's last noted, but that goes back so far. We upgrade our military equipment and different missiles all the time, and that's usually not broadcasted to our enemies.
Hey,
I
just
think
just to let
yeah.
you know, Dawson, we
Yeah.
actually have a Rocketeer. he's
Oh, really?
Yeah, they really he stays pretty good up on all.
Like I said, I'm really unfamiliar with this group. I just kind of hopped in. I saw that this was going on, so I apologize if I miss anything, or maybe if I'm uneducated on different topics. But one of the things I'll get to the main thing that I wanted to bring up then. I wonder if it was a Russian missile that was what was broadcasted so broadly as soon as it happened, before most of the facts came out. If it truly was, and Ukraine, their government officials have come out and they're denying the speculation that it was a Ukrainian air defense missile. Maybe, if it was a Russian missile, I wonder if Poland's taking the stance of everyone, especially the Western media, was jumping on that this is gonna we're going to enact Article 4 and then maybe 5. Russia just struck Poland. Excuse me, but I wonder if calmer heads prevailed, and maybe Russia. The strike. Definitely rest in peace to the two the two people that were killed. But I wonder if Poland and NATO as well took a step back and said, is that worth, you know, coming to the front lines, and is that worth taking things a step further? I also, you know, I mean, there's so many different things, you know, I conflict myself all the time on this. And I also, if it was on purpose, I think it might be Russia testing the waters, I guess I'll call it, you know, seeing on what they can get away with. You know, if they do this, then let's see what Poland, Ukraine's, and NATO's response will be, you know, so that way we can see if we can take anything further in the future, if the response is light, if it's just more posturing. I was in a live like this last night, and a guy made a great point and asked, you know, how do we know that maybe this wasn't a Ukrainian missile fired by the Russians, you know, that they had commandeered and shot over? Again, I don't know what's been discussed tonight, and I apologize. This is all speculation, but it was just some maybe talking points, or, you know, something I can put out there to bring some discussion into this chat. But those were the main things that I wanted to put out here.
Here's the thing. There's information that comes that the U.S. and the allies know. They know where the missiles came from. They know the fact that if it was interdicting another missile and it missed, they would know it. So it's kind of hard to get around the facts. And so us, the public, John Q. public, speculating without having that information is just conjecture. We have to have the you know, unless we're sitting there at the stations or we have security clearances, we are at the behest of our governments and what they deem as what happened. They have no reason to lie about. Well, I'm not going to say they have no reason to lie, but they're not going to go and make this something to make it blow up. Because what if it was a Russian missile? Then what is the Article 5? Are we really going to go there? And that would be the first question. What do you do in that situation? Do you escalate? And what is the cost benefit? What is the risk? And a lot of factors are going to be weighed. If they say it's an errant missile that was trying to interdict, is it egg on Ukraine's face? No, it's not egg on their face. They did something and they tried to prevent death. Although it still caused death, they tried to prevent death. And that's what we're trying. That's what this whole war is about, trying to prevent death. So, and whether Ukraine does not want to go there, it's not going to change it's not going to change anything that happened, other than where this, you know, how will they satisfy Ukraine in that situation, because they would be the ones on the blame end of it. But Poland isn't going to attack Ukraine because of two people dying because of a missile that they were trying to hit a Russian drone, Russian drone or aircraft, whatever, you know, cruise missile. They're not going to go to war over that. But what's going to probably happen is there's going to be a heightened presence on the border for any interdictions or anything else, the Poland will go. They will go on. They will go on very heightened state of awareness to where they may interdict if it looks like it's coming their way. They may even shoot it down themselves. But remains to be seen because we're not there, and they have not come out with what the next step is yet.
Yeah, I agree, and I hate to interject. Whenever you're done, I would just like to maybe add something as soon as you're done. If
No,
you, that's
no.
right. Yeah, I agree, and I want everyone to know, I try not to be biased. I mean, I am totally pro for Ukraine, for funding for them. I mean, I think that we should do everything in our power that we can to help them out. But there's a few more things that I look at this and reflect on. And again, I am sorry if I cover anything that you guys have spoken about tonight. I just randomly jumped in here, like I said. I honestly don't, I don't blame Ukraine, because we are having, the news that's coming out is conflicting. People are contradicting themselves, and as in people, I mean countries. With the U.S. coming out and saying that they think that it could be possibly, Ukrainian air defense that landed in Poland. And like you said, that's all right. I don't think, that's not bad on Ukraine. At the end of the day, just like you said, they were trying to prevent fucking high explosive missiles from going off in their country. And that's just one of the things, and I think that's another point that we need to arm Ukraine with better air defense systems. Those S-300s are inaccurate. I this could be totally wrong, but I had seen a statistic somewhere that said 70%
let me
of them fail. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on for a second, Dawes.
Yeah.
In the hands of the Ukrainian, the S-300 has proved to be a very lethal weapon.
Yeah.
In the hands of the Russians, they were a lot less lethal because of the training.
Oh, most definitely. Great
It is.
point.
It is a deadly platform. Don't get it wrong. It is a deadly platform. It's just whose hands it's, whether it has, if it lives up to the capabilities of the armament.
Yeah, and that may come where that statistic, that may be where that statistic comes from, is because it is a predominantly Russian used platform. I mean, it's Soviet and Russian designed. That most definitely may be the case. I think that is a really good point. To add on to what I was saying, with Ukraine coming out and contradicting other sources on where that missile had came from, I don't blame Ukraine for, to them, this missile strike can be an avenue for increased air defense, more weapons coming in, more training. I mean, I doubt the U.S. will, but this maybe is a claim that Ukraine needs advanced air defenses. That maybe Patriot missiles should be put over there, and they should be trained on the platform to avoid incidents like this. I mean, when you're using old systems like this, and even if the statistics and the interception rate is better with Ukraine using the platform,
Ukraine has an 85 or so, 80 to 85% interdiction rate. So
yeah, and that's with more modern air defense systems incorporated.
Combined. They have it combined. So that's.
But I guess I'll try to get to the point. It's either shit or get off the pot. Even if it was declared that it was the missile that went down, I don't blame them for arguing against the facts, because at the end of the day, no matter whose missile it was, it just shows that Ukraine, they need better air defense. I mean, they need more advanced systems, and they need more systems overall, whether they're advanced or not. I mean, they need everything that we can give them.
All right. Well,
but I won't have too much time.
We're in agreement on that. All right. Let me go. Kilo, good evening.
Evening, Daryl. I was just listening to Roman Polko, who's a general in Poland, and he's here head of airborne operation. He just about half an hour ago gave an interview on Polish radio, and what he said was this did not come from Russia. That it was probably an S-300, and the big explosion was related to some gasoline that exploded at that time. They said, they have all that information. They have very, very, good, surveillance and radar information from there. And so he basically said exactly what stuff that you said, Daryl. So the other thing he really stressed was the importance of helping Ukraine. I mean, that's number one, is like people have been saying. In fact, he even used the word Iron Dome, that there needs to be this sort of like ironclad defense of Ukraine. The other thing that he said, which I thought was really interesting, is that he said that the big partners he stressed were the UK and USA. But the other thing that which I thought was really interesting is that there seems to be some discussions about developing a bilateral relationship between Poland and Ukraine to sort of to protect the airspace, basically, because Poland is obviously being threatened. For whatever reason, even if it's accidents, it's a threat to the border. And so he thought there are some discussions of creating some sort of an airspace protection between the two countries, which would be outside of NATO. That's the way I understood it, him saying. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So I have a question to you guys, because you guys are so. This is an amazing site, and I'm not at all a military dude. I'm more interested on the medical side, but this is kind of medicine. I mean, this is like protecting people from being killed. So on that side, on the protection of civilian spaces, the electrical power generation components and etc. I was very impressed by some people have been saying, is that at what level the effectiveness of the air defense systems. But he mentioned that it can come from the land, from water, from air. So it's just multiple platforms that are attacking these civilian infrastructures. And so my question is, I'm struggling with that. How is it? I mean, this is so critical to help Ukraine with that, is to build up this and continuing building up this protection of the civil area, civil space. And so how could that be achieved? Could like when they run out of their S-300s, is the United States can supply, sort of retro engineer these things or that type of stuff? Because the other thing he mentioned very interestingly, from his point of view, Russia really works on like a short-term CEO. These generals, they know that they have to throw everything they have right now, next month or so, because otherwise they're going to get fired. So he said that that's how they work, is that there's no long-term plan. It's really short-termism and so how to, use these weaknesses and how to prevent this, because that's what the Russians are doing. They're trying to scare everybody.
So Al, I take it your question is about air defense for Ukraine. Is that right?
Right. Well, whichever platforms, either from ground up or surface to air or air to air. I mean, yeah, that's my question. How to make this happen so it becomes even better than it is right now?
NASAMS. That's
NASAMS.
NASAMS.
Okay. Can you explain that a little bit?
100%.
It's a integrated network of air defense.
Okay.
They take multiple launchers, whatever, and they network it to where they get a very good defense posture. They have a defense posture based on a centralized system, and that can control /target /feed information to the different platforms to where they can launch a defensive missile.
or gun or whatever. But the NASAMS, that's the key to it.
I have an important thought too. I mean, does giving Ukraine more air defense, will it save? Just like
That's part, Dawson. That's part of it. When
Yeah.
they do when they give them the NASAMS, all the things that they have will work. It will start to work in concert.
Yeah, I just had something to add to that.
That's the idea of the NASAMS, for everything to be able to work in concert.
Yeah, most definitely. I kind of had a different point. Does spending the money and giving them more air defense systems and making sure everything's integrated, will it save other countries money in the long run when it comes to rebuilding Ukraine's infrastructure? I mean, it's one thing that I've thought about. If we pony up,
Right now, money is not what the goal is right now. Money
no,
is
obviously
the defense of Ukraine.
They're going to have to send them money for infrastructure, to rebuild. So I mean, to me, it's kind of one thing that irritates me. It's like, if we would send them more advanced air defense and do that now, then that
NASAMS is the one of the most advanced. I think there's one that's probably above it, but that's something we keep for ourselves. But the NASAMS is one of the most advanced.
I mean, I just would, the point I'm trying to make is, I think if first world countries send them that and we do that, we will save money, for the countries ourselves when it comes to helping Ukraine rebuild. I mean, letting them get hit, and being slow to send them these things, and being reluctant, I just think is going to cost other countries more.
Dawson. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, you're chasing the same dog around the tree right now, because exactly what we've said before, which is the same thing. When you get them the air defense, we get them the NASAMS, all the other pieces start to fall into place. Sending, they're getting missiles, they're getting the rockets, they're getting, things are being sent to them. But if they are not sequenced correctly, the effectiveness is where they are right now. Once they start getting when they get the NASAMS, they're better able to network it to where it works even more efficiently. That's the goal, to have the whole entire system work efficiently.
Yeah, Daryl, you are right on here. I mean, the whole point is to integrate air defense. No one is thinking about reconstruction dollars right now. Everything that's being done right now will save Ukrainian lives. That is the whole point. Reconstruction of Ukraine and reinvestment in Ukraine will begin quickly as soon as this war is ended. And one of the ways to end it as quickly as possible is to be sure that Ukraine has every air defense system it needs. And that is being done. One of the reasons it's being done is because the incident in Poland, and it was an incident, came after Russia launched almost 100 missiles and drones against Ukrainian infrastructure. Now, Ukraine knocked out 80 or 85%, but of course, some got through. So every improvement of Ukraine's air defense saves Ukrainian lives. It keeps the lights on. It keeps the heat on. And that is the point today. Right, Daryl?
That's correct.
Here, guys, I agree. I just was. Do you think it's silly that this hasn't been done sooner? That there are going to be aid packages, and the lives I definitely meant. It's just the aid is going to be massive to Ukraine. I just think in the long run, it was, I don't know, this should have been done much, much sooner instead of when there's 100 missiles lobbed at you. You know what I mean?
They have,
and I feel like the more air defense that we buy, the less obviously that we have to rebuild in the future.
Dawson, the when, the how, and the mechanics of the aid is being sussed out by the leaders. Why they give things, when they give things, is based probably on a metric of on the battlefield that they see that we don't see, and it may be the lack of training for the troops that are to use the systems, which is the reason why they don't have them at that point in time. But once they have the people trained on it, they put it in the aid package to send it. So you got to understand, if they sent something and then people are not trained on it, it's not going to do them any good. It's going to be it's just like giving them a lead weight. But once they're trained on it, you can put it in the aid package, they get it. And that's the way everything has been going. They've been trained so that when it hits the field, when they got the M777s, when they got all the other equipment that they've been sent, they have been using it better than some of the host countries that actually gave it to them. That's the way it has been. So asking when, why, how come, if we don't know the complete picture, we can say, hey, send it. But if they don't have the people trained on it, it's not going to do them any good. So when they get it, it's usually because they have the people trained on it, ready to go. And
Daryl,
go ahead and move on, Dawson.
Glad that you said.
I got bad hands, and I want you to move.
Appreciate everything that you have to say on that. I guess anything that I'll say, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this group, is speculation that I'm hoping maybe can generate conversations.
Yeah, but I want to move on. We've sussed on this for quite a bit here. Go ahead, Troy.
Hey, thanks, Daryl, and welcome, Dawson. It is a good conversation starter because we are talking about air defense and we are talking about Poland. And I was going to originally say, with your comments, I think what was speculated early on when it was thought it was an errant Russian missile, and to now where it's suspected a wayward S-300 that was operated by Ukrainian air defense, the outcome might be the exact same, and that would be why one of the reasons why there'd be no reason to try and pull off some kind of deception. One, because they don't need to, and two, because like I said last night, Bellingcat will probably have an article or a video, a 1-minute video in the next 2 weeks, with 3 Instagrams and a TikTok stringing together exactly where the missile came from. So they just don't need to, and it would be flat out embarrassing if somehow it came out that they did that. So it wouldn't be worth it. It's just a matter of coordinating with all the parties and getting everyone else on the same page, and what the response is going to be. And what the response is going to be is, like I said, probably about the same: more air defense and more, probably, rocket or HIMARS ammunition, because that will give them the ability to defend with more air defense and also target any operational equipment, any Russian personnel to go on the offensive. So we have, I think, at least 2 public NASAMs they've said are operating in Ukraine, and the Secretary of Defense said today that they were 100% effective thus far. So every missile they've acquired and shot at, they shot down. And there are a total of 8 promised in the package that came out at the end of October. So once they get the logistics set and they get them all set up, they'll have 8, and that was in the last round before this attack. So you also have that combined with the IRIS-T, which is a new acquisition from Germany, which is also super effective, and not just for the cruise missiles, but also for the loitering ammunitions that Russians got from Iran so generously. And then if you also remember in the background that you got to start thinking ballistic missile defense because of what might be coming from Iran. So I think I think everyone's rallying around Ukraine and especially Poland. And I think we're going to see more aid packages. And like I said, even if it does, it's not published what happened yet. So even if it does go back to a Russian missile somehow, Article 4, Article 5, Poland, and NATO can choose how they proceed, and they could very well, take the high road and say, yeah, this is unacceptable, but it's not something we're going to start, escalating. It's not we're not going to escalate this time, but we are going to provide a tremendous amount of aid, and maybe something like a helicopter raid like we've seen before from Ukraine happens across the Russian border, and a bunch of assets are lost by Russia. But who knows? We'll see.
Troy, can I ask you one question? You mentioned the the air defense. What about the Israelis and their, they've got one of the most sophisticated air defenses there. Do you think that they should be offering up their support too there with the Iron Dome that they have over there?
I'm glad you asked, because I'm not the expert, but I've heard the experts talk on it here. And bottom line is, it's a matter of efficiency and efficacy. The Iron Dome is configured to take out Hamas rockets,
right,
just that are being lobbed over at a certain cost per unit, and they're building out a legitimate integrated air defense infrastructure with like state of the art Western equipment. But it's literally a work in progress as they spider it out. So I don't see the application, but others may disagree.
Yeah, Brandon, I would also point out that
Brandon, hold on.
Yes.
Brandon, the only thing with the Iron Dome is it's not large. It does not have the footprint large enough to protect Ukraine. Where Israel is a very small country, and the missiles that they are interdicting is from generally one direction. It is not efficient to be able to cover Ukraine in its entirety. And so that's the reason why the NASAMS, the IRIS-T, and those network systems work a lot better in this instance.
Okay, that makes sense. And it seems like that, as the war goes on, obviously Russia's getting more desperate. And I came in late, but it seems like the Ukrainians are handling things on the ground pretty well themselves. What I guess what, in your opinion, what is the best thing that we can do other than, I guess, let me rephrase that. What is the best thing that we can do to get these systems in Ukrainian hands and have Ukrainian soldiers who are able to use these systems as quickly as possible? I mean, does that mean putting boots on the ground? Is that NATO? Is that Poland training them on those systems? What is it?
That's whatever the host countries are. That's us, England, Sweden, Poland, Germany. That's all of us together as a coalition of the willing, getting them trained on the equipment. Just like we've been training their infantry troops and other troops, getting them trained up, just like we've trained all their troops that are working the different pieces of armament that's been sent. All of the training is being done outside of Ukraine. And then when they are trained up, again, like I was speaking to Dawson, that's when they get the kits. And as they get more teams trained, they can get more equipment to them. It may get to a point where they got they have enough operators and may not have any equipment, but enough equipment for all of them. But that just means that the ones that are on the desk can get a break, just like the troops that are in the front. They get a break because sitting at those terminals day in and day out, you're in the Air Force, that if you're sitting up doing one thing for too long, you can burn out. You want to be able to cycle those guys out and have enough guys trained so that if one goes down, you still got other ones there to be able to operate the systems effectively. Not just operate them, You want them to operate them effectively and efficiently.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go whiskey. Dan, I'm gonna come back to you. Go ahead, whiskey.
No, I was gonna ask Dawson why he was laughing at some of the things that were being said, but it looks like he dropped.
Yeah, we're not gonna worry about it. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, one point that needs to be made, ever so slightly, in NATO's defense, or maybe it's just being mad at him a different way. I include the U.S. in this. Is that from 1991 until 3 or 4 years ago, NATO almost went out of the short and medium range air defense business. They had some warehouses full of Stingers, most of which have been sitting there for 15, 20 years. They got rid of most of their gun-based systems because they thought helicopter-launched missiles had gotten sufficiently long range that they didn't need them anymore. And in the U.S.'s case, we didn't just retire them. We disassembled the bleeping things. We used to have this nice 20 millimeter Gatling gun-based system that Ukraine could use hundreds of as we speak, but we scrapped it years ago.
You're speaking out of the not the Sidewinder, the
Phalanx.
Yeah, the Phalanx system.
Yeah, it's the Phalanx gun-based system. It's a 20 millimeter Gatling gun on a M113 or maybe a Bradley chassis. But
I thought it was on the back of a truck.
Well, no. Okay, so there's the new Gatling-based system that can even hit artillery shells. But it's very new, and there's not nearly enough of them. Getting back to the same problem that we almost got out of this business. So the thing you have to realize about NASAMS and IRIS-T is Ukraine got 2 or 3 of the first 5 ever made of both systems. They're brand new. And they're the first systems in that class that NATO has produced in decades. So when you back up to the thing before NASAMS and IRIS-T, you're literally backing up like all the way to Hawk missiles. The Brits had a few systems, Rapier and something else. But basically, the U.S. Air Force said, look, guys, we've got this. The Army can go do Army stuff. And if the U.S. Air Force was in this fight, it would probably be true. But we're not. So the Ukrainians are just caught in this nasty low spot in Western production of anti-aircraft systems. The Israelis don't have nearly enough Iron Dome to send a meaningful amount. You just got to keep in mind that you can fit the entirety of Israel in Greater Kiev. And that leaves a whole lot of Ukraine. So to a large extent, the problem is that we just got out of this business. And short of loaning them the U.S. Air Force, there's no way to get back in it instantly. Am I making sense here?
Well, we have ingenuity. This is America. We have ingenuity to get things done.
We do, but it's new air defense systems on 3 months' notice are not easy. And we've also blown a bunch of things. We should have started the Ukrainians on Patriot and THAAD and the other systems we do have in March. And people were like, oh, no, that might upset the Russians. Whole nother rant. But to a large extent, the Ukrainians are getting the very first of several different kinds of systems to come off the assembly line. There's a French-Italian one whose name I can't remember, but it's also basically brand new.
Well,
and it looks like the Ukrainians are going to get half of the available inventory on that sometime in the next 6 months. But still, we fundamentally got caught on this because for decades, our doctrine was this is the Air Force's job, and we're declining to loan the Ukrainians the U.S. Air Force. And it's really not a money question, is what I'm trying to say. It's a how fast can you build new plants to build these systems? The only good news is that NASAMS uses can fire essentially every air-to-air missile we've ever built, or a large percentage of them. So at least it's not going to run out of ammunition. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much, and hope that helped.
All right. Well, Dan, here's the thing. If we had sent some of those systems way back when, think about the battle space. They were Ukraine was severely outgunned. It wasn't until we got them trained and they were ready to go with the M777s. That was one thing. They started being able to get better fire to beat back some of the artillery, and they were still outgunned until we were able to get them other kit. And once they got night vision, once they got some better protection for the troops on the battle space, then you had your survivability rates going up. Then you had more troops being able to stay in the combat zone. And with that, then you were able to, then they had to get the drones. The drones also help move the battlefield. And so there's different pieces. When we're thinking about, oh, we could have sent this back then, we got to think about the battle space, the things that Ukraine was deficient with. They did not have enough guns primarily for the troops. They didn't have body armor. They didn't have helmets. Yes, they could have used a lot of these systems then, but what was the survivability of it and the men with it if you didn't have them protected, if you didn't have a good infantry that was able to reach out and fight and move the enemy back a little bit so that they weren't able to knock out the artillery pieces as fast. So, we have to look at all of these things that were in play. It's not just a minute that we can look at this battle space. We can look at it a minute now and see what they're using now, but without looking at all the other small pieces of kit, of equipment, of training. We have to get all these things in play before the battle space is where it is now. And so we really have to do that. And I'm going to keep going. If I keep talking, I'm just going to keep tripping over myself. So I'm going to move on. Go ahead, Whiskey.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. I'm going to leave it at this, and then I'm going to drop off tonight. It's getting late here. But just to kind of go back to Dawson's narrative, the fact of the point is, we don't need to know. We don't really need to know whether it was Russian or Ukraine that landed in Poland. The fact of the point is what NATO actually put out today is factual. It's Russia's fault in the first place that this event actually occurred. And what we need to stand behind, what we need to back up, is getting more air defense for Ukraine. And that's the message. We really don't need to know. I trust in our leaders to make the right call, and they made the right call. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for the space. I'm going to drop down. Good night, brothers.
Hey, good night, Whiskey. Appreciate you being here. Hey, real quick, I want to welcome my brother Alan. He's sitting here co-hosting with me, been kind of silent, but because I've been talking too much. So, good evening, Alan.
Good evening, Daryl. I love co-hosting with you, and you never talk too much. That's what I love about being up here with you.
I seem to trip over my words at times. I get lost,
but that's because I'm trying to talk too quick. If I'm going to slow down a little bit when I get old, and maybe I don't have to trip over my words as much.
You're never going to get old, Daryl. Trust me.
All right. So, Alan, you got anything that you want to speak about before we go to James?
Well, I just wanted to say the points we're making about air defense are absolutely 100%, especially about Iron Dome. There's not enough Iron Dome that exists that could cover the entire country of Ukraine. And you're exactly right about training before delivery. It might look like just in time delivery right now, but that's kind of the reality of war. And the other reality of war, I would say, and this is kind of to you, Dan, new systems are being battlefield tested in Ukraine today. We are learning what they can and can't do. Lessons are also learned on the battlefield, and maybe there are some war planners looking back, Dan, as you suggested, to older systems and saying, wow, we could still use those. So maybe they'll go back into production. I don't know. That's just kind of the reality of what we're going through.
All right. Oh, and I just want to bring up at 10:30. You got language learner. He's going to come in and give a quick update. So if you would please retweet that and let everybody know that he'll be here at 10:30. And I'm going to go to Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Can you stand for me to rant about what we ought to be battlefield testing?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You want to do it again? You want to do it again, Dan? Go for it.
Well, so the U.S. is currently taking delivery of short-range air defense strikers. It's the 8-wheel striker vehicle we use for everything, and it's got an anti-aircraft missile, a 30-millimeter gun, and some sort of radar system. Every one of them ought to be in Ukraine. For some reason, no one's ever been able to explain to me they're not. The U.S. has about 5 prototypes of a laser system mounted on a striker, because we do everything with strikers. 5 working prototypes of a laser system to shoot down drones. They ought to be in Ukraine. They're not. You can't explain to me why not. I think production units of that laser system are about to start rolling off the assembly line, although the articles are having a little trouble making up their mind. Every one of them ought to roll straight to Ukraine. If they're doing that, I hadn't heard. We still do not have a sufficient sense of urgency on this problem. Send them everything and beat the Russians so hard they go home. And we've not done that yet. I can go on, but I'll stop. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dan. James, and then I'm going to go to Trident.
Yeah. You almost make me forget what I was going to say, Dan. But to your point, how do you know they're not getting tested? Anyways, is that a fair question? How do you know they're not being tested?
All I know is what's public information.
Okay. Yeah.
No one's told me that they are being tested, and until they do, we're not just tested, but on the front lines in the Donbass. And until they do, I'm going to complain about it.
I agree. Well, this is my comments that I want to make and questions are about just the evolution of tools of war. And Alan gets me in the mood of like having that historical perspective of this. And I see that like species come up and then they have a useful life and they die, but then we realize that really isn't extinct at all. And I have this image in my mind of this perfectly working machine that is the U.S. military that has a copy of every design neatly filed everywhere with all the ingredients, and they like can even order up, a CNC control factory for it, which I know is naive. But anyways, it sounds like, Dan, that that's sort of the kind of capacity we need is to dial things back up. If we had to produce that, what is it, the 20 millimeter that you mentioned? Um, so I'm really interested to see what happens next with this. And the directed energy weapons, again, I find it just fascinating, watching like stuff like The Expanse, where they're using some directed energy weapons, and I just think it's fascinating. So I wondered if anybody had like more vision about what that's going to look like. I do know about, you can take out their comm system, you can take out potentially propulsion and other things. So I just wanted to hear what kind of particles and what kind of tools that we're talking about them slinging around.
You got me on that one. I'm gonna just say that because what goes on in Skunk Works, we usually don't know until 10 years after they've been toying with it. There in Foggy Bottom somewhere. So, um, yeah. The thing is, once we get it, we know it works. Usually aircraft that we have to second guess whether it's going to do what it does, because aircraft you don't know until you get it in the flight path. But many of the smaller things, they usually have it working before we see it on the battle space or in our hands playing with them. Let's see. I got
Daryl,
try
can I have one more? Can I have a quick one more?
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Okay, thank you. The fit of the tools to the stage of the war seems like, pretty clearly asymmetrical stuff first. And Alan, I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that topic. I'd like to hear what you think about that. Thanks.
On asymmetry,
The kind of stages of the war. We went from sort of an asymmetrical posture, I would say, on the part of the Ukrainians, where they were able to use, good tactics and lighter stuff that really was weaker, but they made good use of the equipment and the time. And then they moved to sort of like an equity stage, I guess, and now they're moving and have moved into sort of a dominance role. And there's probably formal stuff to call those steps that I don't know, but
yeah.
I
Well,
was
James, I'm not a military guy. I mean, I only know what I read, what I hear here, and from a few other sources. I do know it's a big battlefield, and there's equality and inequality of weapon systems all across the battlefield. In some places, Ukraine has superiority. In some places, they don't. That means in some places, Russia has superiority, and in many places, they don't. What I do know is that Ukraine demonstrated from day one what they are capable of, and it made a lot of Western military leaders snap to attention. And after snapping to attention, things started to flow to Ukraine, and they continue to flow at a faster and faster pace. And this will continue to happen until Ukraine kicks every damn Russian soldier out of that country. So, yeah, I don't know about asymmetry or anything like that, but I do know, as we all do, the direction this war is going. And I think with that, Daryl, I'm going to jump to Trident and just remind everyone, Language Learner will be here in roughly half an hour to bring us up to date on the battlefield situation tonight.
Good afternoon, good evening. Um,
just real quickly, I had a question and now I have a comment and a question based on a previous comment. While I respect and understand the sentiment around it doesn't matter, and I agree with it in general, I would just draw one distinction about it does matter where that missile came from. And look, it's already been handled. I get it, but here's why it matters. I want to keep everyone in mind. Russia would lie. Russia would obfuscate. Russia would pretend. Right? Ukraine and Western civilization won't. They will state what happened as soon as they have the data at hand, and everybody had it. We had AWACS in the air, and they will own it, and it happens. And now Whiskey's point is 100% valid. It's 100% because of what Russia was doing. It's what happens in war. It's what happens in war in civilian populations. Right? So again, I agree with 75% of the comment, but I just want to remind everyone that's the difference between quote unquote us and Russia, right? We own it. It happens. And it happened because Russia made the choices it made. So I just wanted to make that comment. I'll keep driving for that. America's made mistakes in the past about sometimes thinking the ends justify the means. And I think what keeps us different than our enemies is that sentiment. I'll leave that there. On the phalanx, my question is, I've been fortunate enough to see a phalanx in action off of the DG-67 USS Cole, a terribly, terribly impressive weapon system. It is, however, in every case I can imagine, firing 20 millimeter rounds in a ballistic trajectory for the intent of not shooting down a missile, but in fact getting in front of it so the missile can run into lead. Can anyone on here speak to the risk of such a system in a populated area? Those bullets have to come down somewhere. Out at sea on a destroyer, I get it. I understand, no doubt they've been mounted on trucks, it sounds like. I wasn't aware of that, but I believe it. What risk, though? Can anyone speak to that? It seems like a really bad idea to fire off 600 rounds a minute of 20 millimeter rounds in a urban area or anywhere people are. Can anyone speak to that and whether it's maybe not the best system or whether I'm missing something and it is?
I'm going to let John Ridge handle that.
Thank you, Daryl. So, in principle, not specifically referring to phalanx, CRAM specifically, but in general, yes, that would absolutely be a concern with any kind of gun-based close-in or point defense weapon system like that. The rounds falling over a populated area would definitely be a concern in terms of both damage to property as well as damage to life. In this case, the latter is potentially of slightly less concern because presumably most of the civilian population should be in air raid shelters if they're, following the air raid alerts as they should be. But that definitely would be a concern. Regarding phalanx CRAM specifically, I'm not sure if it has these specific rounds which are designed to self-destroy after a given interval of time following being fired. There are a number of CRAM systems that incorporate that feature into the rounds that they use. I want to say CRAM has that as well, but I can't say. I can't say that with 100% certainty. I'm trying to pull that up right now. Oh, here we go. Yeah, M940 self-destruct rounds.
Great. I didn't know that tech was available. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Don, tell them exactly what that's designed to do. When it fires and when you say it actually kind of self emoliates or whatever.
So I'm not sure how it's set up mechanistically internally, but the general parameters are the M940 is supposed to self-destruct at, I believe, approximately 2,000-ish meters to prevent it from falling over populated areas. I'm not sure if there's some sort of onboard small explosive charge and a fusing system. I'm not exactly sure how that's set up internally, but it should self-destruct after about 2,000 or so meters.
Learn something new as I always do on this channel, and thank you as always. That's why I come here. I appreciate the information.
And we appreciate you for asking questions, Trey. All right, John, let me ask. And I see finance has just come in. Good evening, finance.
Evening. Happy to hang out or take over if you want to break. Either way, Daryl, whatever you want to do.
All right. John, did you come in for a spat to sit with me, or did you come in to talk? Got something for us?
No, I was popped in. I was listening, and I didn't catch most of the conversation. I heard people talking about SHORAD, point and defense directed energy weapons. So I thought I'd pop up and see what the buzz was about.
Yeah. Hey, the people have all night been talking about how, we should have sent these systems over a long time ago. Kind of explain to them what the issues could have been back earlier, with sending over systems where the battle space wasn't as it is right now.
So there's a couple. So there's a couple different broad classes of systems there, and it's worth looking at them separately. So in terms of CRAM systems, I'm gonna be unfortunately blunt about this and say Ukraine is not going to get any CRAM systems for the foreseeable future because they don't exist in appreciable quantity. The U.S. does not. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head in U.S. inventory, but it's not very many. I would be shocked if we sent any. Obviously, I wouldn't have a problem with sending any, but just given how small our inventory of these systems is, I just can't see any being sent. Similarly, there isn't really any other NATO standard CRAM systems that exist other than the Phalanx-derived one. The Germans had a system, I think, called Mantis, but I'm not sure if it ever advanced beyond the prototype stage, and also it's a German system, so that wouldn't be coming in any case, or probably not in any case. And then I don't know of any other land-based CRAM systems in NATO service beyond that. In terms of, there's a couple other systems. There's VADS, Vulcan Air Defense System, which is more or less a M163 mounted on a excuse me, no, the M163 is the VADS itself. It's a has the M61 Vulcan essentially mounted on an M113 chassis. I believe there's also a towed version of it that could potentially be useful against the Shaheds. The main issue with it is the onboard radar is kind of crap. It's very antiquated, so the range of the system is not fantastic. So I'm not sure how useful it would be against cruise missiles. I can certainly see it being useful against the loitering munitions, but I'm kind of on the fence about cruise missiles. I'm also not sure if it has the self-destruct rounds like CRAM does, so that might be a concern as well.
What size rounds does the Vulcan?
20 millimeter.
20 millimeter. Okay.
And you also kind of get into some range issues there as well because of the fact that the APDS, which have the APDS rounds, armor piercing rounds for that system, depleted uranium penetrator, etc. In other words, those that they have the longest range, but the problem is they also definitively don't have a self-destruct feature. So I don't know what I think it can use the M940, but then again, you start to have a range issue there. And while that's workable for Phalanx, that's because Phalanx has a quite good radar. VADS does not. Like I said, its radar is very antiquated. So beyond loitering munitions, I'm not sure how good its utility would be. Then there's Avenger, ADS Avenger air defense system.
Real quick, John, is the issue with the radar an issue of power? Not having, because we know on ships, the Phalanx has the generators of the ship. Is that the situation with the Vulcan? Is that the radar is not powerful enough because of the juice that it would take to run it?
I'm sure that's part of it, but more broadly speaking, it's just a physically tiny and design-wise a very old and antiquated radar system. Its performance is just generally not great compared to anything modern. So obviously, it's not wise to discount a solution because it's non-ideal. But I'm just trying to point out that its utility might be limited in comparison to some of these other systems, like say CRAM for this application.
John, I have a question for you, Daryl, if I can just break in for a moment. There's been a lot of talk tonight about S-300 missiles. And from what I understand, S-300 missiles can be used for air defense, as Ukraine uses them, in which case they are rigged with a self-defense, a self explosion mechanism, so that they miss the target, they explode in air. Well, S-300s can also be used as an offensive weapon. Is that right? Can you explain just a little bit about the difference between those two uses? And am I right? S-300 in air defense does have a self-destruct mechanism?
Right. So S-300 and S-400 can be employed in a ground-to-ground role. The mechanics of it are, to be quite honest, I don't really understand them particularly well, in the sense that there's not much published literature on how exactly it works, technically speaking, how they've enabled how they've done the guidance system for the ground to ground S-300s, because apparently, according to the two publications that I was able to find on this, one was a Belarusian publication from God knows how many years ago, and another was a random Russian one from, again, God knows how many years ago. There was support to some extent, it wasn't specified, for a ground-to-ground capability for S-300 when it was originally designed in the 70s, and that presumably that was carried over into S-400 as well. However, on the other hand, it's known that the Russians have been putting GLONASS receivers in the S-300 interceptors that they've been using for these ground-to-ground missions, and obviously GLONASS did not exist in the 70s. So that would seem to imply, on the one hand, that there's a potential way of doing it without using GLONASS-based guidance, and on the one hand, that there is some way to supplement that with GLONASS-based guidance. I'm also, for some of the older series interceptors, like the 5V55 series, which is what Russia has primarily been using for the ground attack role, mainly because they're just the most common S-300/S-400 interceptors that exist. They're Ukraine's standard, really only interceptor for S-300, for example, as well. They don't have an inertial navigation system on board, so I'm not sure how they would go about rigging up a ground-to-ground capability without an onboard INS. That seems like an interesting technical challenge. So, but to your point, yes, they can be used defensively, or in a ground-to-ground role, I should say. The self-destruct fuse, it should still be physically present in either case, but I'm not sure if it's perhaps disabled to, or in some way rendered inoperable when used in a ground-to-ground role. That would seem to potentially be plausible, but I don't have any definitive information one way or another on that.
One would think that if the Russians are using it, they're going to disable that self-destruct fuse in ground-to-ground mode, because as we've seen, the Russians don't actually care where their missiles land. They target civilian infrastructure, they target civilians and apartment buildings and even playgrounds. And if they aim a missile at a residential area, I guess the Russians just don't care where it lands. So there you go. Trident, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just real quick to go back, and if I misheard, I'm sorry, but I want to clear up maybe some possible confusion on the Vulcan. John, or anyone, can you speak a little bit for everybody, the difference between the Gatling gun itself and the various radars and or R2D2 like systems they're attached to, And kind of for a picture for everyone, you're thinking of an AC-130 gunship with those cannons out the side blasting as much fire as there are lead out the side. A battery operated, or rather a electrical Gatling gun. And then John, I believe if I'm correct, no expert, but then those are fastened to various radars and various levels of compute power, which can catch up with and then get in front of some of these different missile systems. I think that's what you were talking about, the capabilities. Is that fair? The Vulcan versus the radar it's attached to?
Yeah, it's not necessarily an issue with the VADS's main armament, which again is just an an M61 like on Phalanx, same main armament, 20 mm rounds. The issue is just the difference in radar capabilities. That's the problematic technical aspect.
Great,
If,
thank you.
if I may add something to that, because that's sort of in my generation. For Daryl, Phalanx, it has a fully automated engagement system where the radar would automatically detect the incoming threat and then lock on and will actually engage the target. You probably heard, the command on ship, CWIS to auto engage. That would set a chain of events in motion that would have the system engaged an incoming target, because they're going to be so quick that you only have veto power. You can hit a ceasefire. Otherwise, it would just fire bursts, track the bursts as well as the incoming target in a closed loop tracking system to have the two meet. And that was what was claimed to be the reason behind their ability to intercept very small, very fast incoming targets like anti-ship missiles. However, the VADS is a much cruder system, just like what John was mentioning. The radar VPS-2 is basically a range-only radar, and the gunner has to track the target using an optical sight, and pretty much it's a daylight system and not blind fire. There were proposals in the late 70s, early 80s to put in an automatic tracking system, but that was not fielded. The only thing that they did to improve it in the PIVADS was to provide a better director sight for the gunner. I believe it's a fixed line of sight lead computing system that engages the gun drive to help you have smoother tracking. But it's very much a operator dependent system. And I believe in PIVADS, they put in APDS rounds to have a flatter trajectory to be able to engage air targets to a longer range. But it's nowhere near Phalanx or CWIS or CRAM, the land version.
Yeah, Ray, thanks very much for your insights on these various systems. I'm not someone who can speak to these systems and compare them, but Trident, you want to add something here?
Yeah, I just wanted to respect Ray and not step on top of him. First of all, thank you, Ray. That's really, I love that you brought that up, and thank you for your your knowledge on the system. I'm just geeking out. I'm just curious. Again, my experience was on the USS Cole, and they had the Aegis system, I believe. But I wanted to ask you, so you seem so knowledgeable. Is that separate from what you're talking about, or is that how that? Because I've seen the actual screen where it paints red or yellow, red or blue, or other. Green, I think, was neutral. And you're exactly right. There's what I affectionately call an oh shit button, right, where you let the system paint friend or foe, and if you tell it to, it'll just go to town and start removing anything red from the sky. That's what you're referring to there? And is Aegis separate still just for the Navy, or is that tied into the systems you were talking about? Again, I'm just for my own, maybe we're down a rabbit hole, but I just find this fascinating, so I appreciate your info.
Go ahead, Ray. It's not a bad rabbit hole to be down.
Okay. So Aegis is a completely integrated radar tracking and engagement system, which uses missiles. So standard SM-2 missiles in the original version, and now integrated with the evolved Sea Sparrow missile, ESSM. And Phalanx or CWIS has always been a separate independent system. The requirement for the requirement that were posted, which it was trying to meet, was a completely automated independent system that doesn't even penetrate the deck. You just find some deck space and you put the thing on it, and it will work whether the ship has a combat system like Aegis, or if it doesn't, like on some of these auxiliaries. So actually, that was considered not to be ideal. And in some ships, it is integrated with a combat system, or actually form part of the combat system. That's in the ship self-defense system. I believe there was some work to try and integrate that into Aegis, but of course Aegis went on to use the evolved Sea Sparrow to play the role of CWIS, because it was believed that the latest generation of very fast anti-ship missiles would tax the capabilities of CWIS too much, and therefore they moved on to a missile versus missile defense system, and that was the ESSM. And Aegis would control ESSM in the latest version of the system to engage incoming anti-ship missiles. So I hope I answered that satisfactory.
No, thank you so much for your insights. Again, I was a kid watching it all with awe. It was like Star Trek for me. So I appreciate your, sounds like you've been behind the control panel. So I appreciate the insights.
Yeah, Ray, thank you very much. Those were just absolutely great answers. Even I have come away from this discussion with more understanding than I thought I would ever have about ship-to-ship defense, especially. I know a little bit about Aegis because Aegis destroyers are built up in my neck of the woods. I just also want to remind everyone we are looking forward to an update from the battlefield in Ukraine from Language Learner. Don't know exactly when he's going to be here tonight, but he will be here.
He should be in here in a moment, Al.
Very, very good. In a moment. So everyone here looking for an update from the battlefield in Ukraine today, retweet this space right now. And even if you're not looking for that, retweet MriyaReport right now. Get folks in here. MriyaReport has been on air since just before Russia launched its brutal invasion of Ukraine. So that's way back to February 24. And MriyaReport has been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have some of the world's leading experts in military strategy, military tactics. These are generals, these are colonels, these are former SEAL team commanders. We have diplomats, we have economic or economists, economic specialists. More importantly, we have voices right from Ukraine, including a young man who was a co-host here who was so inspired by what he heard that he left the United States and went to Ukraine to become a humanitarian activist. So please retweet this space. Please keep listening. Look at MriyaReport.org. follow on to MriyaAid.org. Here you can listen, you can learn, you can participate. At MriyaAid.org, you can give humanitarian aid that will save lives immediately. Thank you so much.
Hey, and Alan, with that, I am going to turn it over to finance. I just say thank you, everyone, for being here, listening. I hope everybody gets a takeaway. Ray, you gave me a few takeaways there, and I appreciate it. And like always, every day we all get a little bit of nuggets out of this. But the main thing is Ukraine. To keep the interest up, write your senators, write your congressmen, write your PMs. Make sure that the people that are making the decisions are hearing your voice. Yes, we talk about MriyaReport, but you also can do something besides give money, and that's give your voice. And we appreciate it, and we thank you. And I'm just going to say good night and turn it over. Here we go.
All right. Well, before I make it all the way up, I'd like to say thank you, Daryl. Appreciate your voice here at the MriyaReport since before we even went by the MriyaReport. Excellent help supporting fires from a nice military veteran of the U.S. military who also has a nice background in tank maintenance, which, while it sounds perhaps not the swankiest and most exciting of military backgrounds, is highly important and really useful, especially when Ukraine is fighting a foe that can't seem to maintain anything at an appropriate level. And they're rolling out tanks that are older than almost everybody here in the space. I mean, we've seen stuff that's 50, 60 years old just being wheeled out and leaking fluids. And, there was the hilarious moment where the Ukrainians, they captured a Russian soldier, a tanker, and he said that they had two tanks. One of them could shoot but not drive. The other one could drive but not shoot. So, guessing that means that they're not doing so well at Daryl's old profession of tank maintenance. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that they are probably not maintaining their tanks when that's the quality of what they're putting in the field. With that, I don't need to ask Alan. We have only one hand raised. So I guess, Ray, up to you, sir.
Oh, I was going to ask John if he was still here about the use of the S300 or S400 in the ground-to-ground role. I guess he might have dropped off. I don't see him. Is he still there?
If we say his name like 5 times fast, he might reappear. But as of right now, he is not up here with us.
Oh, okay. So I would just make the point that unfortunately I am so old that even the oldest T62Ms do not predate me. So anyway, I'll save my question for next when he's up.
All right. I have a glitch where I cannot mute my microphone at all, which does become a problem over time. So I'll be re-popping out and popping back in. Alan has the helm, and I will be back shortly before it gets even worse.
Thanks for letting me know, Finance. And you don't have to mute your mic. I love hearing what you have to say, except when you talk about old people leaking fluids. I'm older than a lot of T62 tanks. I don't want to hear about leaking fluids. So, language, thank you very much for joining us. Do you want to jump in and give us a quick rundown of when you want to post a map, what you want to come up and do in terms of a review?
Sure. Thank you guys so much for hosting the space. And I'll just start and end this. Thank you everyone who either donated their own money or their time, amplified the message. The 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade was able to meet their target of some $30,000 and then some in, frankly, under 30 hours. I believe it's the fastest that we fulfilled an order here. And just thank you guys all so very much. However much you donated or just sharing it, it made a difference, and it's going to make a difference on the front lines. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I really appreciate it. But I've thrown the text and map up in the nest here. Text Uploader, the website that I've been using to keep my text documents, is currently still down for maintenance, which is rather frustrating. So using a more bootleg version of it, frankly. But feel free to check that out. Otherwise, we will be using a live map tonight. Feel free to either download the app if you don't have it already. You can go to lvmp.ua. And you can get it right for your Android or Apple device. Doesn't cost you anything. All you do is you get to see what I'm looking at on a map of Ukraine. I can't see your data. You can't see mine. And I only take $5 out of your bank account every time you use it. So it's been a couple days since I've been doing this. I did some more shorter updates when everything was happening around Kherson. But I've tried to collect things from the last 4 days, really from the 13th until now. So we'll hit the more general points as well as some more specific points, more granular details within the last 24, 48 hours. If you are following along with the map, you can either click that link up top. If you're in the app, the code is WR8AW, all lowercase. That is W Whiskey, R Romeo, 8 as the number, A Alpha, and W Whiskey again. I'll give folks a couple seconds to get that squared away. And then if you are looking at the map, you'll know because it'll be on a zoomed out map of Ukraine. You can choose to see more data points if you click on the top left-hand corner of the map where that little slide-out menu is, and you can see data points going all the way back to the 13th, as well as a number of other notable events. With that, I'll give it a couple seconds for people to get ready and for me to do some sound isolation, and then we will jump right into it.
And language, just before you jump into it, just let me remind people, this would be a great moment for you to retweet this space. So many of us rely on folks like Language and so many others who join us at MriyaReport to know what is going on in Ukraine, to get an update in real-time news every day. So retweet this space, let them know Language is going to deliver a battlefield update right now. Thanks very much, Language. Hope that gave you all the time you needed, and you're on.
Sure, absolutely. Let me grab this and we'll dive right into it. Here's a little, sound editing. I mean, I'm sure you know more than I do, but sometimes it's good to get the background noise so that way you can cancel it out via software. But I'm sure we've both used it a number of times. We'll give it a couple seconds of silence and then we'll jump into it. And with that, let's begin. So, this is the military update for the periods between November 13th and November 16th, 2022, days 263 through 266 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus and proceeding clockwise. In Belarus, the Belarusian government and military continues to send large quantities of ammo and supplies to Russia via train. Reportedly, these Russian trains arrive empty, load up, and depart for Russia thereafter. They've actually been looting is a strong word, but taking everything that isn't bolted down from a number of Belarusian military stockpiles, which leads some to believe that they may have exhausted the easily available stuff from the Belarusian military itself. Across the border in Ukraine, the Ukrainian defensive lines in this area have been more publicly reinforced with pictures and video footage emerging, and the construction of minefields, barriers, and other terrain impediments is also being more noted in Ukrainian and Belarusian media. Ukraine currently does not foresee any military action from Belarusian troops despite rumors. There have been no observed missile launches from Belarusian territory during the most recent missile salvo from Russian forces, and there have been none whatsoever reportedly occurring since October 6th. The usage of Iranian regime-provided drones, however, is more suspect, although difficult to independently verify, although there are known to be, at least a week or two ago, some Iranian Islamic Republic Guard Corps members doing training in the southeast of Belarus. Belarusian border guards today reportedly shot down a small Ukrainian commercial recon drone over Belarusian territory and are agitating about that. Moving towards Kyiv, central Ukraine, and the politics of the last few days, strikes have been recorded, or rather, the largest Russian bombing attack since the war began occurred on Tuesday, the 15th, with some 101 long-range missiles and UAVs being launched. Of these 101, 77 missiles were shot down, as well as 10 suicide drones. Reportedly, Western-provided NASAMS and IRIS-T air defense systems in-country performed superbly with a 100% interception rate. This was likely a substantial portion of any remaining Russian precision stockpile weaponry and was likely timed to coincide with the Ukrainian statements at the G20. Strikes were recorded all across Ukraine from Lviv in the west to Kharkiv in the east, damaging electrical infrastructure and causing further concerns about power supply failures in the larger cities. A missile crossed the border into Poland where it struck an agricultural facility, killing 2 Polish citizens. There are 3 current statements or perspectives on the matter. Russia outright denies that its own missile crossed the border. Ukraine has continued to state that it was a Russian missile, which likely overshot its target. Some Ukrainian voices have stated that the fact that the missile was apparently an S-300 air defense missile, that this could have been a repurposed Russian air defense missile launched from Belarus, but there remains no recorded launches from Belarus over the last 48 hours, or broadly speaking, in over a month. The Polish government has, after initially calling for a NATO meeting and Article 4 considerations, walked back their responses and seems to indicate that this was an errant Ukrainian air defense missile. U.S. officials also seem to confirm this hypothesis, as does some analysis of the missile's wreckage. Ukraine is demanding access to the evidence and claims to have tracked the missile and stated that it is certainly not a Ukrainian strike. NATO air defense systems and at least 1 other aircraft reportedly tracked the missile as well. We should have more conclusive evidence in the next couple days. The Ukrainian parliament has called for the G20 nations to expel Russia from the group's organization. The Ukrainian government has also extended martial law until February 19th of next year. Zelensky stated that he will not currently call upon Ukrainian citizens abroad to return due to damage to electrical infrastructure and the inability to shoot down at least 90% of Russian missile attacks. The U.S. director of the CIA, Bill Burns, met with Zelensky and Ukrainian intelligence officials yesterday, the 15th, when the missile salvo was ongoing. He was safely located in the U.S. Embassy. He discussed a number of things, most of which weren't made public, and specifically said, quote, that he communicated the U.S. warning he had delivered to the head of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service not to use nuclear weapons, unquote. Snow falls for the first time in Kyiv this winter tonight, and the Ukrainian energy company has stated that the next few days will be very difficult with an increase in heating, electricity, and other systems usage. Thankfully, massive uncontrolled blackouts were avoided, although supplies to repair these are becoming more and more difficult to locate. Western nations are providing additional supplies and equipment in order to deal with these issues as they arise. Moving to the Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv regions, numerous Russian strikes continue along the border, with no indication of Russian ground movement. There were a few scattered Ukrainian fire missions into Russia, including reportedly a drone attack, a suicide drone attack launched by Ukrainian troops against Russian forces to the northeast of Sumy, along the border near the town of Sudza, Russia. Gunfire and explosions were reported along the border itself, and exactly what happened remains unclear. Unfortunately, Russian missiles fired into downtown Kharkiv again damaged considerable portions of the electrical infrastructure there. Moving to the east, towards the Svatove Kremina areas and Kupiansk as well. In Kupiansk, unfortunately, during the missile attacks in the last few days, as well as general Russian fire missions, a group that was exhuming bodies came under attack, and at least 1 person was injured. Reportedly, an elderly woman was very grievously killed by this blast. Ukrainian troops have been heavily shelling Russian forces along the highway from Savatove down to Kreminna and appear to have made some gains towards it near the towns of Chernovo, Popivka, and Ploshanka, where Russian artillery fire has increasingly been seen pulling back towards Russian lines. Given Ukrainian shelling around Kreminna and Svatove, the presence of Ukrainian troops physically controlling the highway between the two, the P-66, would likely be very destabilizing to the overall Russian defense here. It's publicly known that there's Ukrainian special forces on both sides of the highway, and they've been utilizing, in some cases, drones to resupply themselves without necessarily having to return to their lines. But this is something very different than actually having Ukrainian main army units sitting on the road, making sure that nothing goes by. While we're not objectively seeing that now, should we, and it does not seem entirely unlikely given the movement of Ukrainian forces within the next couple weeks, that would likely start to cause increased concern and possible withdrawal of Russian forces from these areas to avoid being cut off from supplies or attacked from multiple directions. Zooming in a little bit around the Svatove area, Ukrainian and Russian forces continue to fight very heavily around the town of Kuzumivka along the highway to the northwest of Svatove, and Russian forces in this region appear to be broadly relying more so on artillery fire than actual trained and equipped troops to try and blunt the Ukrainian advances here. This is a tactic we've seen Russia attempt numerous times. We've seen it fail numerous times, most recently in the Kharkiv offensive and even specifically in the northeastern Kherson offensive, where Ukrainian armored units simply dispersed and continued the assault. As a result, they were able to overwhelm the less than equipped and less than trained Russian forces in the region. It remains to be seen if this can be redone here as well. The Russian morale in this region is incredibly low, with reportedly several hundred mobilized men being held in basement prisons much further to the east from this battlefield here for refusal to go to the front lines, as the frequently mobilized groups have incredibly poor training and frankly just die en masse, especially to artillery, or if they're entirely unlucky, if they get flanked by Ukrainian armor or mechanized groups. Moving to the south, around the Seversk-Lysychansk area, while there continues to be assertions of Ukrainian forces pushing and dueling around Kreminna, we have not seen any major change on the ground here from either side, with artillery fire continuing along the front. Moving down the Bakhmut area, heavy fighting continues in Soledar. Russian forces claim to be pushing into the city again, although speaking with people there, that doesn't seem to be accurate. They do, however, continue to bring artillery to bear on the city itself and are still holed up in the city's southeast industrial area, where they have yet to be dislodged from. There has continued to be heavy shelling around the city of Bakhmut itself, although there continues to be no evidence of Russian gains towards the city proper, with artillery positions remaining fairly consistent, both incoming and outgoing. Russian shelling has increasingly targeted the western approach into Bakhmut city in recent days, likely as an attempt to impede supply lines. A number of Ukrainian reinforcements have arrived or are present in this area, including Western artillery, both towed and long-range HIMARS artillery, as well as elements of the International Legion. There has been some very heavy losses on both sides here, with one Ukrainian soldier I talked to a couple days ago stating, quote, "We kill about 5 to 10 of them for every one of us, and they are all but doing human wave attacks with Wagner guys here against us in the south," unquote. Reportedly, Russian artillery has been using these ground attacks as a way to try and move itself up just 10, 20, 100 meters if they're lucky a day, so in order to increasingly suppress the Ukrainian forces here arrayed along the southern approach into the city. However, per another Ukrainian soldier who I talked to today, it does seem as though the most recent Russian tempo of attacks in this region has thankfully been reduced, and they speculated that Russian forces are trying to be thrown elsewhere. Moving down to the city of Avdiivka, which we'll start including as a separate section here, because frankly, it's a small area of Donetsk, the oblast, but it's the area where all the action happens, so we might as well zoom in. Russian forces have apparently made gains around the Avdiivka area in the last few days, pushing further into the southwest direction from Optime and making gains towards Vodyan and past Pisky. It's important to note that there is a large river that runs here to the southwest of Avdiivka, and aside from Optim, we haven't seen any evidence of Russian forces being able to both successfully cross that river whatsoever, and much less being able to set up a bridgehead to bring supplies. Should Russian forces, especially around Vodyan, where they are currently fighting the Ukrainian garrison located on the far side of the river, if they're able to successfully cross and move Russian equipment in force, it would potentially allow for access to roads, which could then threaten supply movement into western Avdiivka. This appears to be broadly the Russian plan, given that despite incredibly heavy Russian shelling, their movement towards Avdiivka directly on the ground appears no more successful than it has been over the last several months. And as such, they would rather try and starve out supplies and or just surround the city. Speaking about Donetsk and the occupied regions in the east in general, there continues to be mobilization efforts taken by Russian forces across the occupied territories, while Ukrainian deep strikes continue to target supply lines and Russian bases far beyond the front lines. Putin signed a law recently stating that he would be demobilizing individuals in the DPR, LPR proxy armies who are essentially mobilized right out of school. It's unlikely that they're going to be allowed to go home scot-free, though, unfortunately. They'll probably be folded more into the Russian conventional military, as we've seen a lot of these DPR, LPR proxy groups are now, as following Russia's annexations claims, are now considered to be part of the Russian mainline army. This seems to be more an attempt to try and simplify their logistics and their command structure rather than any good-hearted nature of actually sending people home so they don't die in a pointless war. Russia does continue to swap out their DPR, LPR proxy officials for de facto Russian officials, which has caused a number of concerns that their loyalty isn't being rewarded, among other things. Frankly, at this point, if Russia feels that they have no more use for you, then they don't need to keep up the charade anymore. They'll just replace you with a political apparatchik. Moving to Zaporizhia, the southern front, and Mariupol. We've continued to see heavy fighting around the town or city of Vuhledar, located to the north of Mariupol. Broadly speaking, it's well over 100 kilometers away, with heavy fighting going on just across the river in Pavlivka, as it has been for several days now. Here, Russian forces appear to be broadly in the south and southeast sections of the city and have reportedly been taking incredibly heavy casualties from Ukrainian artillery, which has a terrain height advantage across the river that Russia has thus far been unable to contest, as well as Ukrainian airstrikes. Russia has increasingly focused its artillery here, as well as some of its own suicide drones, which have been tasked with targeting Western-provided systems and air defenses. Beyond the drones, there's been no recent evidence of Russian air power in this fight, although there are ample reports of heavy Russian losses, as well as Ukrainian air power striking their positions on the south side of the river. There are allegations that this assault was poorly managed, and per a DPR commander's own statements, that they committed all the Russian forces they could grab in the area in a sloppy attack to try and get ahead of the Ukrainian liberation of Kherson, and willfully discarded established battle plans to take an area where they knew there were a large grouping of Ukrainian forces because A, the groups they had, these freshly mobilized troops, could not follow these orders. So they said, okay, just run at the city, let us know how it goes. And B, it's for political reasons because they want to take attention away from the fact that they just lost Kherson. Russian officials are increasingly asserting control over all of the operational decisions at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and are apparently trying to force the International Atomic Energy Agency to recognize their control. Specifically, while the Ukrainian engineers there are trying to bring the power down, while some of the reactors are physically off, bringing them to a even more dead state, frankly, because they still require ample fuel and electricity from external sources to keep cool. The Russian occupying engineers and military forces are telling them they cannot do that. There were numerous explosions in occupied Melitopol and the main Russian logistics highway southwest from there towards Crimea. Partisans continue to be active, as does Ukrainian long-range strikes. Moving to Kherson Oblast, where now we don't really have to keep talking about the battle for Kherson. We can talk about the oblast itself. The liberation of Kherson Oblast has come with much celebration as work continues to restore infrastructure in the liberated city. Broadly speaking, this has been a massive morale boost for pro-Ukrainian forces and a morale loss for any Russian or pro-Russian groups, both domestically and internationally. This was the single oblast capital that Russia had managed to secure, think of it like a state capital, and Zelensky himself arrived and toured part of the city on the 14th, which has led to Russian chatter about how impotent they are that they cannot even fire artillery and kill a man who is standing across the river from them. Ukrainian troops have apparently been confirmed to fully secure all areas on the north bank of the Dnipro River, including the northern approach to the Novokakhovka Dam, although heavy demining work continues. Presently, there has not been any evidence yet photographed of massive Russian losses or prisoners of war left behind in the field during their chaotic retreat. There has been some ample evidence of abandoned material and equipment, which has been everything from electronic warfare and radars to captured Ukrainian helicopters, now liberated Ukrainian helicopters, as well as some laughably terrible Russian service member equipment, including a rifle literally held together with string. It appears as though Russian forces were broadly able to retreat and or broke from contact well in advance of Ukrainian movement, in many cases allegedly against the expectations of the Russian government, thus thankfully preventing a major battle for Kherson city. Individuals and former partisans report and have released photos of abandoned Russian HQs and other bases in Kherson city, and among the absolutely just trash buildings, there's likely some good information left behind. However, Russia also left mines in several of these buildings during their retreat, so much so that at least one police station that they were using as a base had to be physically blown up rather than examined due to the high presence of mines and other IEDs inside. Specifically, along the Novokakhovka Dam, with the destruction of some 50 meters of road surface on the Ukrainian side of the river, and significant destruction by retreating forces on the Antonovsky Bridge, it does not appear that Ukraine currently has or is attempting a major crossing operation on the Dnipro River. There have been dueling artillery shellings across the river, although Russian forces are broadly reported to have pulled a lot of their systems further back, with Russian forces actually firing into Kherson city and Chornobyka to the northwest, as well as areas around Berislav to the northeast. There continues to be Russian fire along the northeast section of highway from Kherson up towards Kryvyi Rih, just near where the Ukraine previous positions were in this area around Milov before the most recent offensive began. Ukrainian forces, in turn, have shelled across the river, both into Russian positions along the river itself in Kakhovka and Oleshki, as well as much deeper into Russian lines, such as the airbase at Cheplenka and the Russian forces at Skavos, which is located along the southern coast of Crimea, or southern coast of Kherson. Reportedly, there is Ukrainian activity along the Kinburn Peninsula, a spit of land jutting out on the northwest portion of the Russian-controlled South Bank, which extends out into the Black Sea at the terminus of the Dnipro River. This area has been used by Russian forces to shell across into Ochakiv and other areas in southwest Mykolaiv since June, despite its very marshy and challenging terrain. There are 3 tiny villages here amounting to some 1,500 people pre-war, limited infrastructure, and there is now allegations of Ukrainian activity in and around this area. While the extent of Ukrainian operations is unknown, we can verify the following. Ukrainian shelling has stepped up dramatically on this region in the last few days, and there is video evidence to suggest Ukrainian troops crossed towards the Kinburn Peninsula, heading south at least once. Russian shelling, more limited in scale, has also been observed on the peninsula, indicating contested territory of some nature. I'm so sorry. I think my cat has locked herself in something. I have to go grab her real quick. Give me a half second.
Okay, while Language rescues his cat, which is a humanitarian action in and of itself, we'll wait his return. As always, his updates are valuable and informative to all of us. So take this moment, a cat delivered moment, to retweet this space, mention MriyaReport, and tell your folks that we are getting an update right now about the battlefield situation in Ukraine. Language, if you're back and your cat is happy, keep on going.
Sure thing. Yeah, she just wants to sit right on top of the keyboard, apparently. So sorry about that. Let's dive right back into it. I apologize. So, because we're seeing Russian shelling here as well as Ukrainian shelling, and we are still seeing Russian shelling allegedly from this area across the river or across the Gulf here into Ochakiv, it does not appear that Russian forces have broadly abandoned this area as of yet. However, we still do not have a clear picture on where Ukrainian forces are, what the goals are, and at the very least, their presence here or attempted presence has caused some concern. We are also seeing additional strikes on a Russian hardpoint located much further down the peninsula, closer towards the main southern Kherson region, something that we haven't seen in this area thus far. Oh, God. Come on, gang. So, in my opinion, the benefits from a Ukrainian operation here include more so the reduction of Russian artillery and possible drone launches, as well as, frankly, the PR value of fully liberating Mykolaiv Oblast, as these small villages located on the northwest terminus here are technically part of Mykolaiv and the last unliberated portions. This is probably not an attempt to try and open a whole nother front for assault. The Russian-appointed deputy head of Kherson Oblast, now much smaller, has been arrested by the Russian occupation government under suspicion of financial crimes. In Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, the Russian withdrawal from the north side of the Dnipro River is apparently being met with some redeployment back towards Crimea in some cases. This is significant in that Russian withdrawal towards Crimea, given the number of barracks and bases that have been set up here recently, would not be allowing for rapid reinforcement of other areas of the front lines, such as the Zaporizhzhia or Donetsk region, where Russia is currently having issues. There were reported explosions in Crimea near the Russian major strongpoint of Zangoy, while there are reports of a massive explosion at an airbase here and destruction of power infrastructure. They have not been borne out by the evidence, as locals have managed to photograph a fully lit town and claims that simply there were Russian air defenses targeting unknown Ukrainian equipment. Otherwise, along the Crimean Bridge, it was reported that only one rail line remains usable now, which is not due to be repaired until at least summer of 2023 due to some weather concerns. Russia continues to build defensive lines in Crimea otherwise, which are being photographed by satellites. There is currently heavy stormy weather in the Black Sea, and following yesterday's salvo of missiles, there remains one submarine with 4 cruise missiles out of harbor. In general, over the last 24 hours, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 630 soldiers for a total of 82,710, 10 tanks, 24 armored vehicles, 10 artillery guns, 9 cars and trucks, 1 air defense system, and 14 UAVs. Wagner Group Telegram channels released footage over the last several days of an execution via sledgehammer of a previously Russian Wagner Group soldier, conscript from a prison, who was then swapped during prisoner of war discussions, and then apparently was kidnapped from an unknown location in Russia and made to read a confession before being brutally killed. This has been supported by Russian national militarists, including Prigozhin himself and his power bloc. He has additionally called for the investigation of the St. Petersburg mayor for treason, which seems to be a political play after the mayor refused to allow for the Wagner Group to build a public office there, which are now currently springing up in a lot of areas around Russia. Prigozhin is also reportedly considering forming a political party and making his political aspirations more realized. Denis Prigozhin is increasingly becoming a political warlord in Russia, and his public statements remarking on the execution video, saying that this is a valid response to traitors, right before accusing the mayor of one of Russia's largest cities as being a traitor, are very unusual in the Russian political sphere. His echoes of Stalinist hardline nationalism and militarism are also similarly coming from someone who is not Putin and is not holding his tongue in a frankly respectable way, are a little bit more challenging for the Russian mainline political establishment to deal with, as he apparently enjoys some favor from Putin right now. However, he likely has political foes developing. It remains to be seen if Wagner Group and Prigozhin himself's popularity will sustain in the face of unrealized battlefield successes that he's promised, or worse yet, demonstrated losses. Otherwise, Russia has broadly been establishing increased measures to censor and punish anyone residing in Russia, including foreign citizens, for speaking out against the internal party line. There have been increased, although sporadic, protests from recently mobilized Russian forces who are shown to be incredibly under-equipped and in many cases have to purchase their own gear. In one case, it appears that Russian tankers are now being given older T-62M tanks from the 1970s, which are not equipped with modern armor or a number of electronics, and are having to physically scavenge their own explosive reactive armor, a necessary if you want to survive on a battlefield, for them from other equipment. They also have to buy their own tools and are broadly doing their own repairs without orders, just to try and make sure that these things are semi-viable once they hit the battlefield. There is some evidence of tanks like this already being captured in the Kherson region, leading people to believe that the Russian armor stockpile is increasingly deprecated, and we may see even older and much more less likely to survive if they meet anything larger than a rocket launcher tanks. There has been increased agitation in Russia about Russian losses as well, with small protests occurring, especially in the east. And then today, in unknown and suspicious circumstances, reportedly the Russian officer responsible for mobilization in Vladivostok, all the way in Russia East, committed suicide in the particularly violent way of shooting himself in the chest 5 times. So keep an eye on that. But with that, I should be about done. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, Language. And your reports always raise questions. So to everyone listening, on your phone to the lower right side, there's a little heart with a plus sign. You can request to speak from there. And then when you're brought up to the speakers panel, you can raise your hand to ask a question. So Language, one question I have, which is a little bit outside your report. Do we have any news about partisan activity anywhere behind the lines or in occupied Ukraine? I'm thinking especially of Melitopol or some other places. Anything you've heard?
There's still a lot of heavy action around Melitopol, arguably at this point now probably the largest collection of Ukrainian partisan activities in a physical sense, although there's a lot of information gathering that happens just about everywhere. We've seen explosions in Melitopol. We've seen explosions along the highways leading out of it, as well as